Hello, 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 Scott. I'm thrilled too. Damn it, let's do this motherfucking thing. I'm ready. I'm ready to rock. I'm ready to rock. It's this one. I have very leaky eyes this morning. So I don't want to talk. I just am like my. Good morning, Scott. My eyes are freaking out, so my lashes are not on, you know what I mean? Like, I have no eye makeup on. Because my eye is bothering me. Anyway, so forgive me for not my usual made-up look. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Hi, Oomph. Yeah, so I'm having like allergies or something, and my eyes are like really fucked up, and so I apologize. I have tiny eyes. I have tiny eyes this morning. Tiny, tiny eyes, tiny eyes. You have tiny eyes. Anyway, oh, and I haven't poured my coffee yet. I know. Well, I just need to. I don't know what I need. I probably need to fix it. I don't know. It's just allergies. Allergies. I am an allergy girl. Anyway, good morning. I'm always like off center of my stupid thing. Here, hold on. Oops, that's the wrong way. There we go. Okay. Good morning. I'm very sleepy, and I'm very sleepy. Oh, I'm eepy. Sorry, that's what we say. I'm eepy. But I woke up on time. Oh, I look like shit. Okay, I look like shit. Okay, just fucking deal with it. I don't want to hear about it. I want to talk about it. Good morning. Happy Tim Waltz Day. It's Timmy Waltz. It's Timmy Waltz. I suppose it's going to be fine. Oh, my eyes won't stop watering. Okay. I see how this is going to go. It's going to go like this. I'm going to have a constantly watering eye. Anyway. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I hope everybody's doing well. Tim Waltz is the vice president's choice. I can get it. Thank you. I appreciate that, Scott, for reals. I really, you have no idea. You have no idea. Muskie, happy day. We got our ticket, babes. We got our ticket. I was watching my show back the other day. I'm usually just listening. Oh, great. Thanks. What? I guess thank you? I don't know. I'm just kidding. It's fine. I'm usually just listening. I don't really know what you look like. Oh, that's what you look like? Oh my God. Why have I been listening to this all these months? My God. You're not a long-haired brunette. What the hell? You're a short-haired, blonde, gray person. What am I even doing here? I'm just kidding. Anyway, when I do look, you're this little thing in the corner. Good. That's the way it should be. That's the way it should be. When I feel more confident, my head will be bigger. I suppose people do have their head really big on the screen. I will not. I'm not ready for that. I don't think anybody's ready for that. I don't know. I am actually been looking at screen like format. God, I've been looking at screen formats differently. Only Lolo. I know. I'm sorry. You're right. Only I put myself in a corner. It's true though. Anyway, good morning. Happy Tim Waltz is your VP pick day. I think he's I mean, it sounds good to me. I don't know that much about him. But apparently I'm out of touch. So, and that's probably true. So, Tim Waltz is the VP pick. She is doing well in the polls. Oh, they're calling her Kamala Crash, which is hilarious because it's just gonna be. I mean, oh my god. Okay, my eyes melting. I think anyway. Oh, Bill Gates is still alive. What the? Oh, you know, I kind of want to look at this. I know it's not really. I kind of want to look at this. It's likely to have major ripple effects. Okay. Oh, man, I'm sweating. Hold on. I'm sweating. Oh, my God. My eyes. Oh, this is going to be a long day if my eye is going to keep. Stock market czar, that's what you get. Yep, that's right. She was the stock market czar, right? Hi, good morning, Lee. Wasn't she the stock market czar? I'm having eye problems this morning, as if Kamala has power over stock market. Number one. Number two, this just isn't, it's not an indicator of the fucking anything. It's an indicator of how much rich people panic. That is literally what that is. The market going up and down is when rich people or hedge funds panic, which are rich people. That's all hedge funds are. So, yeah, that's it. Period. It doesn't have anything else to do with anything. Anything. It doesn't. I'm sorry. I work there. I know. It doesn't have anything to do with anything. It's a psychological tool. And it only really matters to rich people. And yeah, it fucks up your 401k if you have one. But they are the market. That happened a long time ago when hedge funds and institutional traders became market movers. Okay, that happened a long time ago. Hi, Grace. So it's just not, it's not the flex that they think it is. It's a flex for people who aren't involved in the market, who don't know any better. Right? Which is, most of us. But it's just simply not, you did call it, Max. You did. Good morning. You win. You nailed it. So I think it is just, it's an easy thing to point to. Like, look at that. That's reacting. Oh my God, that's falling. That must be bad. But it's nothing. It's a bunch of rich people probably getting richer because they might have had short positions. They probably shorted some stock at a really high price and now they're buying it back at a low price and closing out their short and taking that money. Do you realize how many people short markets? That's a lot. It's a lot. So, and all these trades to buy back stocks have, there's a ton of trades out there that are designed to sell at certain points in the price or to buy, right, to whatever. And I'm telling you right now, some of that is all computerized, and it's not people doing it, it's market conditions, and it really isn't perfect. So, good morning, butterflies. Good morning, Muskie. Yeah, Max gets 1,000 points. I would actually agree to that. Yeah, she gets 1,000 points for the Tim Waltz. It's dumb. This is aimed at, for people who don't understand investing, the market is still up for 6 months. Yeah, and it probably will end out the year up. I mean, you know, at the end of the day. So I don't know. I get it. It's really easy. It's really, really easy to what? Okay, Spank. Clarence Beaks for crop reports, commodities. Now there's a market. There's a difference between investing and trading, yeah. Well, yeah. I don't think anyone really trades. Okay, I was on the trading desk. These guys aren't trading. They're having fun. But they're not. I don't know. Day traders especially are just like ridiculous to me. I'm sorry. They're like the insurance agents of traders. I'm having real problems with my eyes this morning, so I apologize. Part and parcel of T-note short-term focus on daily market performance. Yeah. I mean, it's an easy dunk, I think. Though reflective of his governance of something. Governance of rich people. Okay. Oh, look at how that's big. The day before are like the day traders are like the people who hang out at the track, and even less. Like back in the day, they were like they're just like dumb bros who actually don't know how the market works. I don't know. It's just, I mean, yeah, they might be making a little bit of money here and there, but you know, like it's not a strategy. I'm sorry. It's not. There's not a strategy. I'm sorry. I don't care. I don't care how many like little models you look at. I don't see any of those guys becoming billionaires. Did Elon Musk start as a day trader? I don't think so. They're just a bunch of incels as far as I can tell. Anyway. All right, we're going to read a story so I can warm up my brain, which is not very warm. And this is the judge rules against Google. So this is the how the Google antitrust ruling may influence tech competition nearly a quarter century after Microsoft lost a similar case. A judge's decision that Google abused a monopoly in internet search is likely to have major ripple effects. There's Bill Gates. Oh, hi, here I am with my Windows XP. In 2000, a ruling in a U.S. antitrust case against Microsoft helped set the rules of competition for the digital giant of its day. At the time, a federal judge said Microsoft had abused the monopoly power of its Windows operating system and ordered that the company be split up. A breakup was reversed on appeal, but key legal findings were upheld, and Microsoft was prohibited from forcing restrictive contracts on its industry partners and ordered to open some of its technology to outsiders, preventing the company from single-handedly controlling the internet. He does Mr. Fix-It videos? Who's that? Who, Grace? Bill Gates? Bill Gates does Fix-It videos? I have to subscribe to his YouTube channel. More than 2 decades later, a ruling in a Google antitrust case similarly promises to shape new rules for the tech industry. Judge Mehta of the U.S. District Court. Oh my God, I'm sweating. It's so warm here. Judge Mehta of U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia found on Monday that Google had violated antitrust laws by stifling rivals in internet search to protect its monopoly. Google's loss could have major ripple effects for competition today. U.S. regulators have also accused Apple, Amazon, and Meta of violating antitrust laws by advantaging their own products on the platforms they run and acquiring smaller rivals. This eye's not going to stop leaking. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I really wish this would just stop. Okay, anyway, the Google ruling and potential remedies to be decided by Judge Meta are likely to weigh heavily on those cases, including a second lawsuit against Google over ad technology, which is scheduled to go to trial next month. Really? He does Mr. Fix-It videos? I didn't even know that. I was kidding. Oh my Lord. That was funny. Recall him routinely crowing about daily highs. Yeah, as something the stock market was going to be happy Trump was reelected or something like that. That's what he says. I don't know. The influence of the Microsoft antitrust case was in fact apparent. Oh wait. Judge Meda's ruling is a predictor of what other courts might do, said Rebecca Ha Allensworth, a Vanderbilt University law professor who studies antitrust. You can also expect other judges to read this opinion and be influenced by it. Oh, is that how precedent works? The influence of the Microsoft antitrust case was, in fact, apparent in the Google decision. Judge Mehta's 277-page judgment, Microsoft appeared on 104 pages, both as an inspiring rival to Google and as a legal precedent. Google has said it will appeal the ruling. After years of little enforcement, antitrust activism has taken off over the past few years, first under the Trump administration and then under Biden's. What? Oh, Bill Barr's famous antitrust case that he all brought? What? Give me a fucking break. The heads of antitrust enforcement at the Justice Department and the Federal Trade Commission, Jonathan Cantor and Lena Khan, have sued the other tech giants over allegations that they are monopolies engaged in illegal corporate behavior. All those cases hinge on the 19th century Sherman Antitrust Act, which makes it illegal for a monopoly to engage in corporate conduct to thwart competition. But that law, designed for companies like Standard Oil, faces the continuing challenge of being applied in a different industrial environment to the new technology of its day. And both agencies have sought to test the old law by applying new legal arguments when it comes to the tech giants. Without major cases, the law will stagnate, Mr. Cantor said in a speech in 2022. Congress designed antitrust law to play out in the courts. In the 90s, Microsoft was the ruling digital platform with its Windows software controlling the experience of users on more than 90% of personal computers. Today, Google has a comparable grip on internet search. That changed for Microsoft after a judge ruled it was a monopoly. Regulators had brought the suit after the software giant waged a campaign to try and crush an upstart, Netscape, the pioneering commercial browser company. Microsoft bullied PC makers with contracts that effectively stopped them from offering the Netscape browser. Ultimately, Microsoft was prohibited from restricting, in its contracts, the freedom of PC makers to offer other software, and was forced to open up some of its technology. The time, money, and management attention spent, as well as the adverse public scrutiny, some antitrust experts say did have a deterrent effect, moderating the company's behavior. That prevented Microsoft from controlling the development of the internet, said Fiona Scott Morton, an economics professor at the Yale University School of Management. The goal is to open a path for future innovation, she said. On Monday, Judge Mehta found that Google had broken the law through its exclusive deals with Apple, other device makers, and browser companies to make Google's search engines the automatic selection. Judge Mehta praised the company for its engineering skill and investment in search, but Google, he wrote, has a major, largely unseen advantage over its rivals: default distribution. The Google ruling is significant because it applies to big tech platforms the notion that while you can be dominant, you can't abuse that dominance, said Bill Baer, a former top antitrust official in the Justice Department, not Bill Barr. Unlike, for those just listening, unlike Microsoft, Google is a pure internet company with a very different business model, relying mainly on advertising rather than software licensing. In the Google case, as in Microsoft's, the court found that contracts illegally excluded rivals, but Google's were more carrot than stick, offering industry partners generous payments rather than threats. Google paid smartphone companies and browser makers more than $26 billion in 2021, according to court testimony, to set its software to automatically handle all search queries. In the Google case, data was described as a vital asset. The more user queries that flow through a search engine, the more data that is collected and then harnessed to improve search results, attracting still more users and generating more data. At every stage of the search process, Judge Mehta wrote, user data is a critical input that directly improves quality. Google's multi-billion-dollar default deals ensured that the company had a huge data advantage in search, the government claimed. It also presented studies in behavioral economics that concluded people rarely switched from the automatic settings, even if doing so was not a daunting technical task. Consumer behavior was not forced, but strongly steered by the power of defaults. In his ruling, Judge Mehta pointed to the power of defaults. He cited and agreed with an expert witness for the government, Antonio Rangel, a professor of neuroscience, behavioral biology, and economics at Caltech, who testified that the vast majority of searches were done by habit. In court, Google countered that its search engine was the leader because it was a superior product, that data was important, but clever software was its real advantage, and that its contracts were deals freely entered into by its industry partners. But Google struggled to credibly explain, why it paid so much to get preferred distribution if its search software was clearly the best technology. Those payments made sense, the government insisted, to ensure that Google was the winner, with its monopoly entrenched. That's how the government told the story, and it's a pretty convincing story, said Herbert Hovenkamp, an antitrust expert at the University of Pennsylvania's Carey Law School. Judge Mehta will now decide what remedial steps he should order to open the search market to greater competition and new innovators. Even before his ruling, antitrust experts offered a flurry of recommendations. They run the gamut from prohibiting Google from striking exclusive deals for search distribution and sharing its search data with competitors to splitting off Google's Chrome browser or its Android mobile operating system. This is the first significant monopolization case against one of the dominant digital companies. It's super important in that sense, said Nancy Rose, an economist at the MIT. Well, there you go. Thank you for letting me read that because I wanted to find out what is going on with that. I think that's a very important story for, what is it, kids? Media literacy. Whoa, that's a lot of shirts. Oh my God, I'm sweating so bad. It's so hot. Okay, let me catch up. Recall him routine. Yes. We just buy the lowest cost producer in a cyclical we just buy the lowest cost producer in a cyclical industry at the bottom of the cycle and hold on. Yeah, exactly. You buy and hold until it's time not to hold anymore. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm like leaking. My eyes are leaking this morning. I'm not crying. I'm not emotional. I'm a wreck. Yeah, exactly. Stock market reacts. Wow, I didn't know that he did fix-it videos. It is gambling. Who's a leaker? What do you mean? Who's a leaker? Oh, I'm a leaker. Yeah, I know. I'm leaking. I'm leaking this morning. Oh my God, I love coffee. I love coffee so much. I love you, coffee. I'm a leaker. I'm leaking. I'm so emotional. No, I'm not. I'm so emotional. I should be punched in the eye. I look like I've been punched in the eye. What's going on with my face this morning? Oh my God. I should ignore my face. Anyway, be like oomph and just listen. Maybe I'll make myself even smaller. I'm gonna make myself even smaller. There. There I am. Now I feel better. Now I feel better. Leaker. No, it should be bigger. Oh my God. Okay. Whoa, not that big, because your face really doesn't look that great. I had an uncle that made a fortune. He was in the Seafarers Union and worked on, God damn it. I can't even read because my eye's leaking. Here, wait. I had an uncle that made a fortune. He was in the Seafarers Union and worked on ships traveling between Taiwan and San Francisco buying the stock of the companies. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I always love those stories. I bought AT&T at $10 a share. I think those are great. Those are great stories. The average stock market return is about 10% annually for nearly the last century. Yeah. 10% annual return means your money should double every 7.2 years. Yeah. I mean, generally, like, what was the thing? I also heard this. There's not been a 9-year period in the stock market that had a loss. Okay. I'm just going to pretend I don't have eyes. Okay. Maybe I should wear sunglasses. Anyway, oh my God, now it's itching. Oh no, we're not going to do this. Yeah, it's just, I mean, the stock market is a bunch of greedy people who make money, and I worked there. So, yeah, I know. I know. I know what it is. Here we go. We're going to do this. This is going to be great. This is going to be great. Here we go. This is going to be fine. We're going to just do this. Okay, I'm fine now. Okay, now I can. And I have some reading glasses on this. I'm just kidding. Oh my God. Can it be any hotter? What are we having a heat wave or something here in California? Because I'm like, all of a sudden this morning, it is like hot. Just sitting. Turn that up a little bit. Good morning, Badger. Hey, how are you? Oh my God. Anyway, let's see. I know. I guess I didn't think I mean, I get allergies once in a while. Like, I'll get allergies like really bad, but it's like maybe 3 times a season, maybe 2 times a season. I don't know. This is the second time I've had really bad allergies on my eyes. My eyes seem to be the victim. Anyway, do I have a fan? I do. I'm trying to blow a fan right on me, actually. Believe me, I have a fan blowing right on me. I take my fan with me into each room. I walk around with a big fan and plug it in. I'm at work listening. Is the Tina voting case going? Yes, SB, it is. Yeah, it should be starting in about, I don't know, what time is it? 7? Probably starts in about a half hour, I think. A Benadryl. Yeah, actually, I don't think I have any Benadryl in the house, though. That'll be fine. I'm just annoyed. I'm annoyed that, it manifests. It'd be fine if I could feel good and then just like, well, this bake isn't going to wake itself. That's for sure. Actually, you know what? I haven't smoked yet, so I got to smoke. Hold on. Good idea. This has like a watermelon flavor, which I know this is a bad thing, right? You're not supposed to smoke flavored weed, right? I never can understand which weed has the bad stuff in it and which weed doesn't. But I don't think you should just put bad stuff. Why do they have to put bad stuff? I don't need my weed to taste like watermelon to smoke it. In fact, I probably prefer that it doesn't. But, oh well. Yeah. Oh man, this is gonna be a long day. Oh my God. I'm all falling apart right now. Holy crap. I love the taste of real good weed. Yeah, I'd rather have like the weed taste. But I don't know. I guess some people are like clove cigarettes. I never tried those either when I was a kid. I had all these friends who were like, "Yeah, try this clove cigarette." And I'm like, "Hell no." I don't like cloves anyway. Why do I want to smoke them? Loratadine. I have to see. Maybe Bobo might have some allergy medicine. Do you remember those, SB? Oh my God. They were like the thing. People thought it was like the shit. They thought it was like the shit. Let me see. There's another thing. Oh, my mouse isn't working. I want to see some bookmarks here. Whoops. That's not what I wanted. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, yeah. See my live. Oh, your live contains themes that some may find uncomfortable and has been restricted. Reason, regulated goods content. What's that mean? Oh, because I smoked. That's why. Anyway, sorry. Hi, everybody. Whoa. Ah. Oh, my God. There's some really crazy people over on TikTok. How do I get rid of you? How do you get rid of, like, oh, my God. Sorry, everybody. Oh, you can't even, like, get rid of a fucking, like, I can't get rid of that frickin' comment. I gotta figure out TikTok. I'm gonna tell you right now. I gotta figure out TikTok, because you can't be using that language on my fucking show. I'll fuck you up. Let's see. Oh no, I want to read that, but eventually. Oh, this is Cambridge Analytica. I got a lot of good bookmarks. We got to go through my bookmarks one of these days. La 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 la. It's this one. What's this? ES. What the fuck's that? La 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 la. Effects of the Tax Cuts and Job Act, a preliminary analysis. Oh. La 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 la. I don't know what any of those are. La la. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, well, I can't easily find what I was looking for, but I'll find it. Ah! That's not what I wanted. Go back. Nobody wants you. Tina Peters. Oh, I'm sweating. If I recall correctly, if it's flour, I don't think they add flavors, but vapes, yeah. Totally made from mixed whatever with terpenes, yeah, added to approximate a strain flavor profile, except for live resin. Oh, well, I'm smoking. I don't know if this is live resin, but a few of my vapes are live resin. Resin. So yeah, I don't know. God, I'm just not awake yet. Okay, give me a chance to wake up. Hold on. Just everybody calm down. You all have had a chance to be awake more than I have. Anyway. Happy Tuesday. Oh my God. It's Tuesday. It's August. Oh my God. Oh, you know what I want to do? Hold on. I'm going to do this. No, I don't. I don't want to do that. Hold on. Yeah, I just don't know why. We don't need flavors. Oops. We don't. Oh my God. Bitch. We don't need flavors. I don't. I mean, I appreciate it, but I'm just looking for the strongest THC. That is literally what I'm looking for. Give me the THC. That is the strongest. Oh, here, let me find that. Oops. Now let me see. Sorry. Let me see if... Wait, what was I going to check? Oh, I know. I was going to see if there was anything else. Brian Taylor Cohen. That's that. Boring, Florida. Oh, I hope everybody's okay in the pathway of Hurricane Debbie. And I don't know if it's a storm now or what the deal is, but hoping everybody is okay. Here we go.
Priorities too, and ultimately it is somebody at the end of the day, for anybody choosing someone to be their running mate, that has to be ready to serve on day one should the impossible happen. And as we have seen, that is something that certainly was a little more top of mind for the Harris team in recent weeks. And so all of that went into this really consequential decision. And we understand that just this morning, Vice President Harris has been on the phone with the final contenders to let them know about her pick and to congratulate Governor Walz. And then the two of them will appear together on stage for the first time when they are headlining a Philadelphia rally this evening. And then they'll head to some other key battleground states. They'll be going to Wisconsin, to Michigan, and then they'll be heading out west to Arizona and Nevada. They were supposed to stop Joe in North Carolina and in Georgia, but because of Tropical Storm
It's
Debbie,
warm in California, Grace. I'm in LA. It's warm.
For a later time. Joe.
So, Monica, correct me if I'm wrong, but our reporting did suggest that as of last night, that the VP had not made her final decision yet. Yet we know that Governor Walz appeared last night at a fundraiser for the Harris campaign in Minneapolis. Was that perhaps
is this newsworthy? Is this newsworthy, sir? You fucking idiot.
You know, the fundraiser was pre-planned, and it's interesting because some of the other top picks had some scheduled events that they had reshuffled or they had moved or they had canceled, but they went ahead with Governor Walz's fundraiser where he appeared with Senator Amy Klobuchar and some other key backers of Vice President Harris and her campaign at this moment. But what we really understand is that Vice President Harris felt pretty confident in her decision in Governor Walz, but that she did want one more night just to sleep on it to make sure that she woke up this morning feeling the same way. And a lot of this is about the mechanism of letting that person know, letting the others know that they are not it. And they wanted to be sure that that all coalesced this morning before executing on it, and to really be sure they tried to contain that so that they could be the ones to announce it themselves when that's not the case. And we do expect the campaign will have its own rollout of this pick with certain video and social media components similar to what we've seen in past cycles. Joe.
And we understand multiple signs were printed, not just ones that said Harris Walz, but we will be seeing those Harris Walz signs, something tells me, in the very near future. Monica, thank you so much. Let's bring in NBC News senior national politics
they must have pre-planned it before they did it.
John, if you'll humor me for a moment, I'm the Minnesotan here, so I'm going to take a point of privilege. I was a reporter in Minneapolis back in 2006. I can tell you on election night, no one was paying attention to the 1st Congressional District there in southern Minnesota. A longtime Republican incumbent was running there against a teacher who no one had heard of and no one was really paying attention to. No one thought it was going to be terribly close. And then all of a sudden we wake up the next morning after Election Day. We find out this guy named Tim Walz has upset Republican.
God, I hope so, because if they didn't pre-plan it,
running down to the Mankato
then
area to find this Tim Walz,
it planned?
Interview him, find out who he was, tell his story.
Was it a reaction?
Was it the beginning of his essentially political career?
Was it
now, stories like that
a surprise?
Can go one of two ways. You
did she pick a name out of a hat?
And you get booted out, or you serve multiple terms, then you get elected governor, and now here you are suddenly the VP running mate on this ticket. Talk to us about Tim Walz and why at the end of the day we think Kamala Harris decided to go with him.
Well, first of all, Joe, I'm just impressed that you were reporting like that and able to drive down to Mankato, you know, when you were in elementary school reporting for the school paper in 2006. But look, I think the answer
that's a little reporter humor. Knee jerk, thank you.
Presidential candidate picks their vice presidential candidate. She believes he is the best person to help her win this election, and more to the point, somebody who is unlikely to to push her toward losing the election. In terms of the other boxes that he checks,
wow, this punditry is on fire this morning.
Is important.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Read the transcript of what you just said, you fucking idiot.
Obviously, she's vice president. She's done diplomacy on behalf of the United States, but she doesn't have, that type of military background or national security, background in terms of, years in the foreign policy world.
I'm sick of men talking too.
Or
Thank you.
security world. So
yeah, pre-knee-jerk.
I think him being from a Midwestern state is a balance to her ticket in terms of
premature
geographical
ejaculation.
And he is somebody who has a very progressive record and talks in a very moderate way. And I think those things are appealing to her because that's something that she has, I think, tried to do in her career. So a little bit of reinforcement of the ticket. He's also basically the same age she is. He's 60, she's 59. And, ultimately, Joe, I think these picks always come down to, the hard, cold politics of who causes you the least harm.
And of course, Minnesota has gone the longest
oh, thank you for that.
Voting Democratic.
Thank you for that punditry.
It was the only state when another Minnesotan
They're acting like,
and that was Walter Mondale. All right, John.
Joe,
it's normal.
This will be the third Democratic vice presidential pick from Minnesota in the last 60 years.
Yes.
They've done well. Hubert Humphrey winning election as vice president and Walter Mondale winning election as vice president, but they've done poorly in their presidential bids when they've done that.
Exactly. Good point there.
Oh, yeah. Okay, because, politics is normal and stuff like that. Fucking hate these guys.
On walls at the top of the hour. If you don't live in Minnesota or the Midwest, you probably don't know Governor Walz terribly well. What should we know about his upbringing and how he got to this point?
Well, certainly, Joe. We've gotten to know him a little bit more over the last couple of days, as you mentioned, but I actually have some new reporting from a source close to the VP selection process on some of the reasons that Vice President Harris chose Governor Walz, and among them, executive experience with a strong record of accomplishment, according to this source. Now, the governor, of course, has a long list of policy proposals as governor of Minnesota, but also before that, when he served 12 years in Congress. Before that, as I mentioned in the piece earlier in the hour, he was a school teacher, but also served 24 years in the National Guard. And that was another reason why Vice President Harris decided to go with Governor Walz. Another point would be an effective messenger who would take the fight to Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. He can be seen as an attack dog that won't be shy about pulling any punches when attacking the Republican side of the ticket. Now, this all comes as Governor Walz has faced some criticism previously, as I mentioned earlier in the hour, for his response to the riots after the killing of George Floyd in Minnesota. That, of course, came in 2020. He faced some criticism from Republicans for not calling in the National Guard sooner. It took him 3 days.
Will he help the stock market?
Recall, Joe, that former President Trump said that it was he who called in the National Guard.
Yeah, being a teacher is good.
But Governor Walz says it is.
Live resin all the way.
He did what he could. He made the best decisions he could at the time. But again, a source close to the process telling NBC News that Vice President Kamala Harris, there were many reasons why he chose him. And again, they had personal chemistry, Joe.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez. Gabe, thank you so much. Senior members of the Democratic
has
Party
he run business? Is he a businessman?
That includes former House Speaker Nancy
Is he a businessman?
Pelosi, who joined NBC News a little earlier to give nightly news anchor Lester Holt her reaction. Here's some of that conversation.
Our vice president, our nominee for president, has had many good choices, 6 as a matter of fact, plus the governor of Michigan, who took herself out of the running. But it showed the strong bench of the Democratic Party as we go forward. She had many good choices to make. She has chosen Governor Walz. I know him well, as he served in the Congress for a number of years, and at that time his focus was on agriculture, of course. He grew up farmer as a child working on the farm.
How's his pussy grabbing prowess?
But his major contribution was chair of the Veterans Affairs Committee. In that position, he put forth legislation working with Chet Edwards, who was the appropriator from Texas, that was historic in terms of what it did for veterans in our country. 24 years in the National Guard, the longest-serving non-commissioned officer to ever serve in the Congress of the United States, bringing those values, that patriotism, that knowledge of security to the job. So when we're talking about him, I don't hear people saying so much about his veteran credential, but it's a very strong one. He was highly respected, elected by the members to be the chair of the Veterans Affairs Committee. So I'm happy because obviously Kamala Harris has made her decision where her
She looks a lot more relaxed.
comfort level is as we go forward to govern.
Oh, he has.
Reaction there from former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to word that Vice President Kamala Harris
Oh, that's
has picked
cool, Grace.
Minnesota Governor Tim Walz as her running mate. The two will appear together in Philadelphia later today. We'll bring you updates and reaction throughout the day here on Morning News Now.
Scooby Dooby Dooby Badooby. Yeah, but do they come up to him and say, "Sir," with tears in their eyes, "Sir, whatever state we're in, Minnesota," that's right, it's the other M state. I mean the other one, not Massachusetts, not Michigan. Not Mississippi. Wait, okay, it's the fourth one. Minnesota. Sir, tears in our eyes. Actually, I do have a tear in my eye, but it's really allergies and not emotion. Sir. No damn sir stories, please. I know, right? Harris Waltz echoes Obama Biden. It does, Max. I'm telling you, I'm going to get out there for this campaign. I'm ready. I'm ready to walk the streets for Tim Walz. And I'll say his name right. It's not Waltz. It's Walz. There's a nice picture of Walz treating a cat properly. Oh, well, so he doesn't grab him by the pussy? Oh, why not? You know what? This is what I'll do. I'll cover this eye, the really bad eye, with hair. And then I won't. Maybe my hair will soak up the tears that are coming out of that eye. Anyway, yeah. Sir, with tears in their eyes. But can he tell the snake? Okay, what's his epic poem gonna be? Okay. And what did he do in high school? Did he dress like a drag queen to teach kids math? I'm sure there's something there. Team Kamala keeps texting me, asking me to volunteer to talk to voters. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about that, Max? You gonna do it? I know. Spell check. Fuck the spell check. Yeah. No, I think we're going to win this election. I think we have a serious set of candidates. Yeah, that's true. At least one dog likes Walz, unlike TMG. I mean, how do you not have any pets? I mean, I get it. No, I do. I do understand it. But, like, he has the ability to have a pet. Like, he's got money and staff and people that could help him take care of. Yeah, I don't think. Well, yeah, no, Max, I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not. But I don't know. Postcards. You could do postcards. Postcards. That's helpful to swing state voters. But yeah, I don't know. I think that I think this is a really good ticket. I think it is. I think Tim Walz actually represents kind of new blood, frankly. I mean, I haven't heard a lot about him. I'm sure he's been doing a great job as governor, but I just don't know that much about him. So, but I'm really excited about. Yeah, I think the postcard thing is something I definitely want to do. I should do it soon. I don't know what is holding me back from doing that. I got to do that. But I think that, I think we're moving in the right direction. to have a solid election in the fall. I do worry about the legal challenges and just the chaos that would ensue from the SCOTUS stepping in. So that gives me a lot of pause. I don't know what you can do about SCOTUS before January 20th. I don't think there's really anything one can do, right? I mean, there's just not enough time to actually enact any kind of protection against rogue SCOTUS. Right? That seems to be the question on my mind. Is how do you contain a rogue SCOTUS? And I don't know. And the other thing is that Chutkan is having her hearing. I need to understand a little bit more about what's happening with Chutkan. Hold on just a minute. I don't really totally understand that. Let me pull another window over here. Chutkan. August 16th. Okay. That's what I thought. Oh, there's a lot happening this month. Okay. The judge overseeing former President Donald Trump's federal election interference case has set a hearing for August 16th at 10 a.m. This is from an ABC News story. Trump is not required to attend. This will be the first time in 7 months the parties will appear in Judge Tanya Chutkan's courtroom. Chutkan also denied Trump's motion to dismiss the case on statutory grounds. She says they may refile the motion once issues of presidential immunity are resolved. The case has been stayed as Trump's legal team appealed presidential immunity all the way to the Supreme Court. In a 6-3 ruling last month, authored by Chief Justice John Roberts, the court found that a president has absolute immunity for acts within their core constitutional powers and a presumption of immunity for acts within the outer perimeter of this official responsibility. Judge Chutkan will be responsible for applying the Supreme Court's decision to allegations that in Trump's criminal case, including whether Trump's actions were official acts or private conduct that can be prosecuted. Trump last year pled not guilty to charges of undertaking a criminal scheme to overturn the results of the 2020 election by enlisting a slate of so-called fake electors, using the Justice Department to conduct sham election crime investigations, trying to enlist the vice president to alter the election results, and promoting false claims of a stolen election as the January 6th riot raged, all in an effort to subvert democracy and remain in power. So that's August 16th at 10 a.m. Let's see if there's something else. La la la, la la la. Okay. Oh wait, that's not this year. That's last year. I'm like, that happened? Resuming control over the Supreme Court, August 16th. I wonder, okay, I really do have this question. Is anyone able to go to the Chutkan trial? Like, can you attend the Chutkan hearing? Is there a gallery for that? Does anyone know? I don't know. I wonder. And I wonder. Ivan Raiklin can go. Don't see why not. I know, but would you have to like apply to be part of the gallery? How does that work? Or do you just line up that day? I really want to see this. I want to see something. I can't go. I mean, I can't go August 16th, but I don't know. I really want to see it. Line up that day, yeah. Okay. Well, I probably wouldn't. I wouldn't succeed. No. Man, I really want to go. I really want to see that. I really want to see some part of this. But we'll figure it out. Anyway. Oh, good morning, starshine. The earth says hello. Ivan Raiklin. I haven't seen Ivan in any any congressional shit lately. Has anyone? I haven't seen him. I feel like he's a little laying low a little bit. Mom and dad ticket. What does that mean? Mom and dad ticket. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. But what was I going to say? Shit. Oh my God. I'm so tired. I don't know why I'm so tired. I actually got some decent sleep last night. But I would really fucking love to see. Well, first, I'd love to see Chutkan in action. I imagine she's a joy to watch as a judge. And oh shit, this is not. I'm like even live. Oh, okay. There we go. Phew, phew. Well, you lucked out, lady. Lady. Oh, it's almost 8:30 there. But yeah, I would love to see that. And I haven't seen Ivan. Ivan's been laying low since he got a little more attention on his deep state hit list that he created, where he wanted to castrate people, you know, and he talked about, you know, taking out a vigilante group to go and make arrests of all the deep state actors that he wanted to castrate. Yeah, remember that? And then I guess it got a little more attention than he wanted it to. And that's literally the time that he went really underground, I think. Just in terms of these hearings and shit like that. I haven't even seen Mickey or Nicole at them. Are they still around? Didn't see video, but there was some threatening post from him yesterday. Oh, okay. I think he's blocked me. Maybe not. Maybe that's why he's quiet. It's because he blocked me and I'm just not seeing his tweets. That's been known to happen. Is it true his pitch to some sheriffs didn't go well? I don't know about that. I don't know. It depends on which sheriffs he was talking to. If he was talking to kind of normal sheriffs, it probably didn't go well. But if he was talking to like the Constitutional Sheriffs Police Order of America or whatever the fuck it's called, CSPOA, then it probably went real well. But yeah, no, he really, I mean, I think he was saying things that were really like legitimately threats. And I it just like, it seemed he went underground like almost immediately after that got a little more attention. And his derp state list that he was gonna, and he used to put up like pictures of the tool that you use to, the tool that he uses to castrate animals. Yeah, he puts a picture of that up with it. You know, this guy's he's not quiet about what he wants to do. I don't think wanting to do something is a crime. So it's not like you can get him on a thought crime, but I don't know. He seems to be pretty, he could inspire others to do shit. He certainly wants to have that sway. So, I don't know. Did you see Trump's interview? You know, actually, I did see a little bit that the chair sniffer. Who's a chair sniffer? I did. Aiden Ross. I can't remember. What's Aiden Ross's story? Other than just probably being a Nazi. Sorry. Not sorry. What's Aiden Ross's story? I did see some of that. Oh, wait. You guys hearing a buzzing? Maybe it was just me. Okay, hold on. Let me, I can pull that up. It was a dumb interview. It was really fucking dumb. Like, legitimately dumb.
What's going on here? What?
And look at there's like this small, pathetic little crowd of people that were probably in the gift shop. Oops. And the angle, everything about this was so fucking creepy. Everything about this. Look at this. Wait, I'll just do this. Look at this crowd. These are like legitimately people they probably just dragged in. I don't know, this fossil. There's a fossil over here. There's another fossil standing. And this is Aiden Ross. Now, I don't remember what he's really dumb, but I mean, I think he's like evil. Like, I think he's part of the Groiper shit. I don't really know. I don't really care, but anyway, we'll play a little bit of it.
This is going to be fake today, but, we proved them wrong. So.
You're right in the living room of Mar-a-Lago.
In the living room.
This to be ever done. So you're the first, just about.
Thank you.
Great sound, too.
A little fun today. And my son Baron says hello. He's a great young guy, but he's a big fan of yours.
What's up, Baron? Yeah, Baron's awesome. He's a great kid. Amazing. He's tall. Very tall.
He's tall, good student.
Yeah, he's very smart. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, isn't he? Yeah, I think he might be Groiper adjacent. I just can't remember. There's something about Aiden Ross that he did that is really stupid.
I just want to say you're a true hero for this country, and I really appreciate you.
Look at his ear. Everything's fine.
Yeah,
That's the least traumatized wound I've ever seen.
Give me a. That's great.
Do you know what live streaming is on these platforms?
More or less, yeah.
Yeah.
More or less. It's the new wave.
It's the new wave. I'm going to explain it.
It's the new wave.
So I'm going to show you this chat right now. Let me show you this. So this is the live chat. Right. So you already broke the website in 5 minutes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you broke it. The chat wasn't working. But we're fixing it. It's just very slow.
The chat wasn't
Everyone
working.
in the chat say hello. You guys can put hi in the chat. And W's mean it's good. W means win. Yeah. Yep. So
does that is that what it means, Aiden? Right. He's been banned from a lot of sites for racism. Who in Trump's campaign thought this was this is a feature, not a bug.
I think we could do it.
Oh, good. Oh, you'd do much more.
You think so?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, I'm excited. I'm thrilled. Elon actually already he commented on the X post that I went live already.
Well, Elon is a great guy.
Yeah, he's great.
He's really a fantastic person. Little imagination he's got, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Rockets and tunnels and everything.
And tunnels? Really? Tell us more.
So let's get started.
What did he say about tunnels?
We'll touch base on some topics.
Please.
And then we'll do some fun stuff.
Sounds good.
Cool? Let's have a good time.
What kind of fun stuff?
The first thing is, the reason why,
that old guy doesn't look well. I know, he doesn't.
That are first-time voters watching today.
Mm-hmm.
And I want
or
to
no-time
make it clear
voters.
to everybody that you're a human being. You're a great human being. I want you to basically talk in this camera, talk to them and explain why it's very important as a
Look up, Grandpa. Look up, Grandpa.
I'd love to do that, and I love having a young audience. This is young. I think you have some oldsters, too, because I also know some oldsters that are listening and watching. But it's about the American dream. Right now, you don't have the American dream. We have a country that's not respected, a country that's being laughed at, a country that just a little while ago we're having a stock market explosion in a negative way as opposed to a positive way. And that's been happening for
Mar-a-Lago has tunnels,
it's been
right.
simmering and really happening for quite a while.
Oh, yeah. How about a
And
microphone?
We're going to make this country so strong and so great. And when you're ready for your job, you're going to get a great job.
You're going to get a great job.
You can make the kind of money this guy's making, maybe even more if that's possible. Right?
I'm trying to get like you, boss.
But you'll live your life and you'll be successful. And
Wait, he just did the little snake tongue thing. Watch. Wait.
And really happy.
Watch the snake tongue thing going on over here.
Make this country so strong and so great. And when you're ready for your job, you're going to get a great job. A job
creep.
So you can make the kind of
Look at
money
him.
this
He's like
guy's making.
Adderalled up. He's all addied up.
I'm trying to get like you, boss.
But you'll love.
This kid is such a fucking idiot. I need to get the Wait, I need the tongue sticking out. Come on, give me just a little bit of the tongue. Damn it, I'm gonna miss the tongue. Damn it. damn it, they're gonna just totally deny me the tongue thing.
Teachers, discuss politics in school, but it's becoming really normal for a lot of teachers. And you're a kid.
More
when you're a
tongue.
kid, your brain is like a sponge.
Is
high
it?
school in California, okay? And
at a young age, it's really wonderful to think about the American. He suggested they go to Venezuela. They are so bad, it's hard to believe. But anyway, so Venezuela, their crime is down 72% because they've taken their criminal elements, which are large, it was a very dangerous
large,
place, especially
very
Watkins
large,
in the different cities, and they've moved them into the United States.
Yes, they did. They actually moved them. I don't know if it was Jason Miller who moved them,
Yeah.
but it was
Who happened to
someone.
be here, I believe.
they are.
Someone moved them.
Hey, Mom, hey, Dad.
Oops.
Are you thrilled with what they're doing? I don't think so. I don't think they're thrilled.
No. What? Who the fuck is
their crime
that?
rate is down 72%.
Right.
Because they're drug dealers.
Yeah, they're not thrilled with what
they're
Venezuela is
criminals, they're
doing.
murderers, they're rapists. Everything's being moved into the United States. And soon they will have moved all of their criminals into the U.S. They won't have crime. She's not doing anything. She's not doing any interviews. Because I don't believe she's capable. She starts, I don't know, she's strange. The whole thing is strange. Let's put it this way. Our country's in big trouble.
Oh boy.
Yeah. I spoke to your son, Don Jr., when I met you in Doral.
Right.
I spoke to Don Jr. a little bit. He
This is a
said,
good
"Man,
clip.
I feel for
This is a good
the
clip.
young generation. You guys are look at this. Like, look what's going on here. Like, it's like you need these next 4 years. If not, I don't. He's like, I don't know how well the country's going to do after these 4 years.
I don't think it survives. I really don't.
Damn.
Look, we're going to have 20 million
Look.
people in by the time this election takes
Look.
place. 20 million people. That's bigger than New York State. Many
Wait.
of those people are people that you
I can't
should
grab
not
my
have, and
concertina.
we're all for
Otherwise I
everything.
would.
Every
Don and
all men are
Elon.
created
Oh,
equal is the
yes.
expression.
Oh, my
Of
God.
course. And now
Yes.
today they say all men and women are
Yeah.
created equal. When
Yeah.
they wrote that, it was a slightly different time. Today, that alone is a politically incorrect
Yeah.
statement.
Yeah, it
right?
is.
So all men and
It
women
is.
are created
He's
equal. Everything.
trying.
But the fact is,
Got the Groyper
when you're
vote.
dumping all of
They
these
don't vote.
criminals and all of these drug dealers,
I've got bad news
all of
for
these
them.
people into our country.
These
they're
kids
really
don't
hurting
vote.
our country
They
badly.
don't.
It has to be. We have to take very strong measures.
We definitely do. We definitely do. Moving to the next. Oh,
Where they from countries nobody ever heard of, and that's what
Countries
they
nobody
can't
ever
have a
heard
nuclear
of.
Weapon. It's very simple. They can't have a nuclear weapon. You cannot let Iran have a nuclear
Gator
weapon.
says it. No.
So what happens is
I don't know what he is.
we worked very hard.
Yeah, he
on
is
that,
giving
and then
elderly,
comes
isn't
in
he?
And he allows everybody to go. China now is buying millions. Like
Okay.
I don't think Joe would have dropped to the floor. I think it's.
no, I think you would have just been like, what's going on?
What's happening?
What is that?
Where are those bullets?
a
come
bird?
from? Oh, there they are. There they
Yeah.
are. No, I don't think he would have dropped to the floor.
Right.
But anyway, it's when you hear this and when you see what's going on, and he called up, and there's a very iconic picture that was taken. But there's a number of them actually. But there's one in particular that was very iconic, and it's been on the covers with the fists up. And the secret agents, service agents.
The secret agents.
And I know they're going through a little bit of a questioning period. Let me tell you, these people were brave because those bullets were coming at me, and I heard them. They were whizzing over my head. I had the one here, and I went down, and they were whizzing over, and I had 7 people, maybe, a lot of people, a lot of very big people on top of me within seconds.
Right.
And a lot of people that I know would not have done that. Aiden, I'm telling you, when bullets are coming
Aiden,
right
I'm
over
telling you.
and you got people willing to. I asked a couple of them. They expected to die. They actually expected to die, and I understood that.
Yeah.
The other thing that happened that was amazing is within 5 seconds, the sniper, the Secret Service sniper, from a much further distance, 1 bullet, and didn't know about it. Now it was a communication problem, a big one, and had it taken place, 10 seconds earlier, would have been good. But there was a communications problem. But he, supposedly, I don't think he knew. I mean, I've gone through it too. I don't think the sniper knew anything about it. He may have heard there could be a problem, but he didn't know anything about it. Think of it. A thing like that happens. He went by the gun and the fire.
okay.
Of the
Really?
gun. And I guess when the
All
bullets
right.
come out, you see fire. And he was able to see that from probably more than 300 yards away.
Okay,
So
that's fine.
3 football fields. That's a
Cap.
lot. And 1 bullet took him out. And if he didn't shoot him, you would have had probably a lot of people dead.
Right.
probably a lot of people would have been dead. He had a lot of bullets up there. He had a powerful gun, and he had a lot of bullets up there. And the reason he stopped was he got hit.
Is he really?
5
I didn't know
seconds.
that.
That's a pretty amazing job.
I didn't
when
know
you
that.
think, it's sort of a surreal experience. Right?
Yeah.
And you could say that for them, too. And they go years, and they don't have to do that. They don't have to shoot people. And then all of a sudden, they're confronted, and they see somebody firing. And a lot of people wouldn't react like that. They wouldn't, they'd say,
God, it's almost like
let's
they're
call
trained to
in and
do
find
it.
out what's going on.
Right.
His
He
reaction
sniffed
time, I
Andrew
think,
Tate.
was
Oh, my
amazing. So
God.
There was a big
Oh, my
communication
fucking
problem, and
God.
I'll get that straightened out. But the people, the Secret Service people.
Oops, sorry. Had to turn it off. Those guys are disgusting. Disgusting. Oh, my God, you guys. I didn't realize that's what it was. Oh, she doth protest too much. Me? Oh, no. Oh, good morning, Teresa. You ready to waze? All right. Yes. That's really disgusting. Yeah, so that was the Aiden Ross ridiculous. I don't understand. I do not. I thought he was known for something else. Oh, ready for waltz? Yeah, we are. We are. We are ready. Ready to waltz. Walls. We're ready to walls. I know. It's just. I just, I kind of look at Republicans and just go, really? Really? This is the best you can do? Really? This is the best? This is it? This is what we got? You're going to die on this hill? On this classless, idiotic, just no common sense hill? They looked pretty cramped in that stupid car. Yeah. Yeah, I'm ready to dance. Let's dance. Trump picks the best interviews. I know. Who is advising him? I don't even know who's running his campaign. Like, who is running his campaign? Is it Brad Parscale again? I mean, what the hell is happening? Is it Dan Scavino? I don't get it. Oh, you gave me a DM? Oh, God. Okay. I'm not sure if I want to see it or no. I'm almost better living with just the mental image. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Steve Miller. What about Steve Miller? Trump Jr. Oh, wait. There was that art. Yeah, that actually was something. Wait, hold on. Because there was that interview. Was it an interview with Trump Jr. and Elon? Wait, let me see. Because there was something about Elon and Trump Jr. God damn it. Can't remember now. Elon and Don Trump Jr. I guess not, maybe. 3 weeks ago. I thought, oh, well, here, let me go to Rumble. Sorry, but I have to go to Rumble to see Don Jr. Don Jr. had some kind of weird show last night. I know. I didn't catch it, but. America's voice. Real America's voice. For you. It's real America's voice. Oh, this one. Okay. This is what I wanted to watch yesterday, but I didn't watch it. He had Eric Prince on yesterday. I know. Keep looking. Wait, what does that mean? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Trump actually said to Aiden that he did that because Junior told him to. Oh, yes, that's right. Yeah, the interview. Yeah. Meeting on Vincent and Kimberly. Oh, he had Kimberly on his show? Wow.
We're going to fight very, very hard. Whatever you can do to help, because they have a lot of money. They don't have good...
Best and worst dinner for your waistline. Sweet potatoes. Try to find the purple sweet potato. They're the highest.
This whole thing is an intro. 5 minutes of an intro. Oh yeah, Chris LaSavita and Susan Wiles co-campaign. Susie Wiles.
Triggered. We have a lot to get. Perfect.
What's going on?
Into a little bit early because he's about to hop on a plane to go international. Is none other than former Navy SEAL,
None other than
Blackwater founder,
blah blah blah
a guy who's done it all.
Blah blah blah.
He understands
Blah
the
blah.
Middle East, he understands the markets. He understands war. He's
Oh,
made
he
billions
understands
doing
everything.
someone
He
we can
understands
talk
how to
about.
make a woman
You see what's
smile.
going on in the world today. You see the Kamala crash. You see the disaster that's going on.
A tested winner.
It's what we've been telling you about,
criminal,
folks, from moment
if you
one.
will.
The market is reacting to the media fluffing Kamala Harris, making
Is
her
that
seem
what it's
confident,
doing,
not
Don?
filling her word salads, pretending
It's
she
oh
wasn't
my
actually
God.
the borders are, lying to you and saying she wasn't
Seems
the
like an
most
opportunity to
radical liberal
buy
in the
for
United
me,
States. They're telling you
Don
all of these
Jr.
things, and that is why
Why?
we have to pay attention to
What?
how we protect ourselves. We can do that with gold. That's why I
Oh.
talk about the Birch Gold Group.
The
all
Birch
time.
Gold Group,
Text
his
Don Jr.
his
to the
sponsor.
number 989898. Okay, that's how you get
Text
your free information.
text
You
Don
can turn
Jr.
A 401k.
Do not do
or an
this, by the
IRA
way. Do
into
not.
an IRA
Do
in
not
gold.
do
You can that
anything. But
tax
that's
and
interesting that he
penalty-free.
uses
But,
that as
crazy.
okay. Shut up.
It's really it's gone full Soviet, where you know they just don't believe you're lying.
The
eyes.
last
It's
face
like we're
you
living
see
through
before the room
1984,
goes dark.
and they actually think we're that dumb. And sadly,
Y'all
there's
better
enough
listen
low
before the
information voters that
cocaine
actually might
wears
be affected
off.
by it. So, you know,
It's gonna deep. Look, he's falling asleep.
we need to do a better job of making sure we turn out people that care
And there you have it.
about the economy, that care about
There
their
you
jobs.
go.
Even Jim Cramer today said, if you care about your
Where
paycheck,
are
you have to
you?
vote for Donald Trump.
Really? But the
pretty
problem is when
straightforward.
Kramer
Oh, really?
says it,
Jim
they usually
Kramer
wanna
said
short
that?
it.
Wow.
I'm like,
Well,
oh,
if
that's the
Jim
kiss of
Kramer
death.
said it, then wow.
You usually want to go the opposite, but I think even Jim Kramer understands. Yeah, listen, and honestly, that's what it is.
Every accusation is a
stock market on a
confession.
day-to-day basis doesn't affect most
Abso-fucking-lutely,
Americans,
Grace.
but it does affect your
Abso-fucking-lutely.
401k. You combine that with the inflationary properties that we see going on in the world. You see, I go to
Inflationary
look at a new
properties.
car, I look at this. I'm like, man, I remember when cars were a third this expensive, and I'm not.
That is
old.
not true.
Sure. And
people are getting
when they
Is not
when
true.
you look at the massive additional deficit spending that they've done for the last 4 years,
Really?
the so-called
Oh,
Inflation Reduction
what
Act,
about what Trump did?
which has had exactly the opposite effect, and we
No,
have
it hasn't.
50% more money.
God, they just
So literally
lie.
1/3
I'm
of our
sorry.
national debt
I
is
can't.
accrued over the last.
They just fucking lie. I'm telling you. So Mima is sitting at home watching this and going, oh, that nice Mr. Prince who is on the television today, and he said that I should buy gold. Like literally, they just fucking lie. Lie. The Inflation Reduction Act has not raised inflation. That is not how it works. Well, it is not. Yeah. What about all your government contract money that you work for the government? Are those checks coming on time? It's not on yet. I have it live. I think. Yeah, I do. I have it live, but it hasn't come on yet. But yeah, it's just like, this is so ridiculous. Like, stop lying. This is why I'm telling you, these trials and the disbarments are really important to watch, because what is flooding the zone is Eric Prince and Don Trump Jr. Whacking each other off on Rumble, right? That is what's getting through. No, Grace, absolutely. Good question. Please keep me on point. It has to happen. Trump's used his inheritance over Don Jr.'s head. I think that's terrible. Trump's father did the same to his older brother, and it destroyed him, and he became an alcoholic. Well, I think the ship has sailed. I think the addiction ship has sailed. for Don Jr. I think he is addicted to something. I don't know what it is, but I don't know. We might rhyme with joke, but what is happening, and I'm going to continue to push on this, is that if they get into a courtroom or into a board of professional responsibility, they can't push their line of bullshit past a judge. And so these trials, as out of date as they might feel, or as inconsequential as some of them might feel, are so important because we have to have a public record that the lies have been debunked. Otherwise, we memory hole the entire logic of how we got here. And then, what are we left with? I don't know. It just... it makes me mad. Mwah, 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 mwah. Anyway. They believe everything he says. Yeah. The Supreme Leader. And it's not even really him. I mean, yes, the base pays attention to Trump. But I'm telling you, it's pretty clear to me that he is a necessary evil for the rest of them, like the Eric Princes of the world, right? I don't think Eric Prince has any respect for a Trump, because I bet you that Eric Prince says, you never get your hands dirty. I could really see Eric being someone who's like, these guys are a means to an end, and that's all they are. And I'm going to use them and abuse them until they're no longer useful to me. And the thing that makes him useful is that he has avoided consequences for the most part. And they, I would think, people like Eric Prince, Mike Flynn, Steve Bannon, whoever, I think they look at that as a strength for Trump. They think his asset to them is that he has so far escaped real consequence. And they do share a common worldview. I'm not saying there's not a definite worldview shared, but I don't know if that's what you mean, but yeah. Chutkan is not effing around. She has picked up the pace, already issued 2 orders of denial, right? Setting August 16th for a live hearing. Yep. She put in a nice dig to Cannon on page 3. Ooh. Scott. What? What? When is this trial starting? My God. Anybody work over there in Colorado? I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Okay, let me see if I can find... Oh, you know what? I think I saved it in my bookmarks. God damn it. Get down there. Oops. I kind of want to read this Lisa Rubin analysis of it. Hold on, let me pull this over here. Come here. Come here. Come here, kitty, 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 kitty. Oh, that's not very big. Sorry. There we go. Okay, I'll read it. Don't worry. Tanya Chutkan did not come to play. This is a Lisa Rubin post from August 3rd. 9 their time. Oh, okay, great. So not very long. Thank you so much, Grace. I appreciate that. Tanya Chutkan did not come to play, and even as her case was stayed, she was getting ready. Case in point, her 16-page decision issued tonight rejecting Trump's motion to dismiss for selective and vindictive prosecution. From its first substantive paragraph, the opinion stings, asserting Trump's alternate narrative that the government charged him for publicly disputing the election outcome is an improper reframing of the indictment belied by its express words. Let me see if I can read this. Oh my God. At the outset, the court must address... I don't think I can make this bigger. I'm going to try. No, it's not going to let me. It's not going to let me make it any bigger. At the outset, the court must address, as it has before, defendant's improper reframing of the allegations against him. He declares that the indictment amounts only to a government theory that it is illegal to dispute the outcome of an election and work with others to propose alternate electors. That description mischaracterizes his alleged conduct. Defendant is charged with knowingly making false statements in furtherance of criminal conspiracies and for obstruction of election certification proceedings. The indictment does not charge defendant for publicly disputing the election outcome and merely working with others to propose alternate electors. Indeed, it expressly states, defendant had a right, like every American, to speak publicly about the election and even to claim falsely that there had been outcome determinative fraud during the election and that he had won. He was also entitled to formally challenge the results of the election through the lawful and appropriate means. At this stage, the court cannot accept defendant's alternative narrative. That's pretty good. Me. After establishing the legal elements of each claim, Chutkan dismantles Trump's argument. He's not similarly situated to others who have not been prosecuted, she concludes, because in prior election disputes, no one faced allegations that they engaged in criminal conduct to obstruct the electoral process. Chutkan then turns to Trump's purported proof of the government's discriminatory intent, finding he misinterpreted or overread articles in the New York Times and Washington Post that don't prove DOJ prosecutors or President Biden were out to get Trump, as he often recites. I kind of want to read, I want to read this actual document. She similarly concluded that a statement Biden made in November 2022 signaled nothing but his intent to vigorously campaign against Trump should he declare his candidacy, and that the coexistence of his campaign with the case itself is not itself proof of any improper motive. Over the next several pages, Chutkan further explains why Trump cannot establish the even more demanding test for vindictive prosecution, which requires proof that the government actually or likely punished the defendant for asserting his legal rights. She determines that there's no evidence that the government pursued the case because Trump pled guilty, or not guilty, to the unrelated Mar-a-Lago classified documents case, and notes the timing and sequence of events on which Trump relies cannot, without more, prove vindictiveness. And finally, she denies his request for an evidentiary hearing to show the government is lying about its investigation, but to get more fact-finding, Trump would have had to show her at least some evidence tending to show selective prosecution. Instead, she concludes, he offered her no meaningful evidence nor any persuasive explanation as to how further fact-finding would help him establish the necessary elements of a selective prosecution claim. So now the parties move towards their August 9th. Okay, so August 16th we know is the hearing. And then we'll read the opinion. I really appreciate tweeters who post the link to the opinion. Hi, Oren. Media Literacy Morning. Good morning, Media Literacy. Oh, wait, this is just the order? I don't want that. Where's the... Girl, that's not opinion. The opinion's not there. Dag nabbit. Okay. Oops. Oh, it's not going to let me do that. 1-20. Oh, man. Fuck. I want to go... What? You guys are dumb. Hold on. I must have the Chutkan thing. I know I put it... Yay! You're welcome. Let me see. Blurda. Here we go. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. That's not it either. Dang it. Dang it. Dang it. Okay, wait. Blah, 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 blah. Blurp, 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 blurp. Please, please, please. Come on now. God damn it. Okay, wait. Let me check my bookmarks. Damn. Girl, you know it's true. Ooh, I love you. Ooh. Girl, you know it's true. Oh, I literally had that. Oh my God. I literally bookmarked just her fucking tweet. Bless America. All right. Girl, you know it's true. Wait, is this? Oh, descending. Oh man, it's only on Pacer. Fuck. Fucking fuck, fuck. Fucking fuck, fuck. Oh wait, maybe it's not. Oh maybe. Oh maybe. Actually, no. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh, puppies. Puppies, puppies. Oh my God. Puppies, puppies. Check in opinion. Oops. Okay, hold on. Everybody hold on. Everybody hold on. Why does it do that? Fucking hate this. Just hold on, baby. Please, please, for mommy. Please, for mommy. Girl, you know it's true. I know. You can't see it. I know. Hold on. Okay, I'm going to have to walk the dog. I'm so sorry. But I'm going to leave. Well, I'm going to be back before they get started. But I'll leave Tina's face right there. How about that? Okay, I'll BRB. Oh my God, sorry. It is so warm out there. It is so bloody warm out there. Okay, let's catch up with everybody. The dog, man, the dog has to do that. Scott, did you read Mary Trump's book? Here's the thing. I appreciate Mary Trump for speaking up. I really do. And sometimes her show is really great in terms of the guests she has and stuff like that. I'm a little done with Trump's benefiting off of, themselves. I'm done. And also, I was watching Mary Trump's show one day, and it was a while ago. It was a long time ago, and someone was on her show, and they were like, "We have to just like start over again, right? The Constitution, it needs to be revised and blah, 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 blah." And she was agreeing with this person. And I was like, what the fuck are you even talking about, you stupid idiot? What the fuck are you even talking about? What do you mean throw out the Constitution? Do you know how it works in other countries? Because what they do is they throw out their Constitution sometimes too when they switch leaders. And it's not a good thing. It's a bad thing. And the idiocy and kind of like, who the fuck are you, Mary? Who the fuck are you? Right? Like, I'm sorry. So I don't begrudge anyone who really admires, listens, follows. She does have great guests on sometimes, and she has a perfect right to what she has written and said and done. But my God, what she now has is a fucking media empire built off the back of other people's suffering. And that seems ridiculously unfair. The people that get the glory or that get the attention drives me absolutely fucking bonkers, because they end up being fucking fake ass narcissists. And I'm sorry, she's a fucking Trump. And she's bitter because her dad got cut out of something. So I don't really give a shit about millionaire children who are upset. I just don't. Good for you for speaking up. That's bare minimum. That's bare minimum. Glad you made your money. I can't. It's like all the reporters that write books and all that shit. I just can't. Fuck, man. I can't. I just see too many people waltz through this world and don't, and for whatever weird idiosyncrasy, their voices are amplified, and others, and not even mine. I'm not even really talking about mine. I mean, I am in some regards, but in many regards, I'm talking about other voices who you just they don't get amplified the same way. Like, my show has not taken off while contemporaries of mine have taken off, because they deal in shit show. And one of the primary reasons my shit doesn't take off is because I don't really deal in shit show. I mean, I certainly have my meltdowns and stuff like that, but I really do try to come on and like learn something. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's important. And that's what I want to do with my platform. And I don't begrudge anyone who's just an entertainer, but my God, consider yourself just an entertainer. I mean, there's room at the table for everybody. But my God, don't consider yourself to be serious. Stop it. You don't get that. You don't get that, Grace. Sorry. I mean, eyewash. Yeah, never a lolcow. Oh, I mean, and I'm always a lolcow. I kind of learned that one early on. Thanks, Grace. I'm glad. And I'm not, the thing is, yeah, she has grifty vibes. Thank you, Kathy. That's kind of the feeling that I'm having, is that it's just like another person who really didn't have to do much in order to get really amplified. And I'm really done with the people who write their books. Really done with that. That makes me so angry. Jonathan Carl and all those people. Oh my God. I cannot stand them. I can't stand them. I'm glad you found my show too. And I really am not trying to say, oh, I'm so much this, I'm so much that. I mean, I feel good about what I do. Don't get me wrong. I have a very healthy amount of ego about what I do. But I also feel like I have a ton to learn. And I don't actually do the job I want to do, which is to have a much more, to bring you a much more organized show that starts, that helps just like break down different things that we're experiencing together, but in ways that are really kind of solid, right? Like solid facts, solid research, all that kind of stuff. And I'm not there by any stretch. Oh my God. I turn on the camera and away we go. But I hope that's my aspiration. My aspiration is that I have a more serious show where people are like, wow, I really come there to just kind of get something broken down or whatever. So that's my goal, really. And media literacy. My goal is media literacy. My goal is that people feel like they can know where to turn, to get information, or what questions to ask about the information that they're hearing, all that kind of stuff, and to learn. Oh my God, I want to learn. I know. Well, I try, but I don't, Grace, and that's really kind of you to say that. And I have a real healthy ego about what I do and who I am. I mean, I'm not suffering from that really. But I feel like I'm just the right amount hard on myself to do a really good, like Hal Sparks. To me, Hal Sparks is aspirational because not only is he hilarious, but also he has a great formula for his show. It's very current, it's funny, and it's well researched. And he has a really good handle on a lot of these situations, and I'm really impressed with that. So I look at him and say, wow, that's someone I want to emulate a little bit in terms of how he, approaches his show. So I think that is a benefit, right, Grace? I think having like community, because that's another thing that's really arisen out of out of the lounge and the shows that we do, is that, as you can tell, like this chat is really fucking smart. Well, thanks. That's nice of you. This chat is really smart. And it is like a clubhouse. It's like you can come in here and just be with other smart people who have questions or are funny or talented musically or whatever. Like, we've got such a great, and that is not, his chat is impossible. That is true. And you know what? It is like a salon. It's kind of, and that's, I used to get really sad, and I do still sometimes get sad if I don't have like a ton of viewers or stuff like that. Because for me, it's not about like, I don't make money off of any of my streams really, except for the generosity that people give. So I'm not getting ad revenue, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So for me, it really, it matters more like, the fact that we have a really solid foundation of being in the room. You got blocked. I don't think I've gotten blocked. I think I got blocked on Midas Touch. I think I got blocked once on Midas Touch, but I don't know. But yeah, I feel like the one thing that, while we may not have like thousands of viewers, I don't have thousands of subscribers and stuff like that. What we do have is like a really solid, a solid people, solid people in the chat. And I think that we benefit from that. We benefit from what people bring to the chat. We have a few really, like some of the most amazing OSINT people in our community. Like Gal and Teresa and Clayberg and Jay Rance and Jim Stewartson and stuff like that. It is said that only a handful of people ever bought Velvet Underground's first album. Is that really true? Is that really true? Lookner put me on a timeout once. Oh, I've definitely been timed out in Lookner. I have definitely. Oh my God. Lookner and I, his fans are rabid too. Boy, you be careful because those fans, they'll cut you. They'll cut a bitch. I'm telling you. You think Lookner is Trumpy or... But each went on to participate in an influential musical ensembles. It's true. Actually, I thought they came from other ensembles to form Velvet Underground. Is that not true? It's the other way around. Velvet Underground spawned a bunch of talented musicians. Have I got it wrong all these years? Lookner is Trumpy. Lookner is just ignorant. I feel like he's super ignorant. And the problem, here's the thing. And I've already said this, so I'm already... Read the whole assertion. It is said that only a handful of people ever bought Velvet Underground's first album, but each went on to participate in influential... The people who bought the albums went on to... Sorry. Yeah, I feel like he's just ignorant. Like he tries. I mean, I admire the fact that he tries... He tried. Oh, I see. So the people, they went on. Yeah. That's true. It's true. Now I get it. Oh, shit. We got a court case. Hold on. Miss Chutkin, we're coming back to you. Anyway, sorry about that diversion. But sometimes people just piss me off. You know what I mean? And it's my show, so I get to say when people piss me off. Yeah, so Lookner, here's the thing. I admire what Lookner on Agenda Free Television is trying to do. He's trying to bring breaking news in a really thoughtful and like comprehensive way. The problem is that's really hard to do across the sectors, right? Across the topics of conversation. That's impossible for anyone to really be on top of. I think he does a pretty good job actually of at least trying to source good information, but I think he jumps to conclusions, and that's not a good thing. And they're wrong. Like when the bank failure happened, I was all up his ass about him almost causing a bank run by his stupid commentary on Silicon Valley Bank. So we're not really. I'm not a huge fan, but I do watch him, and I think he's one of the only people that really brings kind of, like the news to you, along with some nimble jumping around of pulling different source information. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know what I would do. I don't know if that's a task that anyone can do like perfectly, you know? Like, I'm not sure that really is something that anyone could expect him to do. But, yeah. Good morning, Your Honor. Bring on the justice. I don't know how many more witnesses the state has, but we're still in the state's witnesses right now, and then we'll turn it over to the defense. And they have about 14 witnesses, I heard. We'll see if they all show up. Lookner doesn't have viewers on his own. Lookner's show... Look show separate from Agenda Free. Oh, that's true, Muskie. I've seen his he does these fun little, like, well, they're not fun because they're kind of boring, but he does this thing at, two more. Okay. Oh, thanks. Kathy, thank you so much. By the way, today I'm not going to check the analytics because that will freeze the keyboard and the mouse. That's what happened yesterday. And it's happened 2 times. And it's every time I check the analytics during the stream, it literally locks up my keyboard. So I can't turn the stream off. I can't do anything. I can't adjust the volume. I can't change the form. I can't do it's so frustrating. I don't know what it is. But yeah, anyway. So anyway, I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be like, you don't count your money. When you're sitting at the table, there'll be time enough to count for counting when the dealing's done. You just wanted to break my stride. Are you my dad? You know, funny enough, Kathy, I think he is. So yes, this is now the Maury. This is now the Maury show. Are you the father? That's what I should do. I should do a fucking like Maury Povich type show on the internet. I think I'll do that. Do you think if I switched, like, if I became a different like type of streamer, do you think people would notice? Do you think people, oh, they must have turned off the thing. Do you think people would notice if I totally changed my vibe and became like, you know, an IP2 streamer or something? I moved into an RV and just started like smoking pot and just having the camera on all day. I'm not going to say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. Keep it to yourself. You would notice. Yeah, I think everyone would. Garbage sells. You're not garbage. Oh, I'm not garbage. Wait, you're not the father. You are not the father. 13 would. Wait. 13 would. Ouch. 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 I'm going to be honest with you, and I'm not saying this to get pity, although, you know.
In the Peters matter, all the parties are present. Good
morning, here we go. Oh, there's my babe. It's my new crush.
Jury trial. The court's hearing this morning.
Oh my God, I just really I love smart men.
That aren't really important.
Sorry.
Are we ready to bring in our next witness, Mr. Shapiro?
Yes, we are.
And who is it?
It'll be David Stahl.
And have you let the cameraman know about the court's order?
Oh, this is the guy that can't have his face on.
Order, and I just want to ask the court to remind the cameraman, during breaks, unfortunately, the cameraman left the audio on, so there were some conversations between the parties. We'd ask when we're not in session that the audio be disconnected so we can talk freely.
Okay. Right, so just try to remember to disconnect the audio. And I would obviously...
This guy's like...
Counsel know to be mindful of the fact that sometimes the audio may not get disconnected.
That's all right. So, we're small but mighty. That's what we are. That's what I keep telling myself. The lounge is small but tiny. Yeah, and so I mean the actually the end of that story, all my venting and ranting, not lying, is that I actually really appreciate the fact that it's hard to find a YouTube channel that is not that other stuff. You know what I mean? Like, and maybe it's just my algorithm. I'm sure it is just my algorithm, but I don't find as many like community chats where I feel like, oh, I could join this community. You know what I mean? I could see myself being part of this community. So I think from that standpoint, it was totally on camera. I know he was told, and that dude apparently is not the guy that was supposed to be protected. So I guess the good news is that that's fine. Today is the day we need to be careful of not showing the guy. So I can always cut the video if I have to. Although again, I don't know if my 17 viewers necessarily have much to do with that. This is a pretty good group. Maybe do some shorts about your show. You know what I think I should do? Here's the thing, Muskie. I think I should do more clips, and I think I should do more more edited content. Because the one thing I don't do is I don't edit my shows after the fact to clean them up. And, you know, like, I think I need to, I think you're right. I think I should create some edited pieces.
Let's get the jury in.
But yeah. So again, that I mean comes down to, I know that I need to put more work into this in order for it to grow in ways that I would love to see it grow, because I want the message out. So I think that's something that I need to, I need to work on that. Hi, easily distracted. How are you? You woke up very early, nap done. Oh, I have not taken a nap yet. Later today. Anyway, welcome. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the state of Colorado. Nil sine numine. I'm always saying that. Nil sine numine. Whatever that means. I'm going to bet you someone in this chat knows what that means. That's what I think. Okay, I'm gonna object to that. Okay, are we ready? Come on, guys. Time's a wasting. Daylight's burning. Everybody's bored. Oh, this is my last. I need to get some coffee beans. I'm out of coffee beans. That's some kind of bullshit. I'll tell you that right now. Anyway. Luke, I am your father. Nil sine numine is a Latin phrase that translates to nothing without providence or deity, or nothing without the divine will. It has been the state motto of Colorado since 1861. My lord. Well, 1876 anyway. Nil sine numine. Nothing without God. Look, they got the little Illuminati triangle too. An Illuminati.
Everyone. Thank you.
They run everything.
It's 9:32. We're on the
You're
record.
late.
The jury is present. I do apologize for the delay this morning. I know you were all here on time. My hearing this morning ran later than I anticipated it would. We had some delays with some witnesses in that hearing that caused the delay primarily, but it doesn't really matter. The fact is we are now here, and there was a delay. To the extent that you are frustrated with the delays, again, take them out on me. Do not take them out on the parties. I want to make sure that each side gets a full and fair trial, and that your frustrations for any delays or anything else are not taken out on either side. But with that being said, we are ready to go with another full day of testimony. Mr. Shapiro, People's next witness.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. This time the prosecution will call David Stahl.
Mr. Stahl, if you could please come on up here. There's a white strip of tape on the floor. I'll swear you in. Please raise your right hand.
For those just joining, the witness is not being shown for his own protection or request, so we're probably going to have a weird picture for a minute.
Seated, please state your name and then spell your last.
David Charles Stahl Jr., last name Stahl.
He's your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Stahl. How are you?
I'm well. How are you doing?
Fine. Thank you for asking. How are you employed?
I'm employed with Dominion Voting.
What role or title do you have with Dominion Voting?
My current role is Customer Success Manager.
What does that mean?
Really, it's maintaining relationships with our current customers, as well operating as a liaison between the customer and other departments of the company.
Okay. Are you involved on the engineering and scientific side, or are you more kind of on the customer service side?
It's more customer service based.
I was just looking for the 16 page, but I found it. I'm so sorry, Lee. Thank you so much for looking.
August 2019.
Prior to coming to that,
I know, this guy's probably afraid for his life. That's why he's not on screen.
I've worked in elections for the majority of my adult life. I've had some odd jobs here and there. I was a ski bum for when younger. Tried to leave the elections industry here and there, but always found my way back.
Okay. In terms of your elections
Thank you, my love.
resume, in addition to being a ski bum, which is a very Colorado resume, what type of elections work did you do?
I worked for Boulder County in my early 20s, the elections warehouse, really putting together boxes of supplies for the polling
Nice,
locations.
easily.
Testing voting equipment at that time, which was Hartner Civic at that current time.
Remind people it was Walls that deployed
Moved on
National
to
Guard during the
Grand County,
BLM
where I learned all the
during
aspects
the summer of
clerk's
2020,
office,
not
recording,
Trump.
motor vehicle elections. I'd recruited election judges, trained election judges, set up voter service and polling centers, done ADA surveys for the elections office for potential sites, and then moved into Weld County in May 2015, I believe. And then I handled really the front end operation of the office, which was voter services, which was voter service and polling centers, training election officials again, or election judges rather, making sure that we had courier routes set to empty 24-hour drop boxes, really anything that had to do with the voter service and polling center I handled.
So without getting, and my question really is less focused on the technology, the science, the computer engineering, but
That's a
in
great question, Kathy. What was the image of Walls during the
services or products
during
does
that
Dominion Voting provide?
time? I don't know what the perception was. That's actually a great question. Not ignorant
So Dominion
at all.
offers a voting system that has the capabilities to scan and tabulate ballots. We offer services to basically lay out your ballot, so to where our system can read it accurately when it goes into the machine. We offer trainings, really just election tabulation equipment to sum it up.
And are the products that are provided to a customer entered into via an agreement or a contract between the customer and the company?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And does that include hardware, including peripherals, monitors, laptops, tablets?
Yeah, hardware in a broad sense. I'm not sure if the monitors are in there or not, but yes, hardware.
Okay, and then separate from the hardware, does your company provide software?
Yes.
Does your company write the software?
Yeah, I believe it's internally done. That's kind of out of my scope, though. I'm not entirely sure there.
Absolutely. But in terms of your understanding of the software, who is the owner of the software?
Dominion Voting would be the owner of the software.
Okay. Do the counties that contract with Dominion receive a license to use the software?
That's correct.
But ultimately, ownership retains with which entity, the county or Dominion?
Dominion is the owner of the software, and it is licensed to the customer.
Okay, great, thank you. Let's talk about the trusted build process that was occurring within the state of Colorado in 2021. Of the 64 counties in the state of Colorado, do you know how many contracted at that time with Dominion?
So total, we have 62 of the 64 customers. San Juan County is a little different to where they only use an ICX ballot marking device. They do not use any tabulation of equipment of ours.
Okay, and San Juan County, is that Silverton?
Yes.
And is that because they're a small jurisdiction in terms of population?
I believe so, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think they hand count. I'm pretty sure they...
They hand count?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. So were you and your company involved in the lead up to the trusted build that was going to occur amongst the 62 Dominion counties in Colorado in 2021?
Yes.
Did that include Mesa County, Colorado?
Yes.
What was your what was your role working with the various players, whether it be the Secretary of State's office, the 62 county clerks and their staffs, as well as your company, who was the vendor?
I was coordinating the schedule, really, making sure that the county was available for those dates and that worked for the state at the same time, as well as gathering the resources internally to execute the job.
And how often would you coordinate and communicate with those various stakeholders in the ramp up to the trusted builds that were going to occur throughout the state of Colorado in 2021?
Minimum one time, I would say. A lot of times I would just send them an email telling them that this was the date that we had them scheduled for in their equipment numbers of each item.
Oh, Carla.
And just that they could confirm the equipment on hand that they had. And
Yeah,
if
I agree with
they
that,
could confirm the
Kathy.
date. And then they would write
Carla,
back saying
Walt's
yes, and if they
2020
didn't
protest
confirm the
later
date,
filed
then
civil
we would
rights
work with them
charges
trying to
against the
reschedule that
Minneapolis
Were
PD.
you aware of what date
Taught
was
history for
assigned
10 years.
Mesa
Oh, that's good.
County's
History teachers are
trusted
good.
build to
Trust
occur
me.
in 2020?
I know.
It's May 25th and 26th, 2021.
In the ramp up or lead up to Mesa County's trusted build occurring, were you aware of any communications or rhetoric or concerns that were kind of permeating in this community that got your attention?
Yes.
Can you summarize what was coming to your attention regarding elections, the trusted build, et cetera?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Overruled?
That means you can answer the question, Mr. Stahl.
Okay.
That's the dumbest objection
yeah,
ever.
We had known that there was some scrutiny coming from this area. Yeah. Could you repeat the question? I'm sorry, I got a little flustered there.
How many trusted builds did you physically attend in 2021?
2.
Which counties did you physically attend? If there's 62 counties that contract with your company, which of the 62 did you attend?
Mesa County and Delta County.
Why only Mesa and Delta County and not all 60?
So I wanted to make sure coming out here that we could provide support to the county and offer up our services, let them, let us know how we were doing, if there's anything that we could do better, if there's any information that we could provide to combat the disinformation that was out there. That's really what my job is to make sure that they have everything they need to be successful with the use of our equipment.
In May of 2021, did you know the clerk and recorder of Mesa County, Colorado?
I had met the clerk in, I believe it was 2020. I'm not sure what month I conducted a training out here.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what is the name of the clerk who you met in 2020 when you conducted a training in Mesa County?
Miss Tina Peters.
And is that person in court today?
Yes, sir.
Can you please locate Ms. Peters somewhere in the courtroom and identify an article of clothing you see her wearing?
A blue blazer, it looks to be.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that Mr. Stahl has identified the defendant subject to cross-examination.
I don't find that to be a sufficient identification.
All right, can you point in terms of direction? Is she seated, standing?
She is seated with a white blouse and a blue blazer and whitish grayish hair.
Your Honor, I'd ask at this time that the defendant has been identified by the witness subject to cross-examination.
The record will so reflect.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Stahl, in 2021, having met Ms. Peters at that time, did you anticipate meeting her at the trusted build?
Yes.
In addition to yourself, were there 2 technicians from Dominion who were going to be authorized to assist
And a big Trump face tattoo.
Secretary
We
of
don't get
State
it.
employee to work with the county to conduct the trusted build?
Yes, there were 2 technicians.
Who were the 2 Dominion technicians who were authorized to be on site to assist?
Chris Estes and Sean McCrum.
Did they appear that day? Or did
Yes.
they appear for that trusted build?
Yes.
All right. Are you yourself background checked to the satisfaction of the Secretary of State's office?
Yes, we go through a background check internally, and that satisfies the requirement by the Secretary, to my understanding.
And in May 2021, had you had a current background check conducted?
It was done on a rolling calendar year, so it was within the 12 months, but I believe it was done in 2020.
Okay. Just to confirm, on May 25th, 2021, did you go to the Mesa County's Clerk and Recorder's office here in Grand Junction, Mesa County, Colorado?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of you being there that day?
Build rapport with the clerk and the staff. offer up any services that we could and information that we could, again, to help her.
I know, they
do a
never
better
stand
job
right in
with our
front of their
equipment.
microphone.
You know, the last thing we want is somebody not to know how to use the equipment effectively. We want them to be successful, and that's what I come out here to do.
On that day, having previously met then Clerk Tina Peters, did you know her backroom elections manager by the name of Sandy Brown?
Yes.
Had you met her before?
Yes.
Were you expecting to meet her that day, Tuesday, the 25th of May, 2021?
Yes.
Did you, in fact, meet Miss Brown that day?
Yes.
In addition to then Clerk Peters and then Election Manager Brown, there was a third Mesa County elections employee identified by the name of Gerald Wood. Did you have awareness before you arrived that a purported Gerald Wood, administrative assistant, would also be attending and participating in the trusted build?
Yes.
Had you ever met the purported Gerald Wood prior to May 25th, 2021?
He's the customer
No.
care guy, for crying out loud.
Prior to attending the trusted build in question, did you know Stephanie Wenholtz?
Yes.
Had you met her face to face prior to the trusted build in question?
Yeah.
And did she occupy the role of front office elections manager
Dun,
in
dun,
Mesa,
dun,
similar
dun,
to the job you
dun,
held in
dun.
Weld County years ago?
And a poll. Find a poll.
Yeah, it's my understanding that was her position. And just to clarify, I was not considered the front-end office manager for Weld County.
Thank you for clarifying that, and that was my mistake. Who did you meet with when you arrived at the Mesa Clerk's office on the 25th of May?
We met with Clerk Peters, Sandra Brown, the state of Colorado Representative Danny Casillas, Sean McCrum from Dominion, and Chris Estes from Dominion,
Okay.
and Gerald Wood
Okay.
from Mesa County.
All right, we'll get to your meeting, Gerald Wood, in just a moment.
Okay.
Did you, during this trusted build, enter the secured tabulation room that day?
Yes.
What did you have to do upon entering that secured
I
tabulation?
want to hear them say,
Sign in.
"Is
on a clipboard
this
sheet,
Gerald
the login
Wood?"
sheet.
And have like that
You signed in
Walmart Kenny
under
Rogers
what name?
standing there. I want
David
that
Stahl.
moment in court.
When you arrived, did you get any impression as to whether Clerk Peters was appreciative of you being there?
Yeah, I think she appreciated us being there.
Perfect,
Interact with
easily.
Danny Casillas.
Perfect.
Yes.
I can't
Any
wait.
Pushback from Danny Casillas.
The
because you were
squirrels
there.
are going to be absolutely going bonkers. Oh, that poor pole
While the
bolter.
trusted
Oh my
build
God.
was, occurring, or while
That
you
was
were
hard
within the
to-
building,
It was,
was it
never
required
mind.
that you wear face masks, given that it was May 2021, and given the COVID protocols that were in place?
Yes, face masks were required.
So let's talk about Gerald Wood. You mentioned this name. Who introduced you to a person who was purportedly being held out to be Gerald Wood?
To the best of my memory, it was either Clerk Peters or Sandra Brown.
And what was said to you by the person introducing you to this person who was being held out to be Gerald Wood?
That this was Gerald Wood, an administrative assistant, and that they were cross-training him between departments, and they wanted to get him involved in the elections process.
So in a clerk's office, are there three major departments or three major areas that the clerk focuses on?
Yeah, depending on the county.
Okay.
Yeah. Can you believe
Yeah,
it,
this
Lisa?
one, yeah.
Can you
Is
believe
elections
it?
one?
Yes.
What are the other two?
Recording and motor vehicle.
And did the person introducing you as Gerald Wood explain why they wanted him to be involved with this trusted build if he was an administrative assistant?
I think they wanted him cross-trained to help out in elections in the future.
Now, the fact that you knew Stephanie Wenholtz, did you interact with her that day?
Yes.
Given that she was there and you knew her, were you surprised that she, Miss Wenholtz, was not involved in the trusted build, but this purported Gerald Wood was?
That seems
little
like a
bit.
really hard sport, pole vaulting.
Again, not my county, not my policy.
The person who was introduced to you as being Gerald Wood, the administrative assistant, How would you describe this person? Male, female, height, weight, size, approximate age?
Male, Caucasian, anywhere from 35 to 45 probably. Not a bigger gentleman, but not skin and bones either. Normal size, average size guy.
Hair color?
Did the purported Gerald Wood have a face mask on when you met him?
Hair color?
Yes.
What's his hair
While you were
color?
interacting with the purported Gerald Wood throughout the rest of the day, did he continue to wear the face mask?
Yes.
With him wearing a face mask, were you able to tell at all if he had facial hair or no facial hair, or were you unable to determine that?
Unable to determine if he had facial hair.
On the first day of the two-day trusted build, the Tuesday, the 25th, at the lunch break, what plans did you have for lunch that day?
I offered to take Clerk Peters and her staff out to lunch.
Okay. Did Miss Peters take you up on that offer?
Yes.
Did her staff accompany you? And just to be clarified, who were the two other people that were with her in the trusted build?
In the room, it was Clerk Peters, Sandra Brown, and Gerald Wood. At lunch, it was just Sandra Brown, Clerk Peters, and Chris Estes from Dominion, and myself.
Okay. So Gerald Wood did not join you for lunch.
That's correct.
So to be clear, at lunch, were masks being worn at lunch?
No.
Were masks being worn en route to lunch if you drove?
No.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
What
Mr.
color
Stahl,
was his
For the
hair?
purposes of my direct
What color was
examination,
his hair?
I have no further questions. Defense counsel may have some questions for you on cross-examination based on my direct examination. Thank you.
All
for
right, this
coming
should be
today.
good.
Thanks.
Mr. Case.
So, Your Honor, I think we should advise the court that Mr. Shapiro and I have agreed that because Mr. Stahl is under our subpoena,
Okay.
that out of convenience for him, I can go beyond the scope of direct.
If that's the agreement, then let's make the record.
Yes, Your Honor. It's just going to be.
Yeah. Did anyone
clear
actually sniff your chair?
that
Would the
based
restaurant
on
have
that
cameras? Yeah.
understanding That Mr. Stahl is under a defense subpoena. When a question is asked beyond the scope, I get to come back and use impeaching techniques or cross-examination techniques, including leading questions.
Okay, I'll let that marinate for a little bit, and I'll make my decision, and then that also may lend itself to recross.
Yes, thank you.
Ah, the sound of pouring water. All right, drink up, boys. You're about to be men.
Good morning.
So you testified before the grand jury in this case, true?
True.
And in your testimony, you talked about how this case got started. Do you recall that?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. How did this case get started?
You rephrase that question? I think that's a broad term, and I'm not sure I understand.
Did Jesse Romero bring a video to your attention?
In regards to that, Mr. Romero had contacted me and asked me about a colored desktop that was seen on a video.
Objection, question and answer calls for hearsay.
Did you say Jesse Romero questioned you about that? Or I didn't hear you. Can you just restate that answer, please?
Mr. Romero had asked me about a color of a backdrop on the computer screen.
A question is not hearsay. The objection's overruled. The answer stands.
So did you get a chance to look at that video?
Yes.
How did you get it?
How did I get it?
Yes.
He had sent me a link, I believe.
A link to what?
The video.
And so then you looked at it online?
Yes.
And after you had seen it, what did you determine?
At first, I thought it was me on the video.
Why did you think that?
Sounded very similar to conversations that were taking place in the county.
And then after that, did you escalate to your executives, to use
Yes.
your words? Yeah. So tell us how you escalated to your executives.
I don't recall the exact mode of communication there, potentially email or possibly a phone call.
I'm not exactly sure which video he's referring to.
Do you still have a copy of the video that you saw?
They are gross and
No, I
weird.
didn't. I don't think my phone would download that. I think I just streamed. I didn't keep a copy of that.
And do you still have a copy of the email that you testified about before the grand jury that you used to escalate it to your executives?
Like I said, I don't recall if it was email or phone at that time. It was years ago. I'm not sure how I communicated that. I don't recall it at this time.
Well, if you told the grand jury that it was an email, would that be true?
If it was said to the grand jury, then yes, it is true.
Okay. Do you still have that email?
I don't think our company would.
Objection asked and answered. He didn't answer it, so overruled. You can answer, please.
I don't know how long our company keeps emails for. So I would assume it's still there, but I'm not sure. I can't answer for 100% certainty.
So would it be possible on a break for you to check and see if it's still there?
Get a subpoena, bitch.
Do I need to go get my computer?
Get a subpoena, bitch.
Maybe.
Can we ask questions and give answers, please? So you don't ask questions, and let's ask another question.
Sorry, Your Honor.
So
Not
would you
your
have
fault.
that information on your computer?
Like I said, I'm not sure if the email is still present on my computer. I don't know for 100% certainty.
All right. Do you have your computer here in Grand Junction?
Yes.
So on a break, you could go get your computer and see if you still have the email, true?
If requested by the court, whatever pleases the court.
What's happening right now? What's happening right now? Excuse me, I would say get a subpoena.
Now, when you say
what is going on
escalated
here?
to your executives, what do you mean by the word escalate?
I let them know of a video that was out there that I thought I was on the recording of.
And who are the executives that you contacted to escalate?
Objection relevance. What's the relevance, Mr. Case? Why does this matter?
It matters because I believe that one of them was Mr. Frontera, who is general counsel for Dominion Voting Systems and a subpoenaed witness.
Right. And what does that matter in terms of relevance to the...
Yeah, to the charges.
It matters because I want to know if Mr. Frontera was one of the executives that he notified.
So what?
The objection is sustained.
Yeah, it's a dumb question.
Now,
I love that we've gotten stuck on sniffing.
can we talk
Okay,
about
that's so
Dominion's
cute.
business for a minute?
Sure.
Does Dominion have any customers who are not government bodies?
I'm not sure.
Well,
I
in the
don't know.
customer relationships that you are responsible for maintaining, are all of the customers government?
Yes.
So your job is to maintain business relationships between Dominion and government, true?
My job is to maintain the relationships between contracted customers.
You guys are worse than me, okay? Me with the pooping references
say
constantly,
contracted
and you guys now with the sniffing. I feel like this is worse. I'm just saying. I'm going to go out on a limb
Who
there.
have a contract with Dominion, true?
All of my customers are government entities.
I think you're the drama, chat. Okay? Okay, loungers? I think you guys are the drama. Now I don't feel so bad about the constant references to pooping, which to me is really the most humiliating thing you could say to a MAGA, which is the only reason I use it, is because I feel like they're embarrassed by their
And
pooping.
you've shown that to Mr. Shapiro? Yes.
It's already been admitted.
Yes, you may approach.
Oh, man.
Well, let's see. Maybe we have the original over
Oh.
here. That would be-
What are we talking about?
Did you say it's already been admitted? Oh, okay.
He tried that yesterday, though, and it wasn't true. It hadn't been admitted. I just found out about the sniffing, my honeymoon phase, okay? Yeah, come on. Give Carla a break, okay? She just, literally, this is new news to her. It's new news to me, too. I love this judge. Phew. Oh, my Lord. Sorry about that. Ugh. That was one of those sneezes that kind of rocks your skull. Are they brave enough to sniff? Aren't they already doing that easily?
Exhibit JJ8.
I do love this judge. I mean, I might be in love with this judge. This is a safe space,
Now, this
Carla.
has been previously identified as and admitted as the contract between Dominion and Mesa County, Colorado. Do you recognize it?
Yes, it looks like their original managed service agreement.
Well, it says voting system and managed service agreement, true?
Yes, that's the lead-in. Yeah.
Right. And that includes the equipment, doesn't it? As well as the software.
To the best of my knowledge.
It's probably laid out in the terms.
Could you look at page 28, please, of JJ?
I don't know, Lisa. I never know where they're going until they get there, and then it just kind of hits a rock wall. I bet you he did butterflies.
Could you look down at the bottom of page 28 where it says number 6? And read to us what it says there.
Prohibited acts. The licensee shall not, without the prior written permission of the licensor.
All right, thank you. So the licensee would be Mesa County?
I'm not a lawyer and I don't really understand the definitions. I don't want to confuse.
That's a really good, yeah. I'm not a contract law expert. Thank you anyway. You're asking for a legal conclusion. It's my favorite, by the way. In limine is kind of my favorite, but you're asking for a legal conclusion. Or it's argumentative.
So could you turn to page
You guys are out of
29,
control. Can I just tell you that? You're completely off the fucking rails. I'm really glad you're having this place to express all of this
And could you read paragraph 6.1?
so that the rest of society...
Transfer or copy onto any other storage device or
you need
hardware
to
or
get it
otherwise
out of your
copy the software in whole or in part except for purpose of system backup.
Right?
Your Honor, may we publish, please, on the screen?
Yes.
Thanks.
Okay, literally,
This will be JA, I'm sorry,
is
JJ8
the line of argument
at the top.
that the contract doesn't
Just
say
paragraph 6.1, please.
trusted builds? Is that what we're arguing right now? Oh God, careful. Careful, cameraman. Careful. 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 Yeah, no, this is all about data scraping, SB, if that's what you're referring to. This is a lot of this election fuckery is so that they can use that data. Use it, sell it. It's money, money, money. It's not funny.
Is
It's
what's
a
on the
rich
screen
man's
the same as
world.
what you're looking at in front of you there, Mr. Stahl?
Looks to be.
Right. Now, under paragraph 6.1, the licensee is not allowed to transfer onto any other storage device or copy software in whole or in part. True?
That's what it says there.
Yeah. Except for purposes of system backup. True?
Yes, that's what it says.
So it is legal, and it's not a breach of this contract for a licensee to make a backup copy of the entire voting system. True?
I am not Dominion's attorney, and I can't really comment on
That's right, you can't.
what is in this contract and what would
That's
be
right.
true or false.
I see.
I would defer to our legal department
That's
on
right.
this question.
That's what you
And
do.
that is, your counsel is Mr. Frontera. True?
I believe we have many attorneys in Dominion.
Right. Isn't he House counsel for Dominion?
I'm not sure what Mr. Fontera's current
He's not in
position is with
HR.
Dominion voting.
Was he House counsel
He's
in
gotta do better.
2021 when all of this took
You got to
place?
do better, sir.
I am not sure what his title was in 2021.
He's not in HR, sir. I love the judge is just like, yep, keep going. Keep it
At any rate,
going.
to get that question answered, whether this allows the licensee to make a backup copy of the voting system, we would need to talk to one of Dominion's lawyers. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Objection, asked and answered.
Bless you.
Sustained.
See, everybody's having allergy issues. Sustained. Ha ha. Dummy.
Now then, do you recall being interviewed by DA investigator Cannon?
Oh, and to give it to the 8chan guy?
and
Oh,
some
okay.
other people?
Or the 4chan guy, whatever chan. Okay.
August 20 of 2021?
I've been interviewed multiple times by the prosecution and members of that team.
Right.
Yeah.
And is it correct, sir, that on that interview, Mr.
Cat's up
Frontera,
here,
the
looking
Dominion
after a
lawyer, was
bird.
participating in the interview?
I was just doing my patriotic duty.
He could have been there. Yeah, I don't recall exactly what interview you're referencing, but there were many of them.
Great.
I'm telling you right now, as God is my witness, which I don't believe in God, but anyway, these folks think that because they went on Steve Bannon and everybody
Well, I think I should.
licked their balls, that they're going to play this in the normal public and get the same reaction. And they're not. And they're going to look like fools. That's why this court case is so important, because it really lets the air out of the balloon of nonsense. Every argument is a reach, and it is the stuff that comes on Bannon's war room. Right? Okay, so this is the stuff that appears daily on Bannon's war room. Dominion is corrupt. Dominion is foreign owned. Dominion is this. Dominion is that. He's basically trying to argue in a court of law propaganda that has been pushed by different think tanks into the ether of Steve Bannon and his media empire et al., which includes Mike Flynn, by the way, with Patriot TV, on the Rumble platform, which was co-founded by, oh my God, guess who? Peter fucking Thiel and J.D. Vance. Whoa, how in the hell did we get here? Fox News paid $800 million, almost $1 billion, because they lied about Dominion. And that's just the start. There's other cases ongoing, Patrick Byrne. Oh, and who funded Tina Peters' legal defense? Oh my God, that's Patrick Byrne. Wow.
Would you
Small
like
world.
to take a few minutes to read through that? Make sure you remember it?
Your Honor, I'm going to object improper foundation. This is a purported transcript of an interview.
They want it on the record.
versus challenging the witness question by question, prior statement by prior statement.
I'll take, are you asking him if he knows what this is?
Yes. Do you know what this is?
What's going on?
It's the interview of David Stahl on August 20th, 2021.
Yeah, right.
Thank you.
Hi, Oren.
Would you look through it and just to refresh your recollection?
Oh, he is.
To make sure
It's
you
confirmed.
recall what's in there, please.
It's confirmed, Oren. We're good. It's Tim Walz, and it's not Waltz.
Objection, improper
It's
foundation.
Walz.
There's a specific question that needs to be
So,
refreshed.
so the sustained, the witness hasn't indicated that his memory needs refreshing.
Do you need to refresh your recollection? You said you've had multiple interviews with the government. So would you like to refresh your recollection before you start answering questions?
Again, improper foundations, question by question is the proper technique.
So let's ask a question, and if he doesn't know the answer and his memory would be refreshed by something, then we can go down that road. Thank you.
All right. So we look at page 2, please. Line 8. Do you see where it says Mr. Frontera, Mike Frontera, General
Your Honor, I'm
Counsel?
going to object. Improper foundation, the witness can read it. If his memory is refreshed, then he answers the question.
Good for you, Oren. That's what we're here for.
Does it
Because you know
refresh your
what?
recollection
I
now that,
never
Mike
get the
Frontera,
news
General
first.
Counsel for Dominion, was part of this
So,
interview?
I feel you, sister.
It appears that Mr. Frontera was on this interview, yes.
And did he introduce himself as General Counsel?
What is your
Yes.
fucking point?
And General Counsel for whom?
Captain Cornflake, what is your fucking point?
I would have been Dominion voting.
And the
Oh my
date of this
God.
was August 20, 2021, true?
That's the date here, yes.
Right. And what was the date of that video that
Benjamin
Mr. Romero
Buttons
asked you to
meets
watch?
Draco
I
Malfoy
don't
in the
recall the
hell
exact
is
date.
going on right now.
Was it early August of 2021?
I don't recall the exact date or the exact month. It could have been July or August. It was sometime after the trusted build had taken place in Mesa County in May.
Oh my God. This is it. Benjamin Buttons meets Draco Malfoy. In the hell is going on right now? That's it. That's the headline. I hope not. I would feel kind of yanked around, but of course I feel like I've
Now,
studied this
is it
more than the
correct
average
that after
person, which
you
isn't a
escalated
flex.
this video
It's actually
to
an
your
admission,
executives,
a confession,
the
if you
state
will.
escalated it on their side?
It'd be pure speculation on what the state did with it.
Could you look at page 9, please? Well, let's start on page 8. I'm sorry, line 19. Did you make this statement? Yeah, I just knew it. Like as soon as I heard it, it was like, because the gentleman from the Secretary of State's office brought the video to my attention. I listened to it, and it just clicked in my head, and I said, holy cow, I think that's me on that video. I said, I'm 99% sure that's Mesa. Turning to page 9. And so I escalated it up to my executives, and I think the state escalated it on their side as well, and that's how this whole thing kind of got started. Did you make that statement during that
So
interview,
fucking
sir?
what?
Yes.
What did you
What
mean
the
when you
fuck?
said the state escalated it on their side?
I said, I think the state escalated, so I was speculating in that
Yeah,
statement
that he
I
probably
think they
talked to
did.
his
I thought
bosses.
they had escalated it.
Right? Jesse Romero probably
You were
talked to
friends
his
with
boss,
Jesse Romero at the
Captain
Secretary of
Cornflake.
State's office, true?
I don't know. It's the first
We
thing
have
that
a
came to
professional
mind.
relationship.
I made it
Are
up.
you also friends?
We
Oh
we talk on a
my
professional level.
God.
I see. Is there somebody at Dominion, an employee of Dominion named Melissa Romero?
Miss Romero is not with Dominion Voting, to my knowledge.
What in the fucking
And,
hell?
is she related in any way to Jesse Romero?
What the fucking hell's going on?
I don't know.
Oh my God.
You
Where
talk
are
to
we?
Jesse Romero in the Secretary of State's office on a regular basis?
I do.
Because it's like his job. Because he's like in charge of the counties. MAGA makes like innocent shit sound so fucking nefarious, and it's
when
dumb.
you
And I'm tired of it.
when you were at the
It
Trusted
is
Bill
disingenuous, and it is
did Clerk
it is not an argument.
and Sandy
We're
Brown
objection, stupidity.
ask questions about the BIOS passwords?
Yes, I believe they
Or
asked
they
a lot
are
of
just
questions, and I believe one of those
lip
was
syncing for their
a question
lives.
regarding the BIOS.
And did you hear Mr. Casillas say, the state keeps your passwords, you don't get passwords?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
You're right. You're right, Lee. You're right. Yeah, she was so innocent. She doesn't know how computers work, which is why we want her in charge of something. Like what?
May I approach your clerk, Your Honor, to get a sticker?
Sure.
Thank you.
And if we want to, we can just give them a slide of it.
Yes, the appearance of impropriety is the gold deflection because it's simple and it's easy for their base to grasp. Keep it simple, stupid. That is their goal. They have to keep it simple and on the surface
JJ20.
so that there's no depth. And that's my argument with discussing anything with MAGA or Chuds or anyone, is because it will be a waste of time even getting to a point where they might be open to hearing what I have to say. Right? And so it's just this, they keep it real simple and easy to remember, right? Like, look over here. And it's just, even people who are seemingly intellectual on the conservative side, either for self-preservation or something else,
Testimony before the
seem to just allow themselves to be used in that way. Of course you can, and always in conspiracy theories or whatever,
appears
there's
to
a
be
grain
of the
and
grand jury
propaganda.
testimony, yes.
There's a grain of truth, right? And it surrounds that grain of truth, so it's harder to have a logical argument against it, right? And when in doubt, just defame the source. and say, oh, well, that's mainstream news. That's fake news. That's this, that's
Just to
that.
clean
No
up something we
website is
talked
good
about
enough for
earlier,
them.
Could you look at page 88, please?
So it's really hard to actually get to a genuine conversation.
Object to improper foundation. Questions should be asked if there's a prior
No, I
inconsistent
understand.
statement.
I understand. I'm going to sustain the objection at this time based on the status of the questions that are asked. So,
All right, thank you, Your Honor. So, on page 88, line 10.
Yeah, fucking
through
weasel.
13, in the grand jury testimony that you gave here in Mesa County, were you asked this question, and did you give this answer? Question, what did you do in response to watching that video and talking with Danny? Answer,
I know,
I
but we
immediately wrote an
so
email to my CEO and vice president and current director or former director.
Objection. This is not an inconsistent statement. Improper foundation and proper impeachment.
how is that? Well,
Because the inconsistency is he said he couldn't remember if he sent an email or not, and it's clear here that he did.
I understand.
That's it?
Objection's overruled. You can, if
That's it?
Do you, is that what you testified to?
Page 88, you said?
Yes,
And what line again? I'm sorry?
10 through 13.
He just said he didn't recall it. That's not an impeachment.
People will stipulate that the witness previously testified he immediately wrote an email to his CEO and vice president and current director and former director. We'll stipulate to that prior statement.
Okay.
Stipulate to the fact?
To his statement.
To his statement, idiot. Bitch. When does
So
Steve
who was
Bannon go
your
on trial?
CEO?
September something. September.
The CEO of Dominion is John
Mid-September.
Poulos.
I can't remember the exact date.
Regarding who the CEO is.
Well, we'll,
Sorry, George.
go ahead. No, go ahead, Mr. Case.
I think the relevance will become apparent as we proceed.
Okay, overruled.
Easily, I
Mr.
hope you're
Poulos
okay.
Is your president and CEO?
Yes.
And who's the vice president?
We have multiple vice presidents.
Well, in your statement before the grand jury, you said CEO and vice president. Who was the vice president?
If I remember correctly, it would have been the operations vice president,
Yeah. Who's that?
Nicole Nolet.
And then also, you emailed the current director or former.
I'm really waiting for this shoe to drop.
Don't recall who we had some changes in our processes at that time in our structure. I don't recall at this time.
Was it Kay Stimpson?
No. I'm not entirely sure who was all on that email chain.
Was Kay Stimpson on the email chain?
I don't recall.
Poor baby.
And then, did you make the statement in line, okay, let me start over, please. Do you remember the email? The contents of the email that you sent when you escalated this to your executives?
Your Honor, I'm now going to object on 403 grounds. We know there's an email. He escalated it. It's now becoming a waste of the jury's time.
Can I have counsel approach?
Oh my God, the spiciness is out of the gate. Out of the gate spicy. Wow. I'm going to tell you. Okay, look at, all right, I just want to see. The judge is probably saying to the whatever guy, like, what the fuck are we doing here? What the fuck are you trying to do? What are you trying to get to? What's the answer you want to hear? What is it? That Dominion was the one that did all this? That it's Dominion's fault? That they're the bad actor? Did they release the data? Did they give it to Ron Watkins? Uh-oh. It took half the school year to convince everyone I wasn't diabetic. Oh my goodness, easily. That's terrible. It is a sidebar spanking. I would take that dressing down. No, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't give him a reason. Because we agree, probably, on a lot of things. He's probably very happily occupied in a relationship with a person who's probably perfect for him. That's usually the way it is. That's all right. You can't argue against that. However, it's okay. I can still have my crush. Like Phil Fox. All the good ones. All the good ones are taken. No, I'm just kidding. That's not true. Anyway, I can't even believe that. What we had done to our bodies when we were kids, like the lack of the way modern medicine has changed, I guess, is really what I want to say. That's kind of amazing. Hey, I wonder if I can make this better. Is that better? Maybe that's better. Everybody knows what it is now. Anyway, yeah. I've had all the good ones. Oh, I think that's so nice. I think that's nice. I like that. Other people's happiness actually does make me happy. I'm not being corny. I mean that. It actually does make me happy. That's I think that's a great realization to have in your life, is when you can truly be happy for other people. Now, granted, I was a little pissy earlier about Mary Trump, so maybe I'm not 100%. But that's what we're doing here. He is upset. What we're doing here is we're on the big blue marble for one cycle, so we better make it work. But yeah, no, I mean, I can also genuinely be happy for people where typically I might have felt more envy or something like that. So I'm not denying my frailties as a human. For sure. Boy, whew. If anything, I dwell on them. Certain friends of mine can tell you. Usually I just dwell on what is wrong. I kind of want to beat everyone to the punch. You know how it is. Come on. This is a very human trait. All right? Come on now. That's what it is. That's the point. So, I don't know. It's not supposed to be perfect. I always tell that story about my dad, who would annoy every one of us when we would go out to eat or something like that. And he would ask literally everyone we encountered. I mean, you could be standing in line at a restaurant and he would strike up a conversation and say, and either lead or something. It just was, it felt slightly awkward and inappropriate. But, yeah, exactly. So it's but he would be like, why are we here? Why are we here? And he would genuinely want to know. And we would all be like, oh, groan, here we go. Dad, the woman is merely trying to take your order, okay? Just give her your order and stop this, right? That kind of thing. But now, in hindsight, of course, it is so, that it actually, he really, number one, I think he truly wondered what people thought. But he actually really just wanted, to see people. You know what I mean? To see and be seen, and that was really what we were here for, was to kind of be Well, I mean, certain ways I do, and then certain ways I do, and it's not very pleasant because my dad could be a very unpleasant person. When I was younger, we did not get along. But as he got older and I got older, we got along. But it, you know, like, that is like really seriously what I think in hindsight, what he was trying to do was to engage someone and say, hey, you know what? I care about what you think about something big and seemingly important, you know, even though it might have felt awkward. And people generally were very cordial to him and very gracious. I mean, really amazingly gracious. So, yeah. But I think actually now in hindsight, it's not as annoying as I thought it was when I was younger and having to sit across the table from him. But, yeah, exactly. So it's not, you know, but that's the one thing he always instilled in me, which even when we weren't getting along, was that this is one life. You get one shot to really make it work. And it doesn't mean you have to do like huge things. Like he didn't believe in the hero thing. He didn't believe in all that shit. But he's saying this is the life you have to live, and you have to grab it and you have to live it as if it is your last day. And he fucking, for better or for worse, and sometimes it was real worse, he lived his life that way. He traveled the world and stayed in hostels and boinked a bunch of women. You know, like I had to reach out. I'm not shitting you. I had to reach out to 6 women in different parts of the world to tell them he died. So, and that's just the ones I knew about. I am telling you, he lived a life. Like he treated my mom like crap, but even she loved him and they loved each other and blah, blah, blah. But he did treat her like crap. But he fucking said he got fired from his job for refusing to work on military contracts. He went a little bit midlife crisis after that and tried to do a bunch of dingy things. And then, you know, had an affair and blah, blah, blah. And then he just like fucked off around the world. Like he would literally like scrape up enough to get a plane ticket. He'd land. He either had a woman who already lived there that he could stay with, or he would stay in a hostel. I mean, that's why we stay in hostels, is because that's the way my dad was like, this is perfectly good for everybody. So, you know, we always stay in hostels for the most part when we're traveling internationally. But so, yeah, he just fucking said, I'm going to live it. I'm going balls to the wall, rock it to the box. And he fucking did. He rocked it to the box. And so I got to admire that. I mean, you know, he had some casualties along the way. Don't get me wrong. I kind of think that I seek value in a relationship from a male perspective because of the coldness that I experienced when I was a child and we were all in the same house. So I feel like if I'm going to do like a deep dive on the parental trauma, if there was any, I think that was one thing, like, you know, you kind of then look for like male approval or something like that. Isn't this great? It went from a court case and election fraud into deep therapy. I think this is great. I really enjoy our time together. Anyway, no, I mean, I think on certain parts of the story, I'm very philosophical. And then on other parts, it's a little more tender and I don't tend to dwell there very long. But at the same time, it wasn't really like, he was an Aquarius. Oh my God. You know what? I think he might have been. I don't really remember.
The objection is to relevance related to the contents of the emails.
But anyway, I don't know. It's just like, those are the things that go through my head, right? There you go. Full circle, convo and sharing. That's right. We're human on the Lolo's Lounge.
So we'll circle back.
Full of humans right here. I got to pee. Speaking of being human, I got to pee.
No, I don't.
I'll be right back. Here we go.
You could re-ask that question, Mr. Case, if you'd like.
question. Do you remember the email, the contents of the email that you sent when you escalated this to your executives?
I don't recall the contents of it.
And did you say on page 88, line 25, in order to recall the contents of the email, you would have to go back and look at the email? True?
Yes, that's what I said.
Right. So at that time,
Nil sine
you had the
numine. Yeah, yeah. I'm going to put that in a jingle.
It's in the cloud, I guess to say. I don't personally keep the email. I guess it would all be on my Outlook.
So,
Work.
You would
Give
be
that
able,
80%,
if it's
girl.
on your computer, to retrieve it at a break.
Be that 80% girl.
Relevance, asked and answered 401.
It has been asked and answered.
Well, then I would ask the court to order Mr. Stahl to get us
There is
that
no
email
authority
if
for
it
me to order
exists.
him to do that, Mr. Case.
Pardon?
There is no authority for me to order him to do that at this stage of the proceeding. Let's move on. Questions, please.
What's that? You make eye
Mr.
contact.
Stahl, is it true that all of the executives on the Dominion team pulled together?
Oh, we'll miss you, Carla. But really, give it just enough. Be just enough girl today. Okay?
I'm not overruling the objection. I have to hear the question. So let me hear the question.
That was my question. All of the executives from our team pulled together.
What? In what?
I'm a little confused by your question. Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. Would it refresh your recollection to look at the grand jury transcript, page 89, that's in front of you, line 20?
Is that what your question was? Because that was not the question you just asked. Am I going crazy? Is this trying to make us crazy? Is this like some kind of like Stanley Kubrick film now or something like that? Where have we gone? Are we in a
executive team pulled together on a call?
A David
Okay, when you say
what's
pulled
that
together,
guy's
that
name?
means you got together on a phone call?
David
Yes.
Finch or what
Zoom
the fuck's
call,
that guy's
potentially.
name?
I think it Zoom,
God.
some type of call.
All right.
I don't know what's
And
happening
is it true
right
that
now.
during this call, you and the top
Hey,
executives
Nilsen
of
Numine.
Dominion decided you were
David
gonna
Lynch,
cease
thank you,
communication
Jesus,
with
thank you,
Mesa County?
thank you, thank you, thank you, Scott, Lisa, Carla. Oh, thank you so much.
I believe I was instructed, me personally.
Or it's like
May I
Repo
read
Man, where
the
it's like
question
plate
and
of
answer,
shrimp,
please, Your
right?
Honor?
It's like a plate of shrimp moment. That's what just fucking happened to me.
Asked and answered.
It was plate of shrimp.
It's a prior inconsistent statement.
Okay, go ahead.
That's it.
Page 89, starting at line
girl,
18,
Carla.
you asked this question, and did you give
Solidarity.
this answer? And by the way,
Solidarnos.
the person asking you questions in the
keeps
grand jury
emails?
was
Yeah,
from
they're
the
somewhere in the
Attorney
fucking
General's
server,
I'm
dude.
sorry, what page? You said line 19?
I beg your pardon, 89, line 20. 89, 18, excuse me.
All right, Colonel Cornflake is flustered now. I can't. This is so dumb. No, it's not like a David Lynch. It's like a Racerhead. If a Racerhead were a court case, that's where we're at, I guess. Maybe. No, a Racerhead made more sense. I really go back to plate of shrimp. I really go back to
So I
plate of
think-
shrimp.
What I'm referring to in that is
Well, hold on.
Film
we need
Twin
to
Peaks at
have the
former
jury
friends.
understand
Oh,
what you said
whoa.
before the grand
That's
jury. So
fucking
may I read it
cool,
to you, please?
Scott.
sure.
Fucking
Question.
cool.
After you sent that email, what happened next from your perspective? Answer. All the executives from our team pulled together and just kind of asked me what had happened. How do we know? That we were going to cease communication with the county, and we weren't going to discuss Mesa County with anybody, including the Secretary of State's office at that time, until we had more information. Was that the question and the answer that you gave?
Yes.
And you were under oath, true?
Oh my God, what
Yes.
are we doing here? Okay.
So,
Where's
I
the
noticed
lie?
that in your testimony, you said that we were going to cease communication with the county.
What are you talking about?
And we weren't going to discuss Mesa County with anybody, including the Secretary of State's office. That's what you said under oath, true?
What are we talking about? Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks was fire. And I
believe
can't
I was
recall season
referencing
three unless that was the log lady.
We as a
which
team
was
in
a
operations.
Great, there were some
and
great.
I am not oversight of any executive member of our company, and I'm not going to tell them what to do. They tell me what to do in that regard. And I think it was a general statement, unless it came from the top. Me personally and our technician teams and anybody else that would have those regular communications, we as a team would not communicate. It would come from a higher level if there was going to be some type of communication.
Well, to your knowledge, was there communication between Dominion executives and the Secretary of State?
I don't know.
That was good.
Well, after you were instructed not to talk to the Secretary of State or the county people, were you later given different instructions?
Your Honor, I'm now going to object to 403 regarding the facts at issue, the charges at issue.
Overruled.
So I communicated with the county to install newly acquired equipment. That is my job, is to make sure that whatever we have to go out and execute and install some equipment, I make sure I coordinate that. So I had to do that, and I communicated with the Secretary of State at that time. I communicated with the county at that time to make sure that they were able to run a successful election with their newly procured equipment.
So can you explain to us how the county got all new equipment instead of the equipment that was used at the trusted bill?
What in the fucking hell is going on here? What are we doing? I object, Your Honor. Relevance.
Come on up.
Yeah, here we go again. Because you know what? This is yet again another MAGA lawyer making bullshit arguments. Carrie Lake trials. Kurt Olson and that other moron, the one with the long hair. I can't remember what his name is, but he's like Lurch, but like David Crosby meets Lurch. I don't know. But anyway, he's an idiot. Time and time and time and time and time again, these lawyers are just reprimanded in court. Alina Habba, whatever his name is, Boris, and then what's the other guy? Parlator, and you know what I mean? And Todd. You know, like, God, these guys are constantly just the shittiest fucking lawyers. And I get why, but I'm just saying. This is such a waste of taxpayer money.
Mr. Jesse Romero?
I'm all for due process, 110,000%.
Objection Vegas.
And I think there's a way that we could streamline some of the bullshit.
After you were instructed not to talk to the county or the Secretary of State, were you at a later time allowed to communicate with the Secretary's office?
I believe I was given the go-ahead to plan and coordinate everything from our side. And that requires communication with the state at that time.
Right. And what were you coordinating?
There was newly procured equipment, and I was coordinating with the state, the county, and internal DVS resources to have that equipment configured and installed.
Right. And as a result of that, was the Dominion contract extended for another 7 years?
Objection of relevance to this case.
Sustained.
Well, Mr. Stahl.
That's spicy.
In August of 2021, you were aware that the commissioners in Mesa County were considering dropping the Dominion and going to.
Objection, relevance to this
Holy
case.
fucking. I know the jury's probably like,
Yes. You were aware in August of 2021 that the county commissioners of Mesa County were considering getting rid of the Dominion voting system and instead.
oh no, the video
purchasing
guy
a
is,
system from
this
a
guy
competitor.
requested not to be
You were aware,
shown.
weren't you, sir?
The witness asked not to be shown, so the camera guy is
I don't recall if they
honoring that.
planned to leave Dominion or not.
because he's a Dominion
Well,
employee.
You were aware that the county was considering.
Let me go ahead and make
going
this
to
message
another
bigger
vendor.
because that's
True.
what I was trying to say here.
Objection asked and answered.
Please stand when you object. And
That's right, Your Honor.
the witness didn't answer. So overruled.
That's why the camera's like that.
I don't recall if they were planning to leave Dominion to go to clear ballot.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I forgot. We didn't really talk about that since the beginning. So thank you for bringing it up, actually. Thanks for asking. Yeah, this is like, it's, I don't know what the answer is. I don't know what the answer is.
So, the Secretary of State then decertified the county equipment, true?
I would defer to the Secretary of State and how they handled that.
Oh, you mean they decertified the equipment
may have
after
used
your
prior
client came in and had a copy made of that equipment?
Confronted
Oh,
him with a statement he previously made
Fuck
and
you.
like to impeach, then you may do so.
Thank you. On page 90 of the grand jury transcript, were you asked this question? And did you give this answer? Question: can you tell the grand jury a little bit more about that remedial action that Dominion decided to take in collaboration with the Secretary of State's office? Answer: yes. So the Secretary decertified the elections equipment. Once the equipment was decertified, it can't be used any longer. Then our sales team had proposed a deal to the county, and the county accepted that deal. And all the equipment that was not confiscated by the authorities that still remained at the county came back with us, and we brought in new equipment. The trusted build for that equipment was at Summit County Clerk and Recorder's office as a neutral site. Once the trusted build was completed there, we drove the equipment out here with Mesa County employees and helped them unload it. We left for the evening. Myself and Anselmo Valdez and Chris Estes installed an acceptance
hello,
tested
Val.
the equipment with the county
How
the
are you
following day.
doing?
Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And that was the testimony you gave under oath to the grand jury.
Yeah, and it's true.
Yes.
And that's, yeah,
Yes.
because your client fucked with the equipment. So they did the right thing. Sounds like they did the right
And
thing
then,
all the way
as a
down the
result
line.
of that, the decertification of the equipment,
Think
Mesa
about how-
County had to get new equipment.
Oh my
True?
God. Yeah,
To
because
my
your
understanding,
client
that's how it
compromised
would work. Yes, if that equipment is no
the
longer certified
existing
for use, then you can't
equipment.
use it.
Hello?
And that gave your sales team the opportunity.
Are you kidding me right now? Is your argument, sir, that Dominion was trying to
propose a
make money
deal
off of
to the
this?
county.
Are you? Oh my God.
It has been asked and answered.
What was the deal that your sales team proposed to the
You're going to
county?
have to ask the sales team.
I would refer to the contract that is current with the county, their
Right.
current agreement.
To your understanding, is that a 7-year term that started in 2021?
Without the contract in
So
front
what?
of me, it'd be speculation on how long the term is of that contract.
So what?
Do you know when the contract that was in effect in 2021 was going to expire?
Look at the contract.
Keep information like that, but I don't necessarily follow it until it gets within that year.
Right. He's not the contract manager. He's the customer success manager. It's actually a different function. I know it sounds stupid, but trust me, it's all stupid. You're not going anywhere with this counselor. This is such a waste of fucking time. Been fighting a gum infection while on the road. Oh, I'm so sorry, Val, but you're better. Yay.
Yeah.
Be careful. You got a sensitive immune system right now, so be careful. I hope you feel better. Yeah, get stronger.
You mentioned
You don't
in your
know
direct
who is
testimony
perusing
that
those.
you
I
were
have
part
left
of a
those portions
logic and
blank.
accuracy test.
Some of the jury duty questionnaires are extremely invasive,
I have
asking
been a
about
part of
what
many
media.
logic and
Oh, that's a
accuracy
good
tests.
point,
Are
Max.
you
I didn't know that.
Referring to a particular one?
No, just what the process is. Thank you.
I'm familiar with the logic and accuracy process.
All right. And is the public, by law, present at the logic? and
Okay, so we're
accuracy
switching
test?
gears because that
Sustained.
entire hour-long line of questioning went nowhere.
At the logic and accuracy test, is the public present in the same room where the voting equipment is kept?
Objection relevance.
Sustained.
Now, do you think there's any harm in having the
Lots of
public
love
present
in the chat for
at a logic
Val.
and accuracy
Hang
test?
in there, girl.
Sustained.
I know we've got
Is it
21
true,
viewers or
as
20
we've heard
viewers on
before,
YouTube. It's awesome.
that you received a phone
Thank you so
call
much,
from
everyone,
Brandy
for coming
Bance.
and sharing.
You know who Brandy Bance is?
I know Miss Bance.
Yes. And she called you and asked if members of the public could be present.
Still live on
at the
TikTok.
trusted bill
Yeah,
for
we might be restricted,
Mesa County
but we're still live.
on May 25th, 2021. You recall that telephone call?
I believe I recall a phone call of that nature, yeah.
And did you tell Ms. Bance, well, you didn't have any personal objection to it? True?
I don't recall my exact statements during that phone call.
Right. Well, did you tell her that you didn't object? Not your exact words, but just, no, we don't mind.
Again, I don't recall my exact statements of that phone call, but it. I don't recall the word for word that I had in that discussion with her.
Did you say that the Secretary of State might have concerns because of COVID?
Again, I don't recall the exact word for word discussion or the entire context of that call. Certainly a possibility, but it was 3 years ago. I don't recall it at this time.
Well, in general, do you think transparency is a good thing
Actually believe
in
him.
the voting system?
Oh my fucking God.
I think transparency is critical in our democracy.
Now,
Oh, she's going to stand up and say, it's a constitutional republic.
mentioned that
Oh, she didn't. He held her back.
you wanted to combat disinformation.
Oh my God.
Recall saying that?
Yeah.
I've said that many times.
Yeah, I'll say it
What
again.
is disinformation?
Oh, bitch. Saying the election was stolen.
It's a very broad question. Can you
Saying the machines rigged the
rephrase the
election.
question for me a little differently?
No, I'm asking you what you meant when you said combat disinformation.
Under what context? What moment?
When it comes to disinformation,
Oh my God.
I think it's
I would push
very
back harder on
important
this idiot.
for
Well, I probably wouldn't because I would be so nervous.
for the individuals who are administering elections to have the facts needed so that they are able to serve their constituents.
Well, then what were you fighting in your combat against disinformation?
I think the point is to get the facts out there.
Which facts?
Oh, God. Oh, my God. Well, sir, the facts that Joe Biden won the election
There are a
fair
lot of
and square.
misrepresentations going on in the elections industry right now.
Oh, my God. Here
And
we
it's
go.
important
This poor guy.
that we get facts out there.
This
on
guy's
how
probably
things are
had his
conducted.
life threatened. That's why he's not on camera, by the way. He works for Dominion.
We, who is we that needs to get facts out? Dominion?
Every election administrator who operates with integrity in this country should get the facts out there about their election management system.
Which facts? Your facts?
Objection, asked and answered.
This is argumentative. Yeah, fuck that shit.
Is combating disinformation can you define disinformation as you understand the term?
Yeah, I would look at it as propaganda.
I know. Can we sanction this lawyer or do whatever that thing is? Well, I want him disbarred.
So,
I'm going to follow all
Dominion's
these
position
lawyers.
is that the system works.
Another dedicated person from behind the scenes, and this lawyer is, he's a trash can man. Thank you.
To the contrary.
That is the word, Oren. Winner.
Sustained.
Trash can.
Your Honor, would this be a good time for a break?
He's just a trash can man. Do 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 do
15 minutes
do.
ago. We're okay.
Yeah. Whoop.
We'll finish this witness.
Whoop whoop.
May take a while.
No, it isn't. You may think it will. I don't think the judge agrees with you.
Do you need a break, Mr. Case?
Trash can man.
Well, I think that's a bit
Do-do-do.
different. More efficient
Oh,
if I had
my life for you,
me to
trash
keep going,
can
I will.
man.
I do. If you personally need a break, if anyone needs a break, we'll take a break. But if you don't, it's just.
So it's 11 o'clock there. What do you mean? Oh, I see. They want a break, not lunch. I was like, lunch? Didn't you just have breakfast? Isn't that the lawyer that said Serbia? It sure is. It sure is. Disturbia. Womp, womp, womp. I said in Serbia. Bump, 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 bump. CIA owns Serbia. I promised you guys like a mimic video or whatever of Sidney Powell. I got to do that because I'm actually getting really good at Sidney Powell. Now that I said that, I can't like do it on demand. Yeah, attorney / pyromaniac, exactly.
Okay.
Or trash can man. Attorney / trash can man. You got to say it like that though. Trash can man. He's a trash can man. And he brings the trash cans as fast as he can. Because he's the trash man can't. Wait, trash can man. He's a clown. And he's down. He's down to clown. He's a clown and a trash can man. He's a clown and a trash can man. He's a clown. He's about to be a former lawyer. I forgot I had that. Damn it. Could have been so good earlier with the millions of punchlines I dropped. Damn it. This attorney's style is horrible. Oh my God. And wait till you see his pants, butterflies. Wait till you see his pants and the lack of tailoring that is happening on this Poltergeist 2 villain. Which I need to get that guy. I need to get the Poltergeist 2 villain on like
Mr. Stahl, you said that
like a
you
head.
cannot recall.
All right, sorry. Okay, they're back.
With, Brandy Gantz,
Your comedy break is over.
right, when she asked you about having observers from or having the public present at the trusted build.
I believe we had a phone call of that nature, but I don't remember all of the context of that phone call.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at an email from Ms. Bantz to somebody else where she discussed with the addressees of the
I think that's
email
hearsay.
what she had discussed with you.
I think that's hearsay.
Would that refresh your recollection?
That's hearsay.
I can't say yes or no. I don't know.
Would you
If it
be
would.
willing to look at the document and see if it does?
Isn't this
Am I
hearsay?
ordered by the court to?
Isn't
No,
this
you just have to
hearsay?
answer the question. That's all you're under an obligation to do here today.
I know.
No, I don't think it would. I mean, it was a phone conversation from years
That's an
ago.
email to other people. Why would that
think
refresh his recollection about
all.
anything having to do with a conversation with her? I can see where you could make that, right? Like, that seems like a
Now,
reasonable
you recall your
objection.
telephone conference with Tina Peters,
Oh, man.
clerk of Mesa County, regarding the QR code.
I don't
know.
recall that
Clearly, it's
specific phone
not
call.
a valid objection. I don't
Did you
pretend to
discuss
have
the
lawyer
QR code with
superpowers.
Clerk Peters?
I
don't
wish
recall.
I did, but I didn't. I
What
don't.
is the QR
I can't claim
code?
it. I wish I was, man. Then I would be such a better streamer, right?
You referring to the ICX BMD printout?
I guess so. I don't even know what a QR code is. So
And we've come full circle.
We'll go ahead and take our break now.
We're going to take our break now because
Ladies and
I'm
gentlemen,
really
please
mad.
keep in mind the admonishment that I've given you. We'll come back in about 15 minutes.
15
from our
minutes.
break.
Okay, we've got it.
Rise for the jury.
All rise. 10:15. 1:15 on the East Coast. Wow. Hey, sexy. How you doing? Hey, Judge. Hey, Your Honor. Hey, Your Honor. God, man, that brain. I want that brain. What did he say about admonishments? Oh, I don't know. God damn it. I was talking over it. Shit. Sorry, Lisa. Maybe I can go back. Let's see what he says. Trash can man. Let's see what he says. Okay, and then I think I want the salad. But please don't have him put the grilled tofu on the salad this time because it made me sick. I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe it was the marinade. I'm not really sure what made me sick.
Okay.
Wait. Oh, wait. He comes back and says something. Okay, hold on. Just hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Can I put subtitles on? No, they don't have them. I'm so sorry about that. Fucking local news. Damn it. Fucking assholes. Just kidding. I'm actually really grateful to them for sharing their feed. But wait, he comes back, doesn't he? Fuck, man. Doesn't he come back? Fuck. You fucking... He comes back, right? Doesn't he come back? Doesn't he come back?
thank you.
I'm familiar with the logic and accuracy process.
All right. And is the public
Damn it.
by law?
When does he say it?
So Dominion's position is
1740. What does that
the
mean?
system works.
Damn it.
The software is fully compliant with federal and state law.
It's so unruly. It's so unruly. No, it's not you, Lisa. It's me. Oh, it's not you. It's me.
May take a while.
Do you need a break, Mr. Case?
Well, I think I
That's
could
a
be
bit
a lot
different.
more efficient if I had one, but if you want me to keep going, I will.
I do. If you personally need a break, if anyone needs a break, we'll take a break. But if you don't, it's just a matter of efficiency. Let's move forward. Okay.
Okay. I don't know if he comes back after this. Maybe he does. Actually, he must, right? So they must come back after this sidebar. And then the judge says something. Is that when he says admonishments? Keep in mind the admonishments. I've issued. Okay. Thank you, Scott. Oh, my God. It's the brain power of the people. It's the brain power, collective brain power of the people. Yeah. Well, nil sine numine. You know what I'm saying? I always say it. Every day. I just wake up, see the sun shine, and go nil sine numine. You're welcome. Went to the website. You're brilliant. Brilliant. You're brilliant. What website? Wait a minute. The official court transcript website. No, I'm just kidding. The trash can man. Well, then I guess we don't really need to, wait for him to come back and say it since Scott reported it. What happened? Wait. Hold on. Let me do this. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, it's a dark screen. Okay. I just wanted to make sure. It's a dark screen. That's fine. Whatevs. It's a dark screen. Same one you've been streaming from. You're brilliant. God damn. Good job. Wait. Let's see. God, this microphone is kind of buzzy. It's a little buzzy. Anything else happening in the news? I don't even know. I haven't even looked. Wait. Let's check the news. Let's check the news. Let's check the news. Let's check the news. That's the jingle. We are the best chat. We are the world. No, we're a good one. We're real good. Okay, so let's see. All right, so Harris picks Governor Tim Walz as her VP. She has chemistry with Walz, was important to the decision, a source says. Whatever. Let's see. Oh, John King explains to us why Kamala picked him. Okay, never mind. I don't give a shit. Trump team begins attacking Walz after VP announcement. Film at 11. The math behind... Well, that's a lot of stories about that. Oh, my God. Van Jones. Nobody cares what you think. I'm sorry. I don't like you. I know. It might be spicy, but I just don't think he's... I don't know. Let's see. Well, let's look at the world. Let's see. Oh my God. CNN is unreadable. It's unreadable. I'm so sorry. I used to think, I can't even imagine what I used to think. That it used to be a website worth looking at, you know? Like, I can't even believe we ever kind of fell for that. Oh, there's this. I forgot about that. Okay, I can't get distracted. Don't get distracted. But what was I looking at? Oh, yeah, I was looking at that. I'm sorry. I know. Believe me, I have canceled the New York Times, blah, blah, blah. I don't want to hear about it. Complain to me on email. Okay, so anyway, here's this. All right, so there's Tim. Hey, Tim, how you doing? Nice tie. After a rally in Philadelphia, Republican Vice Presidential J.D. Vance characterized his new opponent, Tim Walz, as a San Francisco-style liberal who represents the radical left of the Democratic Party. Only problem is, things in Venezuela sound horrible. Let me see what's going down here. Was that just analysis? Let's see, who wrote this? Jack Nikas. Jack Nikas covers South America. He reported from Rio de Janeiro. Okay, August 4th. Let's see. Okay. Venezuela is in another dark moment. President Nicolás Maduro, the authoritarian leader who has been in power since 2013, has declared himself the winner of another election that international observers have called undemocratic. His security forces have arrested hundreds of political opponents, and new protests against him appear to be losing steam. Is all hope for democracy in Venezuela lost? Opposition leaders are trying to push forward, and the United States has recognized their candidate as the winner of Sunday's vote. But Mr. Maduro does not appear close to giving up power. What exactly would that take? The answer, according to analysts, political scientists, and a review of history, largely depends on government security forces. Wow. The threat from within. In a true democracy, politicians must win support from a majority of voters to keep power. In authoritarian regimes, dictators are often propped up by a small circle of influential figures. Does that sound familiar? Quote, the less democratic a political system becomes, the more reliant you are on just a very small number of people to maintain power, said Marcel Dursus, a political scientist and author of How Tyrants Fall. That means security forces, not the furious protesters on the street, pose the most serious and immediate danger to his tenure, researchers said. The biggest threat are the men with guns, Mr. Dursus said. Between 1950 and 2012, nearly two-thirds of the 473 authoritarian leaders who lost power were removed by government insiders, according to an analysis by Erica France, a political science professor at Michigan State University who studies authoritarianism. To combat that threat, autocrats frequently try what political scientists called coup-proofing. They divide security forces into various fragmented units. That can keep any one branch from amassing too much power and also causes forces to spy on one another. That, analysts said, describes Venezuela. Mr. Maduro and his predecessor, Hugo Chavez, created a tangled web of military, police, and intelligence agencies. Wait, Michigan Spartans? Good job. Congratulations, if it's going well. Hope it continues. Rubio and someone else are involved. What, Lisa? In what? Wait, I missed something. Oh, really? Rubio's involved in the Venezuela stuff. Did he go down with a bunch of people that went down there, right? Was there not a bunch of people? I can't remember. No, they didn't go to Venezuela. Forgive me. That was another. Oh, they went to El Salvador. That's right. Matt Gaetz and all those people. Oh, okay. I haven't heard about that, but I'll have to look into that. Let's see. Venezuela's armed forces, with approximately 150,000 members, are split between the Army, Navy, Air Force, and National Guard. There is a national police force and a national militia, partly made up of Maduro supporters with little to no training, and that can be called in to take up arms in an emergency. They are so-called colectivos, or groups of civilians who attack protesters and, according to researchers, are armed by the government. And there are 3 separate intelligence agencies, as well as intelligence units within other forces, which surveil the opposition and one another. What a fucking mess. For years, these forces have quelled protest, hounded the opposition, and helped preserve Mr. Maduro's increasingly authoritarian time in power, which has outlasted many analysts' expectations. It checks all the boxes for a regime that should be vulnerable to overthrow: major economic problems, difficulties with the successor establishing legitimacy, and a narrowing of the support base, said Ms. France, who studies Venezuela and co-wrote The Origins of Elected Strongmen. The critical player in ensuring the regime stays afloat has been the security apparatus, she said. I also want to just pause here because there's a great, it's actually a Google talk by fucking Madeleine Albright, who I really have a lot of respect for in terms of how smart she was. And she talked about, years ago, she talked about the, that strong men are by and large elected. They are not placed. They don't grab power. They are elected into it. It's just really, it's such a pausing moment for me. But anyway, that's an aside. The critical player in ensuring the regime stays afloat has always been the security apparatus, she said. In turn, the government has purchased loyalty by giving senior military officers high-paying jobs or control of state industries. In Sao Paulo, Brazil, a monument honors those who were killed or disappeared during the military dictatorship. Brazil transitioned peacefully to democracy in part because officers who committed abuses were given amnesty. Why switch sides? The question is then is, what would make the security forces flip? People need to believe there's an actual possibility that he could fall, Mr. Dursis said. Only then will the men with guns either stand aside or change sides altogether. In other nations, when signs have emerged that a dictator is losing power, military officers have quickly betrayed the dictator to protect themselves. Sometimes that has meant attempting a coup. Other times it has meant aligning with the opposition. In Brazil, the military dictatorship in power from 1964 to 1985 acquiesced to a peaceful transition to democracy in part because it had secured amnesty for officers who committed abuses. As a result, few people have ever faced legal consequences for a government that killed more than 400 people. How is that peaceful? I'm confused. I don't really understand that statement. Okay. Must be above my Russians are torturing people. Yeah. As we're going to find out. I'll be interested in Paul Whelan's book. That I'll be interested in for sure. A few years earlier in Argentina, the military dictatorship effectively collapsed after losing the Falklands War. Courts have since convicted more than 1,100 military officials for abuses during the dictatorship, which human rights groups say killed as many as 30,000 people. Researchers said Venezuelan forces were probably considering two such possibilities. They can stick with Mr. Maduro, potentially keeping power, but also risking a collapse of the government and potential jail time, or they can participate in a transition to democracy and negotiate immunity for any crimes. Russia is controlling the military in Venezuela, and Carlos says things are much worse there than what they are showing on the news. They can't even use the messaging groups. Wow. Oh, thank you. Thank you for that. Thanks for that. Oh, I hope his family is safe. I really hope his family is safe. Venezuela's current moment. Given those stakes, what is happening behind the scenes in the Venezuelan government is unclear. The opposition has made direct appeals to security forces, asking for their support to ensure the election results are respected. Members of the armed forces, the nation needs you, Maria Corina Machado, an opposition leader, said in a video to the military before the election. The Constitution must be your North Star and guide. What a mess. On election night, as exit polls suggested that the opposition candidate Edmundo Gonzalez had won in a landslide, three top leaders of Venezuela's security forces struck a balanced tone in public address. Quote, "The people of Venezuela have gone to the streets, to their voting centers, to exercise their human rights," said General Vladimir Padrino Lopez, Mr. Maduro's longtime defense minister, voting for the option that each conscience dictates. He then said the government would release vote tallies from every polling station. It has since refused to do so. For General Padrino Lopez and the other officers, it was actually a very calm narrative compared to what we're used to, said André Serban Pont, a Latin America security analyst who has studied Venezuela's security forces for years. The next day, security forces' response to mass protests was relatively less forceful than in the past. Fewer soldiers and police officers were on the street, and they were generally less combative with demonstrators, Mr. Serban said. It was unclear whether that was because of an order from Mr. Maduro, a decision by the forces themselves, or a general deterioration in their personnel, weapons, and morale. Many had left the country. They migrate just like anyone else, he said. What is going on? Am I reading this wrong? Does this seem like a little off? Okay. Maybe I'm probably reading it wrong. Okay. Then on Tuesday night, as protests raged, the military leaders held another news conference and made clear they were publicly siding with Mr. Maduro. We are in the presence of a coup d'etat forged once again by these fascist factors of this extremist right, General Pedrino Lopez said. If any security forces are talking to the opposition, they will desperately try to guard that secret. Venezuela's intelligence agencies are really good at seizing opportunities like this to weed out possible dissidents, Mr. Serban said. The importance of protests. While security forces are key to Mr. Maduro's fate, researchers said they can be heavily influenced by protests and international pressure. Some foreign allies' refusal to recognize Mr. Maduro's self-declared victory and the U.S. recognition of his challenger as the winner could weaken his standing with the security forces. Large protests could too. If they look out into the streets and see a sea of ordinary Venezuelans opposing the regime, that's going to change their expectations about the future, Mr. Dursis said. But if Venezuela wants to transition to a full democracy, nonviolent protest may also be critical. A study by Harvard's Erica Chenoweth showed that over the past several decades, 57% of nonviolent resistance campaigns around the world had led to democracy, while violent campaigns led to democracy in less than 6% of cases. The key factor for democracy in Venezuela is that, should regime change happen, things go down peacefully, Ms. France said. When there is violence and bloodshed, the chances of a new dictatorship taking control increase substantially. And that's it. Interesting. Very interesting. I want to go up. Ex-Green Beret who planned failed 2020 coup is arrested by U.S. Okay, I have to go all the way up because I'm so bad at the internet. I'm so bad at the internet. About fucking time, and other nations call on Venezuela for some damned voter transparency. I mean, isn't that why we have like a whole that's actually why EO 13848 or whatever exists, is because the whatchamacallit, the what are they called? Oh, USAID. I mean, they actually are trained to help monitor and execute free and fair elections. I mean, they're actually pretty good about that in general. So I don't know why they're not observing. I mean, I think there are observers, so I don't want to say something that isn't true. But I do kind of wonder why more isn't being said about that. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Let's see where Tim Walz stands on the issues. As governor of Minnesota. Oh, lo, 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 bum, bum. Who wrote it? Maggie Astor. I don't know anything about Maggie. I like to look at who wrote things. Will international observers come to U.S.? Well, interesting that you say that. There actually is a huge global democracy. Build that walls. There is actually a huge international volunteer group of election observers, and obviously not necessarily with all the same access, but I can't remember now the name of the group. I actually was in touch with them at one point, but I can't recall now what the name of that group is. But there are some people who are not kind of not nationalistically aligned, I guess, who look at that stuff. But I don't know, maybe we will. We might. Actually, I think we actually do have observers here from different countries. I want to say that actually does happen, but I could be wrong about that. I don't know. I better shut up before I say something wrong. that are from U.S. that observe us. Yes. Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. Do, 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 boop, boop. All right. Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota, the newly announced running mate to Vice President Kamala Harris, has worked with his state's Democratic-controlled legislature to enact an ambitious agenda of liberal policies. Free college tuition for low-income students, free meals for school children, legal recreational marijuana, and protections for transgender people. This all is, he's singing my tunes. He's ticking my boxes. You don't win elections to bank political capital, Mr. Walz wrote last year about his approach to governing. You win elections to burn political capital and improve lives. Republicans have slammed these policies as big government liberalism and accused Mr. Walz of taking a hard left turn since he represented a politically divided district in Congress years ago. Here's an overview of where Mr. Walz stands on some key issues. On abortion, Mr. Walz signed a bill last year that guaranteed Minnesotans a fundamental right to make an autonomous decisions about reproductive health care on issues such as abortion, contraception, and fertility treatments. Abortion was already protected by a Minnesota Supreme Court decision, but the new law guarded against a future court reversing that precedent, as the U.S. Supreme Court did with Roe v. Wade. And Mr. Walz said this year that he was also open to an amendment to the state's constitution that would codify abortion rights. Another bill he signed legally shields patients and their medical providers if they receive an abortion in Minnesota after traveling from a state where abortion is banned. Abortion is health care, which is true. He said on CNN in March, adding, I think old white men need to learn how to talk about this a little more. And I think the biggest thing is listen to women. Listen to what they're saying. Oh, I love you. I love you, Mr. Walz. He's older. He's like 1 year older than me. So he's a boomer. I'm sorry about that. He's like solidly in the boomer territory. But let's not tell anybody. Let's just make him honorary Gen X or whatever the fuck it is. I can't remember what it's called. Okay. Anyway, Mr. Walz' administration has set a goal, climate change, for Minnesota to rely on 100% renewable electricity by 2040. That's 16 years. He signed legislation that directs officials to prioritize the creation of renewable energy facilities in the same communities that had previously had fossil fuel plants. Listen to who? What do you mean? What? What? What did he say? Oh, listen to women. Women. Listen to women. Just women. Just women. That's all. Walz is more progressive than any pundits will ever state. The Progressive Caucus lobbied hard for Walz, not Shapiro. Yeah, I know. That's what I've heard. We're Generation Jones. My parents were a silent generation. Ah. What? Wait, what? Are you listening? You have to listen more closely to women. During his re-election campaign for governor in 2022, he said that he wanted electric vehicles to account for 20% of cars on Minnesota roads by 2030, and that he wanted the state to reach net zero carbon emissions by 2050. His administration has adopted stricter limits on tailpipe emissions, which effectively require auto manufacturers to make more electric or hybrid vehicles or otherwise improve fuel efficiency. He recently announced a $200 million grant from the EPA. Dang it!
The People's Direct, and also going beyond the scope pursuant to the subpoena issued by the defense of Mr. Stahl. There were a series of objections by myself on behalf of the prosecution as to relevance regarding certain topics, including but not limited to the decertification of Mesa County's EMS system following the alleged behavior of the defendant. That was a topic that was ruled off limits by prior defense counsel at the request of Ms. Peters. We honored that as an area that was off limits. Defense counsel approached Your Honor. Your Honor overruled my objection, saying it was opening, the door was now open. This has allowed defense counsel to go into a series of topics that go beyond the last date of offense, which is August 15th, 2021 for counts 8, 9, and 10. That's the last date of offense. Anything to do with parallel proceedings brought by the Secretary of State against Mesa County or Ms. Peters regarding removing her as a designated election official or decertifying the equipment and contracts. That occurs in the weeks and months after the last date of offense. We really can go down a tremendous amount of rabbit holes, and this will become literally a waste of time for this jury.
That's the state prosecutor.
That is already now a day and a half off schedule.
Okay, so, Mr. Shapiro, that evidence was not allowed in because I found it to be unduly prejudicial under 401, 402, and specifically 403 to the defendant. If the people agreed at that time, if they want to get into the fact that these machines were decertified in order to, I would say, in order to explore the issue of the contracts that were later entered into between the county and Dominion, then they do so at their own peril. It's a risk-reward as the court understands what's happening here. That is, the defendant, understands that by bringing this in, the jury may hear evidence that the actions of the defendant came at a great cost to the county.
Yes.
But on the other
Good point,
hand,
Max.
it's admissible evidence, plain and simple in the court's mind, because it allows the defendant to ask questions that are directly related to bias and credibility, the motive of this witness to testify. That is, whether the jury believes it or not, it's not for me to determine on the front end. But whether the jury believes it or not, they have a right to know that maybe Dominion had some skin in the game. This witness had, not Dominion in general, but this witness has some reason to be biased in his testimony because of this contract that was entered into subsequent to the allegations here. I think that's fair game. I think I would be in error to not let the defense be able to explore.
What does that have to do with the counts?
Now, is
What
that
does it have to do
something
with
that
the
opens
counts?
door
Okay,
to a
Judge,
whole host of other
we're going to
things?
have a little
I don't
fight.
know. Probably not. But in terms of this narrow issue, I think it's, and I've already found that it is admissible evidence for the purposes of establishing the bias and motivation, credibility of this particular witness as to this particular issue.
Understood, Your Honor. And I think since defense counsel has spent a lot of time based on the allegation of bias, I think anything subsequent will probably, I'm giving defense counsel a heads up, will become cumulative regarding bias. So I appreciate the court clarifying the relevance analysis. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anything you wanted to add to that, Mr. Case? I think I understood why you wanted it in. So
Yes,
if there's something.
you stated that very well, Your Honor.
Okay, great.
In fact, you gave me a new line of questioning.
No, Your Honor, I just didn't believe that we were opening the door, which the court already noted, to the administrative sanctions of the Secretary of State by talking about the Dominion contract, but the court already made the distinction.
Right. That door, and Mr. Case admitted that he opened the door when he was up here. He said he wanted to get into the decertification. He brought it up. That door has been blown wide open. Okay, let's get the jury. Let's get Mr. Stalin, too.
What about the fact that I don't want machines that Tina Peters has copied to be the same voting machines that are used in the next election? Doesn't that seem like a logical decision? And did they give him a discount? You know, like, I don't understand. I really don't understand. I don't understand why. You know what I mean? Like, and I know maybe it's just that they have to get there, and that's what the judge is actually setting up, is that they have to get there to that point where then a ruling can be made. So I'm armchair quarterbacking from a broke down lazy boy at this point because I have no foundation to say what I'm saying. But here we are. Hopefully what I'm saying is at least funny sometimes, because then it's truly just a comedy show. And I can see where they would say something like, you know, oh, well, that was just a money-making scheme. You just wanted to sell them a new equipment. And that's fine. Okay, that's corporate greed. I think that's a civil complaint. I don't think that's a criminal complaint. And I don't think that has anything to do with what Tina Peters did. And number two, I still think that it would be normal practice that you would have to decertify machines that have been compromised. Kind of full stop. I don't know. It just seems logical to me, and that I would want that precaution taken. Now, hopefully Dominion cut a deal with the county so that they didn't have to take it through the nose. Maybe they did it at wholesale or something like that. Really? Is that true, Max? I hadn't heard that. I mean, I can imagine that's going to happen because, frankly, he'll do whatever. He'll do whatever he wants. Here's what I heard the jury will now hear how much of this fiasco cost the county. Right? What do you think the real reason for ruining Twitter was? Oh, well, I think it was just to give voice to extremist Nazis on a platform that has already maybe a billion users. That's what I think.
The case was involved in the midst of his examination of Mr.
I think it was a way to control some narratives on a large drain pipe,
And Mr. Case,
flood the zone
whenever
with
ready,
shit
resume.
kind of thing. I don't know. I hope so.
So
I hope
what
he has a
happens
lawyer.
during a trusted build?
To the best of my knowledge, that is when the state of Colorado would deploy the golden image onto the hardware at the county.
Right. So what they do is they erase everything on the hard drive on each computer, and then they install new software on the now totally clean hard drive. Is that correct?
I'm not sure exactly. I'm not IT or anything like that, but I'm not sure how exactly it goes on. But they put a new golden image of the updated software on the hardware.
And is it your understanding that the old hard drive contains all of the records in data form from the previous elections?
The technical side of things is really not my.
I always thought it was a
scope of
catch and
work.
kill,
We
like
have
he
a
would kill
technical
it.
team that handles
But
all of
now
that, and
I'm thinking it's a catch and capture and use, because it's really been used to platform a lot of crap and basically make it like Rumble,
During the break, did you
scrolling
speak to
Rumble.
Dominion's lawyer?
I'm sorry?
Did you speak to Dominion's attorney during the break
We sat together.
in the conference room
Yes.
with the district
Is this
attorney's,
against the law?
investigator standing outside?
I don't know where the investigator was standing.
Trash can man.
So you brought up, did you call it misinformation or propaganda? I know you used the term propaganda. Did you say misinformation or disinformation?
Objection asked and answered.
Go back to your notes, counselor.
When asked how I would describe disinformation, I believe is the question you put on there, I had stated I'd associate it with propaganda.
So that would be information that's communicated that the speaker knows is false.
Yeah, when you're
Not
saying
really.
false
That's
things
not actually
are lying,
really it.
Right.
I would
But that's
say
one
that's
example.
disinformation.
Yeah.
Right. Now, is that different from misinformation?
Oh my lord. Is he a semantics expert?
Would
Is he
have
an
to
expert
revert back
testimony
to
now?
The dictionary for the actual definitions.
Not an etymologist or whatever those are. What are those people?
Would you agree that misinformation is when somebody just makes a mistake?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
When you testified before the grand jury, was Ms. Tina Peters present? Was Clerk Peters allowed to be there?
You're not going to object.
Teener Peters, did he have vodka at lunch?
Sustained.
Did he put some Malibu rum in his coffee or
But
something?
it is compound. Can you restate the question without making it compound?
When you testified before the grand jury, was Clerk Peters present in the room?
Not to my knowledge.
Was her lawyer present, to your knowledge?
Yeah,
Not to my
his
knowledge.
article was very good. Dave Troy's
The only
article about the
lawyers
X purchase was very
present
good.
when you testified were the government lawyers, true?
I'm not sure which attorneys or who was who in there.
Wasn't it Mrs. Drake that asked you questions?
I believe Miss Drake was the one that did the majority of the questioning. I don't recall any other questioners, but I don't know who was who in the courtroom.
And did anyone object to any of the questions?
I don't recall.
Sustained.
This judge is ready to go.
What is the role of county employees during the trusted build?
So the county would be there to supervise the process, and they are instructed to acceptance test the equipment, and then they are also instructed to update all the passwords for the machine so they can customize them for their particular county.
Now, is it true that you don't want to be in the room unless a county employee is also present?
In a tabulation room?
Yes.
Yeah, I think you would always want to be chaperoned by a county official.
And that's because it's their equipment.
This seems good.
It belongs to the county.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I would refer you to the contract and agreement between Dominion and Mesa County.
There you go.
They are under a managed service agreement. I don't believe it was a purchase agreement.
I don't know. Because he has no one else to ask butterflies. That's why. Joe Altman told him to ask. Fire under the judge's seat. Time to put this event. I know. Can you feel it, Scott? Oh my God. Is it warm in here or is it just me? Yeah, the judge is like, I'm done with this fool. I'm going to let him hang himself and then I'm going to kick the bucket out from under his feet. Sorry, vivid, but you know what I mean. Metaphorically, of course. Metaphorically. Gal!
Please. That's
Yes.
line 25.
This is the cross-examination of a Dominion employee who was part of the trusted build in Mesa County. And he is off screen because he fears for his life.
This question, and did you give?
So that's why you don't see the witness testifying. You just hear him.
You said she was present for the trusted build. What was her role? Answer. So with county employees, their role is to update passwords, be there with us on site. You know we don't want to be in the room without county employees. It's their equipment. They need to be with us to kind of chaperone the situation. But they also go through an acceptance testing of the equipment once everything has the
Spicy, huh?
images placed on
Real
the
spicy
equipment.
testimony, right?
I read part of your answer.
Okay, where's your mic drop?
Did I read that correctly?
Uh-huh.
Verbatim, yes.
Yeah.
Right. So you told the grand jury under oath it's their equipment.
Okay. What are you
In a sense
talking
that
about?
they are in possession of it. Not
Oh my
necessarily they are
God.
the owners of the equipment, but it is their election equipment at that given time.
What?
Now, when you enter the room to do the trusted build,
I keep waiting for the jump scare, and I don't get it.
Depending on which county you're in, yeah.
and
Maybe
key
that is the
card's
jump
like
scare.
A hotel room key. You hold it up.
It
To
never
the
comes.
thing on the doorway, and it unlocks the door so you can go in.
Sounds right.
You didn't have a key card, true?
I don't think so. I don't believe so. No, we are never issued one.
So then, if you don't have a key card, then you sign the written log of who enters.
That's correct.
So you can do it one of two ways. You can use your key card,
psych.
or you can sign in on the list. True?
Yes.
I just
Now,
keep waiting
at the
for it.
start of the trusted build, were you there for the beginning of it?
Yes.
Did the Secretary of State people check the computers?
In what way?
Well, I mean, they turned them on, looked at them.
Oh fuck, wasp
Started the
nest. That's
process.
fucking sucks.
I
Probably
don't
why I
recall
can't
if the
live in the
computers were
country.
already started or not.
Did they appear to you to be working normally during the trusted build? The computers?
I wasn't really paying attention to the computers at that time. Our technical team was on site, and that's their scope of work.
Sure. What were you doing?
I'm the customer success manager.
I was there to help answer any questions so that our technicians could stay on task and continue to work and offer my services to Clerk Peters and Miss Brown. And if there was something they asked me and I didn't have the answer to, I would work to go and try to find that answer for them so they had the right information.
Right. So the entire time you were there, you didn't hear anyone say or become aware of any problem with the computers, true?
I don't recall anybody saying there was anything wrong with the computer at that time. But then again, that's our technical team's responsibility, not mine.
Right. Yeah. Yet again, not
Now,
the
we
tech
now
guy.
know that 2 days before the trusted build, Sandra Brown and this Mr. Wood guy made a forensic image of the election management server hard drive. You're aware of that, aren't you?
I have heard that, yeah.
And as
But it
far as
wasn't
you could
Gerald
tell,
Wood, was it?
While you were there, making the image hadn't harmed the computer in any way, true?
I would defer to the technical team that was on site. I was not a part of that imaging process with the state and our technical team.
Well, are you aware of any evidence that making the image harmed the computer equipment in some way?
No, irrelevant.
I
No
did not hear
foundation.
anything,
No foundation. That's my guess.
Now, what did this Mr. Wood do during the trusted build?
You mean Conan?
I think he stayed more to the side of the room and just observed.
You didn't see him moving around?
Speculation. Yes, that's it.
I don't recall. I mean, I'm sure he walked around. I don't recall him where he was at a particular point in time in the room, but he was in the room with us. I wasn't paying attention to his every move.
He did not interfere in any way with the trusted build, did he?
Oh my God.
No, nobody would interfere with
No,
the
he
trusted
came in
builder.
on the
Nobody,
Sunday before
interfered
and made the
during it. It
copy
was a
of
very
the
smooth
database.
process.
He made the
This Mr.
copy
Wood, he didn't
2
cause any
days
harm to the
before.
computers, true?
I would defer to the
After they
technical
turned the
team
cameras
on that.
off.
He watched
Counselor,
the trusted build,
why
but he
did Tina
not
turn the
participate,
cameras off?
True.
I don't believe well, I don't know if he helped with any part of the acceptance test or password
This
updates
line
at
of
that
questioning is designed to
you're
prove
aware,
that
aren't you, of the
Dominion,
legal
first of all, the
requirement
machines
for
didn't need to be
the clerk and
replaced.
recorders to,
And so the Secretary of State was
maintain
foolish. And then Dominion
records,
used it
all
as an
election
opportunity
records
to sell
for
Mesa
a
County
period
more
of
equipment. That is
22
literally
months
what the
under
end of this
federal
line
law
of
and
questioning is
25
supposed to
months
be.
under
I'm not
state
kidding.
Objection relevance. Sustained.
Yeah, I'm not kidding. And the judge is letting it happen because he just wants the guy to hang himself, I think, because the judge
Is
is
the Windows
really mad
password
right now.
the same?
Super mad.
for the golden image across the entire state?
Objection relevance. Sustained.
You can feel it in the judge's voice.
Now, Clerk
He's
Peters
done.
was present at the trusted build, true?
That's correct.
She stayed next to Danny Casillas through the whole process, didn't she?
Maybe not through the entire process, but yeah, she shadowed him while I saw her. Yeah, she was with him through the room.
She was looking over his shoulder?
In some points of the process, yes.
Did you see her with her cell phone in her hand?
I did notice that she did have her cell phone in her hand, yes.
She wasn't trying to hide it?
No.
And there's
Isn't
nothing
she
wrong
not
with
supposed
that,
to
is
have
there?
that?
Taking a picture or making a video during a
No,
trusted build?
isn't it?
I would
not
defer
supposed
to
to?
a county policy in that
Right?
case, or any
Thank you.
statute
Oh my God,
that
this
might
guy's
be
so
on,
smart.
on
Thank
the
you so
books.
much for being smart.
I'm not aware of any.
Right. So as far as you know, there's no Secretary of State rule that prohibits somebody from having their cell phone out and taking a video
Objection,
of the trusted
foundation,
bill.
speculation.
I don't know of any off the top of my head.
Right. And as far
Possibly,
as-
I don't know.
Sorry, interrupt.
There possibly could be. I don't know. I like I said, I don't have the law memorized in that case.
As far as you know, there's no state statute that prohibits making a video during a trusted build. True? At least in 2021.
Objection.
Is there an
for,
thank you.
Legal competence.
Overruled. If he knows, he knows.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Oh my God, when did you become Scott McAfee?
As far as you know, there's no state statute that prohibits making a video during a trusted build, at least in 2021. True?
I would say I can't answer that.
Many counties film their trusted builds through their security cameras, but whether that's required by law or not, I'm not sure at this time.
Well, certainly, if you had thought it was illegal for Clerk Peters to have her cell phone out taking a video during the trusted build, you would have spoken up.
I can't answer that because I'm not an expert in the law.
Objection. Relevant argument.
Sustained.
Ooh.
As to relevance.
Now,
I'm like staring
Did
at
you
the seal
tell
as
the
if it's
grand
going to
jury
tell me
that-
something.
the machines are not connected to the internet.
Objection. Relevance.
Sustained.
May I respond?
No. It's
No.
not relevant.
Judge is
May I
done.
approach to make a brief record?
We can make a record
No.
at a break.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'd like to make sure we keep moving forward since we're a bit behind.
Oh, he's so mad. He is so mad.
Your machines have the capability to connect to the internet, don't they?
Objection. Relevance.
Sustained.
You guys want to see a dead body?
Is it true that the computers you supplied to Mesa County in 2021 were manufactured overseas in China?
Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. You went there. You big douche bucket.
Is it correct that the computers come with wireless chips installed?
Stop.
Objection. Relevance.
Sustained.
I think he's just trying to shut it down, I guess. I don't know.
Now, you mentioned acceptance testing. Could you explain to the jury what that is?
Sure. An acceptance test is a sample project or
my
an
Clint is
acceptance
so
test
proud.
project that comes with a pre-marked test deck, and the project is on the EMS, and we scan ballots through, or excuse me, the county would be responsible for this, but ballots would go through the tabulation system, and then they would move into the server portion. And then if any ballots that were flagged for adjudication would show up in adjudication, they would be resolved based on voter intent. And then you would run a tabulation report, and then you would confirm that all the results that were expected matched what the system was showing as it should and operating as it should. Not only are you testing the tabulation equipment, but you are also testing the ImageCast Central, which is a ballot marking device, not a tabulation machine, but more so a fancy pen, in a sense.
So what is the scanner that reads what's on the ballots? Is that ICC?
The ImageCast Central is the software in the computer that is connected to the scanner, yes.
I see. So the machine that scans the ballots
Fun fact, he doesn't see.
is a scanner that is controlled by a computer, which is the ImageCast Central computer. Is that
That's
correct?
software.
I'm not really sure how,
my
in terms of a
God.
technical side, I don't know how everything's controlled in that sense. But the ImageCast Central software is on a computer that is connected to the scanner.
And then what is a test deck?
A
I
test
control
deck
it, folks.
is a
I control
stack
it.
of ballots that is pre-marked, and it's just pre-marked ballots, and you know the expected results as what they should be. So going in, you know what this, once the system reads the ballots and you tabulate the ballots, those results should match the paper record.
So the test deck has pre-marked ballots, and you already know what the result should be. True?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
And then you can get the results of the vote count directly from the ImageCast Central computer. True?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
There is a feature that is not necessarily used in Colorado for that, and that's because in Colorado we use adjudication, which is how you can digitally resolve ballots rather than duplicate the ballot. So it's much quicker in the process.
Yeah, but my question was, you can get the results of the vote count directly from the ImageCast Central computer. That's true, isn't it?
He's not the IT
There is a
person.
feature on the ImageCast Central that allows for pre-adjudicated results, which is not used in Colorado. You
Right.
would have to, in Colorado, they use the adjudication application to digitally resolve anything. So it's not a feature that would be used here.
Right.
Well, it is in the software and
Yes,
on
honey,
the
it is.
scanner. True.
Yeah, sweetie. Okay.
I'll make
You
it
know what
work.
this is?
It's quite
You know what this is? This is Doug
on up.
Frank's
Take off your
supposition.
hat, please. Thank you.
He did that yesterday too. Is it really? No, you're kidding, right? So what he's trying to prove is that Doug Frank's supposition that they were using dead people to fill in voters in the rolls from old, voter rolls, the census thing where he was saying they just use extra names when they need more Biden voters. That theory, that's what he's going to. I mean, literally, please believe me, please. I'm begging. They think because they say this on the War Room and everybody applauds that they can play it in a court of law. I'm not shitting you. It's as dumb as you think it is. It's just as dumb as you think it is. From the top, from the John Eastmans to the Alina Habas, it's as dumb as you think it is.
The objection is sustained. Thank you.
I shit you not.
To your knowledge, sir, does it violate election law to sell software that enables the user to count votes before the election is over?
Objection relevance.
Sustained.
What is Dominion's address in Colorado?
Off the corner of 17th and Tremont in Denver, Colorado. 410 17th Street.
That's where the registered agent of Dominion is, true?
I don't know who the registered agent is, and I don't know where they're registered.
Is he also their general counsel? What? Or their CFO? What? Huh?
Well,
Chief Compliance Officer? What? You don't know where you're going. Captain Cornflake is lost, everybody. Elder, Silver Alert.
Yes.
Silver Alert.
You may.
Grandpa's lost. Elder abuse.
Thank you.
Captain Cornflake is lost. He's lost the plot.
Mr. Stahl, I've shown you Exhibit JJ 15, and does that list your address on it?
What are we doing here?
The address of Dominion Voting?
Oh my God.
This could be a potential other address, but the address I go to work to is a different one. So I don't know if this is a mailing address or not. I would defer
Yeah,
to HR
it could be a
department
mailing
and
department.
anybody at Dominion that
Mailing
handles our
address.
property and facilities.
Yeah, exactly. What evidence do you have that Dominion has stopped beating its wife? When did Dominion stop beating its wife? I smell Joel Altman.
Did you tell the prosecutors in this case that the address of Dominion
Oh my
was
God.
1201?
I'm going to object as to
Come on.
to the street address of Dominion Voting Systems other than Denver, Colorado.
What's the relevance of the street address?
Well,
That he's
it's-
lying?
It's incorrect.
Oh my fucking
It's not
God.
true. And it's listed on the district attorney's own filed document with the court.
This is his mic drop.
The objection sustained.
Oops.
Your Honor, I offer,
No.
do you see a stamp at the top of Exhibit JJ 15 that it was filed January 17?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to anything he's doing now.
Okay, I'm
On
just
the
making
record
a
of the
record.
jury.
Well, let's make the record up here.
All right.
Oh boy. Okay, so this is see, the only problem, I don't know where the judge is ultimately going to go with this, but it seems like he's trying to give him as much rope as he can to make the arguments that he wants to make, but still shut down, with relevant objections. Sorry, which make a lot of sense. And that, I think, is obviously, that makes sense to me. One thing that doesn't quite make sense is just like what happened now. Why would you want the jury to be tainted love
Objection is sustained.
with that? Why would you want that out there? You know what I mean? Like, isn't there a limit to the type of
Your Honor,
information
we offer
that,
Exhibit
you know,
JJ 15.
it's going to be rejected?
Yes, offered but not admitted.
There you go. Rejected. Denied. I said good day, sir. I need that one too. I need that little gif. I said good day, sir. Let's see if I can find that. Probably shouldn't do this. No, I shouldn't do it because I don't want to jinx the stream. If the stream isn't buffering, I don't want to mess it all up. Judge has to cover his ass in the event of an appeal. Absolutely.
Sure.
Absolutely.
23,
Yeah.
okay.
Blocked. Law blocked. I know, man. We need the Wonka drop. I'm going to do it. I'll do it after the show. It's going to come in handy, I think. Real handy.
Mr. Stahl, is Exhibit JJ 23 a certificate, a certified document, certified by the Secretary of State, which shows
Oh, my God.
that the address that Dominion gave to
Your Honor,
the...
I'm going to object as to
Ah!
As it relates to any issues with the address, the objection is sustained.
He's trying to impeach the witness based on this?
Answer the question. Is Exhibit JJ 23...
I know it is,
a
Lee.
certified document from the
I know it
Colorado
is.
Secretary of State, and does it list Dominion's address?
Your Honor, I'm going to ask same continuing objection.
Relevance, is that what that's the continuing
Yeah, I
objection?
just
or was
want
this
him to identify the exhibit so I can offer it.
If it's
and then-
certified, he doesn't need to authenticate
Right.
it.
Great. We offer Exhibit
It is
JJ
420.
23.
Excellent point.
Mr.
Show the court.
We're already restricted on TikTok. We might as well go all the way.
Okay.
No, I'm
going
just
to
kidding.
sustain the objection because I don't find that the address of Dominion is relevant to the issues that we have to decide here today. Thank you. So it's offered but not admitted. I don't have a sticker on this, though. Oh, that's because the witness has it. Yes, that's fine, yeah. And you can collect yours when you come back up.
Because you will be back up.
Thank you, sir.
Redirect? Okay, we done? We done with that half-assed cross-examination that wasted an hour or 2 hours of our life? I think it was 2 hours. No, it's more. Yeah, like 2.5 hours that wasted. And I don't think he's done. What? I heard Dominion Voting's prom date was an agent of the
Dominion's
CCP.
business to have government officials on the payroll of Dominion.
Objection relevant?
And I heard Dominion Voting let all of the people out of the insane asylums in Venezuela and then drove them up in buses to the border.
We're going to go ahead and take our
I heard that.
lunch break. So
All right.
We'll come back at 1:15
Woo.
p.m.
Woo, lunch break. Woo.
Remind you to keep in mind the admonishment that I've given you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form or express any opinions about the case.
Just
or this
don't.
kind of
Just
case.
don't do it.
Don't do any research about
Oops,
this case
sorry.
or anything you've heard so far. And have a good lunch. We'll see you in about an hour and 10 minutes.
There
All
you
rise
go.
for the jury.
All rise for the jury. Oh, man. Somebody's going to have a couple martinis at lunch. I'll tell you that. Boy, you better run to the Chili's line. Get those nachos. Man, I keep thinking about those nachos. I did have nachos for lunch yesterday, by the way. Anyway, we're back on Tim Walz because we're finding out where the fuck does Tim Walz stand on anything. And so we're finding out so far that he's pretty good on like body autonomy. He's pretty good on, I don't know. We'll see. Okay. Anyway, climate. He's real into climate shit. Another reminder about admonishments. Oh, really? Oh my God. They use the money for the new Mesa City machines. That's really, yeah. I mean, company, exactly. Move on. Here's the thing. The bottom line is this. That's not going to impeach this witness. Okay? It's just not. Nice try. Move on. Next. All right. During his reelection, he said he wanted 20 electric vehicles to account for 20% of cars on Minnesota roads by 2030, and that he wanted the state to reach net zero carbon emissions by 2050. His administration has adopted stricter limits on tailpipe emissions, which effectively require auto manufacturers to make more electric or hybrid vehicles or otherwise improve fuel efficiency. He recently announced, I know I'm rereading some stuff. He recently announced a $200 million grant from the EPA to reduce emissions in the food system, including those generated from farming, supermarkets, and organic waste processing facilities. That's a good one. He has argued that it is possible to create a clean energy future where we can protect our water, protect our land, and do that in a manner that grows the economy. Hell to the yeah. Read more about how he is championing climate. Democracy. He has condemned the attempts by former President Donald Trump to overturn the 2020 election, including his repeated lie that he won Minnesota. That is an affront to democracy, Mr. Walz said in May. That is absolutely a line that cannot be crossed. Last year, Mr. Walz signed a bill establishing automatic voter registration. Fuck yeah. Fuck to the yeah. Letting 16 and 17-year-olds pre-register to vote so that they're on the rolls when they turn 18. Fuck yeah. And allowing people to put themselves on a permanent list for absentee ballots. Fuck yeah. Okay, stop that. Stop buzzy buzz. He signed another bill this year that prohibits voter suppression, including any action that results in a disparate burden on a minority group, or even if the burden is unintentional. That legislation provided funding for local governments to open polling locations on college campuses and established criminal penalties for using deepfakes to try and influence an election. I like this guy. Hi, gal. Oh, awesome. Good read on Walz. Excellent. Economic policy. Mr. Walz and Minnesota's Democratic legislative majorities have enacted progressive economic policy, such as providing free college tuition for low-income students, offering free meals for school children. Why is that still even an optional thing? And instituting paid medical and family leave. His budgets have provided for tax rebates for low and middle income Minnesotans and have funded a child tax credit for low income families alongside tax increases on gas and on investment income for wealthy taxpayers. In 2020, Mr. Walz signed a bipartisan measure that set aside $1.9 billion in bond funding for local construction and renovation projects such as housing, roads, and water infrastructure. In 2023, he approved an additional $2.6 billion in infrastructure spending. Immigration. Mr. Walz supports a path to citizenship for some undocumented immigrants. In a 2021 letter to Democratic leaders in Congress, he urged such a path for dreamers brought to the United States as children, for essential workers, for people whose countries are in crisis, and for the families of those immigrants. As a member of Congress years ago, he voted for stricter screening of refugees, but changed his position when he ran for governor. During his 2022 election, he denounced his Republican opponent for saying that accepting immigrants without enough resources threatened Minnesota's fabric of life. Mr. Walz said he's 100% wrong morally, and he's 100% economically and culturally. He signed a bill last year that made undocumented immigrants eligible for Minnesota's driver's licenses, which he argued would make roads safer by reducing unlicensed driving. He does not have a clear public record on border security policies. Israel and Gaza. Mr. Walz has not spoken extensively, about Israel or Gaza. In the immediate aftermath of the October 7th attacks, he condemned Hamas while saying he supported a deal to allow humanitarian aid into Gaza, writing on social media, "The vast majority of Palestinians are not Hamas, and Hamas does not represent the Palestinian people. We cannot let terrorists like Hamas win." But he has been largely silent since then, even after calls from protesters in Minnesota for the state to divest from Israeli companies. So there you go. That's a little bit from them. Let me go to this. So, that's right. Here we go. From Sohrab Ahmari. Let me see. Forgive me if I mispronounce names. Sometimes I'm not good and I go too fast. Let's see. Reagan-esque immigration policies. Yeah, I approve 100% don't separate families. Oh my God. Yeah, that has to be a minimum. Oops, I don't know what this is. Sorry. Huh? What did I do? What? Wait. Oh my God, I must have clicked it. Okay. Don't ever tell anyone I agree with Reagan. I won't. Sorry. I think you just told everyone. Hey, man. Sometimes we do things like that. All right. This is an article in Compact by Sohrab Ahmari. Kamala Harris's coronation as the Democratic nominee was greeted with applause across the party's establishment, but not among progressive populists. Harris herself remains a cipher on economic issues, but her donors and senior advisors, big tech and Wall Street types galore, led the likes of Matt Stoller, the antitrust activist, and the editors of The American Prospect to sound the alarm, especially in light of Donald Trump's Veep choice, J.D. Vance. By picking Tim Walz as her running mate, Harris has gone a long way towards bolstering her left populist flank and neutralizing Vance's potential appeal. Walz can't be framed as a neoliberal Democrat in the Clinton-Obama mold. This makes it all the more urgent for Team Trump to lean away from both online culture warring and conventional GOP messaging and lean into a positive bread-and-butter populism. Walz's origin story, a son of deep rural Nebraska with degrees from Chadron State College and Minnesota State, attests to leading Democrats' fears that Vance could deepen the class realignment of the two parties. But Walz doesn't just bring his humble roots. He also has a formidable record of governing as a populist and Midwestern-style social democrat. Last year, he led his state's legislature to enactment of a sweeping pro-worker law, which Stephen Greenhouse, the veteran labor reporter, described as one of the most pro-worker packages that my U.S. state has passed in decades, and rightly so. And so we have those details. That link is in, so go to that tweet, and then the article that is in the, is linked there. I want to go to the tweet and make sure we kind of get. Tim Walz has enacted the sort of pro-family legislation that self-proclaimed pro-family Republicans have too long resisted, even as they have lamented declining marriage and birth rates. Trump-Vance have to outflank him on populism or lose. Interesting. That's a very interesting posit, I think. Me thinketh. Yeah, I'm not familiar with the publication either. The name sounds familiar, though. It sounds familiar. That's interesting. We just read the article about Tim Walz and his legislative accomplishments, so I might not read the detail of that article, but I invite others to do so. Media literacy. Bump, bump. I should have gotten lunch before this, but I didn't think about it. I didn't even know what time it is. What time is it? It's only 11:14. It's only 11 o'clock. Oh my God. That's crazy. Oh, okay. I need a minute just to relax. So what time is her rally in Philadelphia? Does anybody know? I don't even know. I wonder what time that's at. I think the focus on populism, it is interesting. I think it is too. I don't, and yet when I first heard his name, it was from my daughter who was saying, yeah, I've heard about this Tim Walz as being one of the, potentials. And she said, I consider her more more on the progressive side of left. And she was like, yeah, I think young people can get behind him. So Gen Z. So I don't know, 5:30. Cool. I don't know if I'm going to be live for it. I might. We'll see. I'm not sure. Hey, Clayberg. Oh my God. It's the beautiful Clayberg in the house. Bernie really planted some seeds back in 2016. So I think it has to be addressed, and I'm glad they are. I absolutely think that it is smart to address the issues that, it's almost like you do have to, and you should expect or hope that your politicians can cover multiple bases, right? Oh, interesting. David Hogg. That's cool. I think that Gen Z, or in my very limited polling, i.e. one person, but someone who's not really political, but understands like what the protest movements are about and what, kind of geopolitics, but not the political. Does that make sense? Like the red blue stuff. They don't really pay attention to the red blue stuff. Other than they know what's what. That whatever. The Republican Party is compromised. But I think that it really is a choice that seems to be more popular with Gen Z, which is fantastic. I mean, it's really, it's hard to get their attention, frankly, and it's a good thing if their attention is got, because this is their world. From Judge Ledig, the American Bar Association House of Delegates just passed a policy adopting the Statement of Principles to Preserve, Protect, and Defend the Constitution, the Rule of Law. Really, Orrin? I'm going to look it up. Here. What did I just say? Oh, Wait, what happened here? What happened here? Ah, here we go. Thank you so much, hat tip, Orrin. Okay, calm me downy. I guess I could. Can I make it big? Is that helpful? That doesn't make it any better, actually. Okay. All right. Let me see if I can. I'm so sorry. I know. It's annoying. I'm annoying. I get it. Okay, hat tip, Orrin, for this one. Thank you. Oh, thank you, my love. The American Bar Association, wonderful Judge Ledig, right? We all love him. The American Bar Association House of Delegates just passed a policy adopting the Statement of Principles to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution, the rule of law, and American democracy of the Society for the Rule of Law. Thank you, ABA President Mary Smith, for your leadership and your commitment and courage in defending and supporting America's democracy and rule of law. Thank you, ABA and ABA House of Delegates. Blah, 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 blah. Boop. Boop. Well, now this one we could probably make a little bigger. Ah, there we go. Okay, well, all right, call me. Okay, I don't like Tina staring at us. Oh, fine, I'll just accept them because you guys are pressuring me. Okay. I know you can't really see it. I really apologize, but here we go. It looks like a press release, Chicago. The American Bar Association House of Delegates passed Resolution 801, which adopts the statement to preserve principles. Blah, blah, blah. During the past year, the ABA Presidential Task Force on American Democracy, created by President Mary Smith, has been working to expose and combat perceived threats to the cornerstones of our democratic form of government. This resolution supports principles that go into the heart of that endeavor. It is imperative for the American Bar Association and the legal profession to lead the way in protecting our democracy, Smith said. Lawyers are uniquely equipped to uphold the rule of law, rejuvenate judicial norms, and safeguard election integrity. Adopting this overarching statement of principles as policy sends a powerful message of the ABA's commitment and rededication to the fundamental principles underpinning our enduring democracy, and bolsters the ABA's charge as the voice of the legal profession to stand up for the democratic institutions that have made our country great. While the statement of principles is consistent with existing policy, the resolution enables a comprehensive and forceful stance, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Well, do we have the actual statement? I mean, the actual... Oh, wait. I guess it's this. Sorry. Sorry. Okay. Oh, it's 12 pages. Okay, cool. Okay, wait. Hold on. There we go. All right, so this is Resolution 801 from the American Bar Association, and that is the section of Civil Rights and Social Justice, Commission on Racial and Ethnic Diversity in the Profession, Commission on Hispanic Legal Rights and Responsibilities, Commission on Sexual Orientation and Gender Identity, Commission on Disability Rights, Council for Diversity in the Educational Pipeline, report to the House of Delegates. Number 1, resolve that the American Bar Association adopts the Statement of Principles to preserve, protect, and defend, as we read. Whereas America is a nation of laws, not of men, the Constitution of the United States and the rule of law provide for and guarantee that we the people possess and shall exercise the powers of self-government through free and fair elections of our representatives. Citizens of the United States of America have a duty to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. The Constitution's separation of powers provides that the Congress, the executive, and the judiciary each serves as a check and balance on the other two branches of government. The independence of the Supreme Court and the federal judiciary is essential to our constitutional government and the rule of law. Our government shall uphold the ideals of equality under the law and equal justice for all. Be it resolved that American citizens have a duty to accept the legitimacy, respect the authority, and abide by the decisions and judgments of the federal courts interpreting the Constitution and laws of the United States. To respect the rule of law by honoring the truth and speaking against untruths that undermine respect for the Constitution, the rule of law, and the courts of the United States. To oppose any and all efforts by false accusation, threat, or similarly to undermine respect for the federal courts and the individual justices and judges who serve on the courts of the United States. To support and defend the fundamental American principle that no person is above, beneath, or beyond the law. To respect, support, and defend the constitutional rights of all Americans. To accept, honor, and respect the results of the elections by the American people. To respect, support, and insist upon the peaceful transfer of power upon which our constitutional republic is premised and depends. To respect, support, and defend the right of aggrieved candidates to invoke the judicial process to challenge the results of elections, and the corresponding obligation of such candidates to respect the resulting decisions of the courts of law. To hold government officials, political leaders, candidates for high office, and leaders of the political parties responsible and accountable for the preservation, protection, and defense of the Constitution and the rule of law, and for adherence to the constitutional principles of America's great experiment in democracy and constitutional self-government. To affirm and reaffirm that the duty and responsibility of government and the governmental officials is to the Constitution and the rule of law and to the American people, and that it is the duty and responsibility of all public officials to serve all citizens, irrespective of their political party or other affiliation, association, or identity. To honor America by preserving, protecting, and defending the Constitution of the United States, the rule of law, and America's democracy. During the past year, the Presidential Task Force on American Democracy has been working to expose, blah, blah, blah. We read that part. Most, if not all, the principles have precedence among the policies already adopted. It would be of great value to have ABA adopt this statement in toto at this moment when American democracy is facing unparalleled challenges from various forces in our society. Never in our lifetime has American democracy been under such great threat. A Pew Research poll indicates that only 4% of Americans say that the political system is working extremely or very well. 23% say it is working somewhat well, and 63% have not too much or no confidence at all in the future of U.S. political system. Other polls indicate that nearly 25% of Americans say they are prepared to resort to violence if their desired candidate loses in the next election. Meanwhile, foreign adversaries are ramping up efforts to spread disinformation that inflames our body politic. The crisis for American democracy that was so vividly displayed in 2021 when a mob attacked the U.S. Capitol continues unabated today. A new Monmouth poll finds that 30% of respondents believe President Biden's victory came thanks to voter fraud. Since 2020, threats to and harassment of election workers have actually risen. Some political leaders have begun to question the results of the 2024 election even before the votes are cast. Polls indicate that nearly 25% of Americans say they are prepared to resort to violence if their desired candidate loses in the next election. Another quotation of that. It is now more important than ever for Americans to understand what each of us should do to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution, the rule of law, and American democracy. The Society for the Rule of Law has emphasized that these principles apply regardless of the party or persons in power. The statement of principles developed by the Society for the Rule of Law provides a valuable tool to make that case. Having the ABA on record supporting the entire statement will send a great message, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. On July 11th, the Society for the Rule of Law announced a statement of principles, which in part ask every citizen to respect and defend the rule of law and maintain a strong commitment to democracy and equality for all, support an independent judiciary, respect for the outcome of elections, and the peaceful transfer of power. The mission statement for this society that put out this statement: we are a group of attorneys, law students, and other public-spirited citizens who would traditionally be considered conservative or libertarian. We believe in the rule of law, the power of truth, and the integrity of the criminal justice system, the imperative of individual rights, and the necessity of civil discourse. We believe these principles apply regardless of the party or persons in power. We believe, as the founders did, in a government of laws, not of men. We believe in the Constitution. We believe in free speech, a free press, separation of powers, and limited government. We have faith in the resiliency of the American experiment. We seek to provide a voice and a network for like-minded individuals to discuss these ideas, and we hope they will join us in standing up for these principles. Let's see. The policy, it's consistent with existing ABA policy. I don't know if we need to really go into great detail there. I will put this link in the chat. Let's see. The House of Delegates has similarly urged lawyers in the U.S. Department of Justice not to make decisions concerning investigations or proceedings based upon partisan political interest, and not to perceive that they will be rewarded for or punished for not making a decision based upon partisan political interests. Ooh. Since 2020, the House of Delegates has also adopted numerous policies opposing actions that fail to accept, honor, and respect election results. Indeed, then ABA President Patricia Lee Rafo wrote on November 16, 2020, in part, quote, "Our democracy is built upon the rule of law, which requires adhering to the laws and regulations established for elections. If there are any remaining legitimate concerns about the enforcement or implementation of those laws, courts provide the venue to rule independently and with deliberation on those claims. Once the courts have ruled, individuals have the right to disagree with those decisions, but that disagreement does not affect the validity of the court's decisions. That is the very essence of the rule of law." She goes on. Whoa. Dang it. Wait, when does she go on? Okay, here we go. I'm sorry. The peaceful transition of power. I was like dumping my computer on the ground. The peaceful transition of power from one elected president to the next is a revered American tradition going back more than 2 centuries and serves as a model to the rest of the world. Okay, I'm going to pause there for a second because, as I've said before, at a certain point, I worked pre-election in Liberia in West Africa. I was working in education, but I witnessed what a country can be like prior to a transition of power. And I am going to tell you, it changed forever. It changed forever how I perceived that pomp and circumstance or whatever. Right? Like, it changed forever how I perceived the transfer of power. It is such a precious moment. It is such a tenuous moment. It is so comforting now to know that the same Constitution that existed under one leader will exist under the next. I want us to stop for a moment, because there are literally very many places in the world where when that happens, everything changes, or enough changes where it might as well have been everything. You know what I mean? So I guess what I'm saying is we are so lucky, I think. And, obviously it's not, perfect at all by any stretch. But I'm telling you, the alternative is chaos, or can be, and it usually requires in power grabs, whether big or small. So I guess I'm just urging us to be like, it actually is. I take it so much more seriously than I did prior to that time away. It was really fucking amazing. It's really fucking amazing. And it is beautiful. I mean, there is something beautiful about it, I guess. Because what it should do is give you peace of mind, right? It should give you peace of mind that there is an order to things, and that there is the potential, not the realization, but there is potential for people to be treated equally under the law if we have the will to do it and stand up to racism and othering, which is really the specialty of the new Republican Party is what I call them. Yes, Timothy Snyder. Professor Snyder said democracy is precious. It really is. I mean, it's just fucking, you can't undersell that. I'm sorry. Like, you cannot. You just can't take for that. I just no longer take it for granted. And I'm not trying to be weird about it. I mean, I just think we cannot take it for granted. It's just too much on the line, right? A lot of these dudes are eventually going to face the music, and they are not ready to face that music. For a long time, there's some people that have gotten away with some really bad stuff. And they're hoping that if they have a victory in November, then Orange Man can lead the charge to make all the bad stuff go away. And he can attach his name to it so that they don't have to. And yet they get the best of both worlds. They don't have to be the ones who did it, right? Orange Man bad. They reap the benefit of it. They reap the benefit. Oh my gosh, your aunt and uncle were in El Salvador in the 70s. Oh my gosh. I mean, and I know, I mean, I've seen nothing. Like, that was a very peaceful situation. It was still fraught with kind of unknowns in some way, but it was, and it felt very chaotic from the outside looking in too. So it was admittedly a new experience, but it definitely had some elements where I was like, boy, if this had happened, I think there would have been it would have been more shocking, and it's just simply not shocking necessarily because people are suppressed. Yeah. Free speech, that's another one. That there are actual laws against what your government can do in regards to your speech. That's kind of amazing, really. I imagine the stories would be horrific. I remember, I'm making friends in Liberia, and some of them had been through, the Charles Taylor years. And just the stories, we lived near a beach where people were hung and tortured, and there are still structures there that were used. And I had a friend who was just describing to me, we were driving past it one day, and he's telling me all about just how it was just so ridiculous. Like, you come to there's the beach. It's part of Monrovia, you know. And there's like people being crucified. And it's just like I can't even imagine that terror. I can't even imagine that terror. It's just amazing to me what humans are really capable of. So yeah, I think we ought to be really careful. I mean, not that, you know, but humans are they can be really fucked up. And we don't always see it because we can't imagine being that fucked up. But there are some pretty fucked up people in the world. And got nada, so now it's war all over his lack of advertisers, and they're not wanting to use his piece of shit platform promoting Nazis and the bigots and the shitters. Oh, really? So they're being, is he going to be mean now? What does mean look like? More Nazis? More full penetration? I mean, what does it look like? Because it kind of looks like one of those bars in like, what is that? Total Recall, where he goes to the bar where there's no air, you know? Remember, like, air is like the commodity. Oxygen is the commodity on Mars or something. I don't know. Okay, I'm going to stop. I should stop. Let's get back to something less, daunting. I know. That was a deep pull. That was a little too much. Okay. Okay. All elected officials and others in positions of civic responsibility must now uphold their oath to defend the Constitution, support a peaceful transition of power, and thereby protect the rule of law. The association supports the United States Constitution as the supreme law of the land and reaffirms its commitment to the doctrine of judicial review as a fundamental principle for a nation governed by the rule of law. Statement of principles overlaps largely, blah, 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 blah. General information. Let me just see. I don't think it's really... This is all the approval stuff. This is all the stuff. This is all the stuff. Hi, Mark. Good job, Mark. Good job, Mark. Good job, everybody. Good job, everyone. The proposed policy position will address this issue of a firm stance. Okay, well, that's it. Well, that's it. Well, Bob's your uncle. Well, how do you like them apples? I know. Is it a beautiful day? Oh, that's nice. Quaid, start the reactor. Wait, what? What did I do? Did I say something? Anyway. I used to like Randy Quaid, or not. Wait, is that the one? Yeah, is that the guy that's not his brother's the other one, Dennis. No, Dennis Quaid. I used to like Dennis Quaid, not Randy Quaid. I used to like Dennis Quaid, but he's like all God now. I did not realize that. I just haven't paid attention, to be honest. I mean, I liked his movies from like the 80s. But yeah, good shit from the Bar Association. It really does. I like it. I don't know what it means, actually. And does it mean that it would impact their code of conduct? What does it actually translate into? Is it policies that lawyers have to, like, part of the ethical code? It was one of the characters' identities names. Oh. Yeah. So no court again until 12:15. So what time is it now? I don't even know what time it is. Well, it's 11:40. That's fine. We can hang out. You know what I could do? I don't want to see her ugly mug. Hey, lady, get your ugly mug off my freaking show. God damn it. Wait, where are you? Children of the corn. Children of the corn. Children of the corn. Children of the corn. Dun 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 dun. It's children of the corn. I'm going to take a nap after this. I'll tell you right now. Oh my gosh. Total viewers on TikTok. Well, total, like since it started. It's not like concurrent, if that makes sense. Oh, 109 likes. That's nice. One new follower. How fun. Yay. Linda. Wait, Linda. Who's Linda? Goodbye, Tina's mug. Linda behaving like fascist. What? AI? Who's Linda? Who's Linda? Anyway, yeah, so we have 324 views on the TikTok. And they're all in little boxes and they all look just the same. There's a pink one and a green one and a blue one and a yellow one. And they're all made out of ticky-tacky and they all look just the same. I'm just seeing if there's any news on the TV. Well, I don't have a TV, but you know what I mean. On the computer. Wow, I'm getting a lot of didgeridoo in my feed. I love if I watch one video, my entire homepage of YouTube becomes that topic. Like, God forbid I should like look for a macaroni and cheese recipe, because for Christ's sake, I'm not going to get anything but macaroni and cheese for the next week. So actually, didgeridoo is probably better than macaroni and cheese for a week, because it always comes at the point where you're really not hungry for macaroni and cheese and it doesn't look very good. Boop-a-doop, boop, boop-a-doop, boop, boop-a-doop, boo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Boy, I can't get into anything other than sitting here like a fucking stoner. I can't. I can't bring myself to achieve anything else. That's that 80% girl. Which one? Linda. Who's Linda? Oh, Elmo's second. Yacarino. Oh, Plastic Tiara has a new video, but I can't show it to you because I don't want to get copywritten, so don't copyright me. I'm copywritten, so don't copyright me. I will eat something. I will eat something. I don't know what, but let's see. What do I have? I have something. I have eggs and toast. Do you have power issues where you are in LA? Reading about power issues in Port of LA, Long Beach. No, actually, we've been fine. We haven't even had any of those like rolling things like sometimes that they have, rolling blackouts or something. My siblings up north do. But they live in like one of them lives in the mountains. So they always get like, you know, they always have something happening. I don't really know. But, you know, fingers crossed. Boy, there was a really terrible fire in San Bernardino yesterday. Jesus, that was terrible. When I was watching it, first of all, I cannot believe how fast that fucking fire moved. It just was, it was unbelievable. And then I literally, in some of the houses, admittedly down from the fire, but not that far from the fire, that there were people still in their houses, like walking around their property. And I'm like, dude, it is literally right there. Like, you need to get the fuck out of where you are. Because they're like tucked into like rolling hills and shit like that. These are pretty much mansions. They're not small homes. And horse ranches and shit like that. I didn't see any horses that were in danger. So just so you know, I was looking to make sure. But I did see people in danger. And I was like, Jesus, come on, stop it. San Bernardino, get the fuck out of there. Leave your Spanish mansion or whatever it is. And get out. So hopefully everybody made it out okay. And they have insurance. And, you know, whatever. But yeah, I know. Like, get the heck out. Stop it. It was terrible. Boy, it burned those houses to the fucking ground. Like, in lickety split. And those are like, some of them look like pretty old homes, you know, like old mansions, like stucco mansion type stuff. I don't know. I could be wrong because I don't really know. But they look like they were kind of older homes. Some of them did. And so that's kind of a shame if it's old architecture, but as long as the people and the animals are okay, I guess. I don't know. I don't think I would live that deep in the rolling hills. I definitely want to live somewhere that's a little less crowded than Hollywood. But I don't think I would want to... I don't think it's responsible, actually, for me to move out into the middle of the... Because I think we pretty much know that fires are a big danger. There's not much you can do once you're out there. You're pretty much sitting in the middle of a tinder box. So, and boy, did that fire yesterday prove it. Jiminy crickets. That just was really tragic to watch, actually. Made me sad. Oh, and I see that Mr. Lookner, Agenda Free TV, is live. Waiting for the Great Pumpkin to arrive. Sorry, that's not funny. But no, he's continuing his coverage of Iran to attack Israel is the headline on his. So we were talking about Steve earlier. He seems to, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to think that about him, but he does seem to be kind of, I don't know. This seems a little bit thirsty. I'm going to be honest with you. Watching skylines all day long, waiting for, and getting too excited when you hear artillery fire. Exactly. He was really excited last night about the explosions that he heard. And it was almost too much. Okay? It was almost too much. Right. Right. Yeah. So, I don't know. It seemed a little too enthusiastic about the content. But, you know, again, I mean, crack on, McDuff. He's got, I think he has 15,000 people watching. I thought that was 1,500, but it's not. It's 15,000. He's got a big contract with AP, he said. I think it's just a subscription, but I'm not really sure about that. And Reuters, but he's got some deal with AP, which, you know, is good. Good for him. I mean, he wants to be a news person, so I think the more resources he has to be a news person, probably the better for all of us. And he's very relatable. I think people like him because he's relatable. I think, and it's kind of funny that he gets so obsessed with what's happening in his chat, like to the point of distraction, even when he really doesn't need to. He's got great moderators. I thought he had been licensed to think, but he made a big deal about the announcement of it. So I thought, oh, is this something like different? Or is it just like, I'm excited because I got a new feed? Maybe that's what it was. And I'm probably overthinking it. But but yeah, I mean, I can't do that. All his followers a chat on slow mode, and his mods are fierce. His mods are fierce. His fans are fierce. His fans are fierce. Oh, don't watch it. It's not worth it. I mean, really, it's not. It's not. I'm sorry. This time it's not. I can't remember. There was one time he did a really good show. It was a really good show where I thought, oh boy, he really was doing a lot of great teaching of people as he was learning, you know, like I thought, oh, that was really good. I can't remember now what it was, but you know, props to him for that. It can't be easy. I would never, it's very daunting to me to try and be the breaking news person because frankly, I'm just not the expert. I'm a comedian, and I'm not a good comedian, okay? I'm not even a comedian, really. I'm just a chick that has a computer and a camera and a microphone. That's it. And I don't really even do all the stuff very well, okay? Okay? So I'm not the level of success. But I don't know. Crack on, McDuff. Do it. Do it to it. And I guess, I don't know if things are popping off over it. Let me pull up TikTok, actually. Sorry, I know. But it's the wave of the future, kids. You gotta get down with the kids. You gotta get down. You gotta get over. You gotta get down and over. Go get down and over. God damn it. I have another follower. A whole 58. Hells yeah. That's right. That's right. Uh-huh. Okay, let's see if there's any funny cat videos. Because actually, oh my God, it literally came up with a cat video. I don't know how to, okay, I paused it. All right, hold on. Hold on. I like cat videos. Hold on. There we go. Hold on. I hope it's good. I really hope it's good. Auto school's off good. Okay. Oh, that's it. Oh. I love these cap cuts. I love the Olympics. And this sport is fascinating to me. Oh, that's incredible. I hope you guys are okay with watching this. Holy shit. That is so hard. I played water polo for like a minute, and it was one of the hardest things I've ever done in my life. I thought I was going to die. I definitely thought I was going to vomit. I can't imagine the precision. Not only do you have to do that, you have to do it in unison with other people. Brava, ladies. Brava. I know you guys can't really see it that well. I'm sorry. I'm not very good at this. Sandy, yay! She got her DNC credentials? Fuck yeah. Oh, is that true? Trump's doing... Oh, yeah, he is doing an Elmo. Yep. I did hear that. I wonder if I can make this bigger. Guess I can't. I don't want to fuck it up. Nope, I don't want that. And Heidi? Did Heidi get him too? I don't know. Okay, I'm kind of getting freaked out a little bit by this. Ah! I would definitely be vomiting at this point. Although Jamie Harrison had acknowledged Sandy's email, or Sandy's outreach, which I thought was good. Oh, that's right. Yes. She did have that. Yep. Okay, I'm just, ladies, I'm freaking out. Okay, you're freaking me out. Oh, cool. Yeah, definitely. Check in with Heidi. Tell her we said hello. Well, hello, lady. Well, hello, ladies. I'm Tina Peters, and I'm here to say. I'm Tina Peters, and I'm here to say. That's cool. I would like to go, but there's no reason, and I certainly am the last in line to get credentials to go to the DNC. That's for dang sure. Oh, Zarina's her guest. I love Zarina. She's badass. She's still over in Odessa, I imagine. Zarina Zabriskie, who's a journalist living in Ukraine. She's Ukrainian, obviously. And she was part of a documentary called Eastern Front, which was completely amazing about the war in Ukraine and from on the ground. And she's really an amazing human and a good friend of Heidi's. I had the chance to meet her when she did the premiere, one of the premieres in LA. And that was really nice. It was really nice to get to know her a little bit. Yeah. Check in when it's over because we're gonna be here because we've got a lot of ground to cover. Here in the ether. Assuming that trial is still on, Tina trial. Yes, it is. Oh yeah, no, it's gonna be on. Oh boy, no, we've got miles to go before we sleep. But let me tell you, we're gonna sleep. Let's see, what else? Oh, tonight is probably, wait, no, today's Tuesday. Oh, that's right. Today's Tuesday. Sorry. So tomorrow morning, I'm going to be live too, same time, 6:30 a.m. Pacific, 9:30 Eastern, et cetera. And then we'll have the trial. Trial's going on, I think, all day. I think it's all day. I think it's every day this week, but I don't know that. So I'll just be live every morning. And if it's live, then we're live with it. And if it's not, well, they're not. And then Wednesday night, Jim should be hosting a space, so I'll probably take part in that. And then Thursday morning, Friday morning, and then lounge on Friday. What should we do for lounge on Friday? Is there something fun we should do? Like, should I take us on a little outing or something? Like what? Or bake or something like that. I could bake. I still need to make bread. I failed on my starter. I got nervous. I got nervous that my starter was old. It probably was fine, but I got nervous. So I threw it away. I feel like a starter failure. A starter ender. I feel like I can never make sourdough starter. And really, sourdough bread is just my favorite. I just can't. I almost don't like it. Well, that's not true. I really like a really nutty bread. I love like a super nutty bread. Maybe I should try and make like a nutty bread. But I don't have any nuts. Anyway, the point is that I never successfully made sourdough during the pandemic. What? Andy Ogles, Tennessee U.S. Republican rep. FBI executed a search warrant for what? What's he accused of? Oh my God. Hold on. Holdy Ani. Andy Ogles. Andy, you're naughty. Andy, you're naughty. Andy, you're so naughty. Yeah. Andy, you look like Jake Tapper. Whoops. I think I can actually make it bigger if I make it smaller. I know. It's just like what's his name? Never mind. Anyway, okay, Nashville, Tennessee. Thank you, Teresa, for the hotline. Wait, Max, what happened? Just got off the phone and under tornado warning. Holy shit, Max, are you okay? Do you have a place to take cover? I don't think you actually live in like an area that would necessarily have structures that can help you take cover. I hope you can. I always took Ogles because he ogles. You have a basement. Fantastic. Okay. Be safe, okay? We're going to worry about you the whole time. Okay. Nashville, Tennessee. This is the local Nashville News Journal 5. Okay, so it's one of the Nashville local reporters. We love our local reporters. FBI agents executed a search warrant late last week on Tennessee Congressman Andy Ogles as the first-term Republican faces continuing scrutiny over fraudulent campaign financial reports that he filed. What? News Channel 5 has confirmed. Yes, please tell us if you can, if it's all clear. Reached by telephone Tuesday, Ogles' attorney declined to comment, although he did not deny that his client had been targeted for search by federal authorities. I'm not going to confirm or deny that there was a search warrant issued, the attorney, G. Klein Preston IV, told News Channel 5 Investigates in a brief conversation. Details of exactly what areas were authorized... I couldn't think of a good joke. Details of exactly what areas were authorized to be searched remain murky, although individuals familiar with such investigations suggested the warrant may have been limited to Ogle's electronic devices. Pesky phones, and gotta get that jitterbug reprogrammed, am I right, ladies? A spokesperson for the FBI declined to comment, referring questions about Ogles to the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Middle District of Tennessee. Pursuant to department policy, we have no comment. U.S. Attorney spokesperson Mark Wildison said in an email to News Channel 5, a sternly worded email. Law enforcement in Maury County, where Ogle's home is located, were not notified about any searches, although one source was told that FBI had executed a search warrant somewhere in the county in recent days. Neighbors in the sparsely populated rural area told News Channel 5 Investigates that they had not seen any unusual activity around the congressman's home. Execution of the search warrant came immediately after Ogles defeated Courtney Johnson in the Republican primary as he seeks a second term in the U.S. Congress. Department of Justice guidelines generally prohibit law enforcement from taking any overt actions in investigations of a political candidate in the 60 days before an election. Back in May, Ogles filed a series of amended campaign financial reports admitting he had not personally loaned his campaign $320,000 as he had reported back in 2022. Other amendments to his campaign financial reports resulted in Ogles retracting claims regarding thousands of dollars in campaign contributions and expenditures that he had previously reported to the Federal Election Commission. That development came several months after News Channel 5 raised questions about whether Ogles had the financial resources to make that personal loan. Despite having reported making the $320,000 personal loan, Ogle's personal financial disclosures did not show any substantial investments, not even a savings account. A watchdog group, the Campaign Legal Center, those wonderful nonprofits, we love them. The Campaign Legal Center later filed a complaint with the Office of Congressional Ethics comparing Ogle's conduct to disgraced New York Congressman George Santos. Santos is now facing a criminal indictment that accuses him of reporting non-existent personal loans to his campaign in order to be eligible for other campaign contributions. So where did he get, this is also News Channel, where did the $320,000 come from? Oh, it looks like George. Involving Middleton. That investigation showed even more questions about the Maury County Republican. Ogles made the dramatic claim in reports filed with the FEC during the 2022 campaign, raising eyebrows among some because the former Maury County mayor had never been seen as a person of great wealth. But look at his really finely tailored wool suit. In Tennessee? Just kidding. He doesn't even have a savings, and he did it at her birthday party. And you did it at my birthday. Is it like the Trump Egypt thing? Which we have to read about that too. Oh my God. We're getting ready to get hit by a bad storm. Jim, please be safe. Everyone, oh my goodness. I'm so sorry that you're having to go through bad weather. We need to read about the Trump Egypt thing, actually. I think I have something bookmarked, but I can't remember, and I don't want to try and find it. Oh, here we go. Wait. Rachel, shh. Here we go. Oh my God, no. Go away. I don't give you permission to do shit. Okay, hold on. Rachel, don't get mad at me, MSNBC. This is in the spirit of education.
I'm just going to give it to you verbatim. Ready? Quote, 5 days before Donald Trump became president in January 2017, a manager at a bank branch in Cairo, Egypt, received an unusual letter from an organization linked to the Egyptian intelligence service. The letter asked the bank to, quote, kindly withdraw nearly $10 million from the organization's account. Withdraw it all in cash, as in green bills. Quote, inside the state-run National Bank of Egypt, employees were soon busy placing bundles of $100 bills into 2 large bags. 4 men arrived and carried away the bags, which weighed a combined 200 pounds. The bags contained what was then a sizable share of Egypt's entire reserve of American currency. But when those 4 men came and carried away those hundreds of pounds of cash, bundles of $100 bills, where did the cash go? What could Egypt's intelligence service possibly need with 200 pounds of $100 bills? Well, FBI agents in the United States thought that cash might have gone to Donald Trump. Explosive reporting from Aaron Davis and Carol Leonnig at the Washington Post on Friday revealed a years-long criminal investigation into whether Egypt illegally funneled $10 million in cash to Donald Trump for his 2016 campaign. 2 years into Trump's presidency, federal investigators in the United States had come to know the following things. First, classified U.S. intelligence had indicated that Egypt's president at least wanted to give Trump $10 million to boost his presidential campaign in 2016. Also, in September 2016, just before the election, candidate Trump did have a very chummy meeting with Egypt's president in New York, after which Trump praised him as a, quote, fantastic guy. A few weeks after that meeting, just before the election, look at the time on this, October 28th,
oh my God,
just before the 2016 election, Trump miraculously produced $10 million of his own money to dump into his campaign, which at the time was quite strapped for cash. That $10 million infusion, though, wasn't a gift from Trump to his campaign. It was structured as a loan, so Trump would get the money back. Trump, just a few days later, won the election, and then just a few days after that, or a few days before his inauguration, there was that unexplained cash withdrawal of American dollars by the Egyptian intelligence service from a Cairo bank, $10 million, the same amount that Egypt's president had reportedly wanted to give Trump, according to U.S. intelligence, the same amount that Trump had miraculously found to loan to his own campaign. Egypt's president then inexplicably became one of Trump's first guests at the White House as president. Trump later released over $1 billion in military aid for Egypt. Trump at one point even called the Egyptian leader, quote, my favorite dictator. And for him, there's a lot of competition for that title. But U.S. investigators didn't ever prove that the money from Egypt, that cash from that Egyptian bank, went to Trump. To prove or disprove that, they would need access to more of Trump's financial records. But they would never get that access. And that is its own scandal. Carol Leonnig and Aaron Davis reporting that Trump's Attorney General Bill Barr stepped in to make sure that FBI agents wouldn't be allowed to subpoena Trump's financial records. He also then removed the U.S. attorney who was overseeing the investigation. And then he removed her replacement as well, until he finally got a U.S. attorney in that jurisdiction who would shut down the investigation entirely. Now, what investigators thought might have gone down here, an illegal $10 million cash payment to a presidential campaign from a foreign dictator. I mean, if that were ever proven, that would be one of the biggest presidential scandals in American history, if not the biggest. That said, it hasn't been proven. And Donald Trump has denied it. The reason it hasn't been proven is because nobody was allowed to look at the evidence that would prove it or disprove it. Thank you, Bill Barr. Thank you, U.S. Justice Department, for never apparently looking into any of the things that Bill Barr did as Attorney General to bring grave shame and discredit upon the U.S. Justice Department.
Thank you.
That's a story for another day.
But it is the story.
I will say, though, Trump is denying the implications of this reporting and this investigation. He could easily disprove the claims here himself by simply allowing his banks to release his financial records to show that he has nothing to hide because he had nothing to do with this. In a hard-fought presidential campaign, you might think that would become a political pressure point for Donald Trump. I mean, if you're going to tell people they need to release their long-form birth certificates, seems like maybe you ought to release your bank records, especially when you're credibly accused of potentially taking a $10 million cash bribe from your favorite dictator. Joining us now is Washington Post national investigative reporter Carol Lennig. Carol, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it.
Carol, you look so tan and rested.
Rachel. Did I misconstrue any of that? Did I get any of that the wrong way around?
She's another
No,
book writer.
You got every part of it right, and especially the chronology. I like the way you tell it because it's very clear. People who had credible information from the CIA, jaw-dropping intelligence. The CIA was warning the Department of Justice, we have an informant and additional corroborating intelligence streams suggesting that Egypt's president wanted to get $10 million to Donald Trump. The DOJ began investigating largely under then special counsel, independent special counsel Robert Mueller. And then when they actually found corroborating evidence of $10 million walking out the door of a Cairo bank, just as the intelligence foretold through the account of the Egyptian spy agency, the General Intelligence Agency, when they found that incredibly and compelling evidence, they were barred from trying to figure out whether any of that money ended up in any of Donald Trump's personal or business accounts.
How, what would the scope be? How big a proverbial subpoena would it need to be in order for investigators to get the kinds of records that would prove or disprove these implications?
The subpoena that was drafted and proposed in April of 2019 by the U.S. Attorney's Office in D.C. and again proposed in June of 2019 and again proposed in the fall of 2019 was fairly limited. It basically asked for records around the time of this bizarre cash withdrawal in Egypt, January 15, 2017, a few weeks before and several weeks after. It was not a very broad amount of time. It was scoped down and careful, but they could not get the U.S. Attorney's approval for that. After she met with Attorney General Bill Barr, she decided that they didn't have the factual basis or the predicate to seek the records of the sitting president. And just so you know, Rachel, if you walked into the FBI field office today and said you believed you had information about me laundering money or taking money illegally, the FBI could get a subpoena for my bank records in about 10 minutes. It wouldn't take very long. In this case, this group was blocked for 2 years from gathering any evidence.
Carol, what would you, and just your reporter's take on this from what you understand and the sources that you spoke with, how would you describe the confidence level of the investigators who thought that this $10 million might have gone from Egypt to Donald Trump? I mean, the Trump appointees of the Justice Department who ultimately shut this thing down and didn't let them investigate it, they sort of...
Doesn't Tom Barrack have something to do with this case?
Folks were looking for evidence for some cockamamie theory. But the people who spoke to you, who were involved in the investigation, how did they characterize their level of confidence or suspicion that something really was truly wrong here?
The sources we spoke to who are very close to the probe described a group of agents, FBI agents and prosecutors who were gobsmacked that they had found this level of information. First, the intelligence was pretty stunning and came from a reliable source who had provided reliable information in the past in this field. Then they had a document that proved a movement of $10 million from exactly the intelligence agency that was suspected in the intelligence to have been the source of the funds in the exact dollar
Well, did someone travel to Trump after they took the bags of money?
Switch on all of this U.S. policy on Egypt in a way that was extremely beneficial to the president of Egypt. The first meeting that was ever held with the new U.S. president was with the Egyptian president. A pretty big kiss, if you will, to that country that we had held at arm's length. These investigators and agents were described to us as stunned because they had never gathered this quality of investigation in a money laundering or financial conspiracy case before. certainly not one that had been closed down, and not one in which they'd been barred from continuing to investigate the leads right in front of their faces.
Wow. Stunned and gobsmacked. Again, there is an easy way to sort this out. Those financial records don't have to be subpoenaed. A candidate who wanted to dispel this sorts of allegations and said they were not true could simply release that information publicly. But we will await that development. Washington Post national
Thank you. Thank you, Carol and Rachel. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you. We really do. Thank you. Thank you for alerting me to that. Thank you so much. I don't have a Washington Post subscription, so unfortunately I can't read her piece on that. But yeah, I'd be interested in reading. I just really can't stand reporters that sit on stories for a long time, and I feel like Carol Leonnig did that with her book. But that's neither here nor there. We've got an election to win. We've got a union to save. No, not. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm not that person. Let's see. Oh, they should be coming back shortly. And what I think I'll do is when they come back, I'm just going to run and make myself a sandwich, and then I'll eat it off camera. But I'll eat something because I can feel my blood sugar is dropping a little bit. So probably is time to eat something. Probably not good to go so many hours without eating. That's kind of dumb. Hey, lady, you're kind of dumb. But yeah, I think I'll go make myself a sandwich. I'm going to make myself a sandwich. I think Bobo got some roasted turkey yesterday. Yummy, yum, yum. Yum, yum, yum. Especially in the heat. I know, I just don't want to cook anything. And it's hot in that kitchen. I mean, the thing is like I've got a fan blowing on me. And that's really it. Every room has to have a fan, which is fine. And we still have a breeze. I still feel like we're in a lucky place because we've at least got a breeze. I'm telling you, there are places around me that do not have breezes, and that's hell on earth. That's what that is. I wonder if the cross-examination is over. Do you guys think one in the chat if you think the cross-exam is over? I'm just kidding. Don't do that. I'm sorry. I don't like it when people ask the people in their chat to do something. It's like, no, you don't need to do it. Although I would want to know. Like, if you wanted me to know something, I would want to know it. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure anymore. But August 16th is going to be something zero. I love it. That's right, Kathy. I like all the badly behaved chatters. I like it. We've got a bunch of room of like smart asses. I love it. I've cultivated my community of smart asses. Ha ha ha. We're about to take over the internet. And, maybe someday we'll have 25 viewers and 10 points. 10 points for the zero. That's right. It's on a 10-point system. Every digit is worth 10 points. Wait, what? I'm going to put mustard on my sandwich. Fuck yeah. Oh my God. I got this mustard. I'm sorry. I just have to talk about this mustard for a minute. I got this mustard, just a yellow mustard, simple, nothing fancy, but at Trader Joe's. Oh my God, this mustard is so good. It's just creamy yellow mustard, but it is so delicious. It's like a taste sensation in your mouth. It really is. My mouth is watering just thinking about it. I can't wait. Turkey sandwich with a little bit of cheese. A little bit of cheese and a little bit of mustard. Very excited about it. What is everyone else having for lunch? That's how we always end our family calls. What's everyone having for dinner? And then everyone's always making like these amazing things, and then Bobo and I are like, we'll probably make some macaroni, hamburger, cheese. Well, we'll probably order some tacos. My favorite taco place no longer delivers, and I'm really sad about it. Go-Go's Tacos. I think it's in Koreatown. I think, because I think it's just south of me. I think, and it is. They are the best shrimp tacos on the planet. And yeah, I will die on that taco hill. The best shrimp tacos in Los Angeles. How about that? Go-Go's Tacos. Look it up. But they're not available on like Uber Eats, so don't even think about it. I think I must have ruined them because I probably ordered it at least once a week, if not more. And frankly, they probably were like, this place is ruined. We can no longer continue because this place is now ruined. Lolo ruined it. Oh, your town's getting a taco place? I love tacos so much. I think tacos are my favorite food. I think shrimp tacos in particular are like my favorite food of all time. I don't know why I like shrimp so much. It's not good. You're not supposed to. You're not supposed to eat shrimp like more than once a week, right? Or something. And is there extra mercury in them now? I don't even know. I probably should eat shrimp. I think they really need to put, money into like bacon replacement and shrimp replacement and lobster replacement. Oh, and crab replacement. Maybe scallops too. But I would like them to really make a very, very, like, you cannot tell the difference. And a ribeye. I would like a ribeye too. Shredded beef tacos. Oh my God. Birria tacos. Stop it. It's still exciting. It's all good. You know what? Everybody brings a lot to this party. But birria tacos with dipping sauce and the cheese and the crispy and the dunky and the salty and the yummy and the drippy. Oh, thank you. Thank you, world, for inventing that. And then what the taco places here are doing now is birria ramen. So that the broth is the birria broth and then it has fucking ramen noodles in it. What? I can't. I do love ramen. Ramen makes me sick to my stomach, but I love it so much. Gosh, this is really just too much, right? Like, it's too much information. I love LA. I think LA has some good food choices. I will say, I've lived in a lot of major cities, and I will say that San Francisco and Boston and Los Angeles, I think, of the places I've lived, have the best restaurants. But that's just my opinion. We just started seeing those tacos in far northern California. They're delicious. Oh, dim sum in San Francisco is the shit. And there used to be a restaurant in North Beach called, oh, fuck. What was it called? It started with a C. Oh, my God. Oh, I can't remember. But it had neon in the... Oh, my God. Their Alfredo was like crack. I would drink it. I wouldn't, but, the thoughts there. Even supermarkets in California are on a different level. I agree with that. I will agree with that. I've never found... The best supermarkets have been in California for me, my experience. But I've never lived in, like, the Midwest. I've never lived in the Midwest. But I've lived all up and down the eastern seaboard. And then I've lived in northern and southern California. So I think that of all those places, I feel like the best... Well, I don't know. I'm going to tell you, Fort Lauderdale had some pretty fucking good groceries. I have to admit, the produce in Florida was pretty damn good. But maybe I'm just remembering it differently. I love scallops. I love good grilled scallops. A little drawn butter. French dip tacos. That's so cute. They're so good. Oh, yummy, yummy. You had lunch with Carpool Mom. She just came back from visiting her family in Russia. She's moving them here from Russia. Great. Great. Is that meritocracy? No, I'm just kidding. I lived on the corner of Little Italy and Chinatown in San Francisco. Wake up to garlic bread and espresso. Oh, holy shit. I loved it. I loved it. I lived on I lived on California Street. On California for a minute. Oh, I had such a great apartment there. It was a studio and it had like this incredible view of the bay. It was insane. And it was just lovely. I should have really held on to it, but youth. Youth is wasted on the young. Have you been following the Georgia election board mess? No, but I need to get caught up on that, Jim. I absolutely need to frickin' get up on that. I lived in the Tenderloin, Indian, Thai, and Vietnamese food on every corner. Whole neighborhood smells like curry. Oh, great restaurants in San Francisco. Great restaurants. Oh my goodness. Good memories. Good memories of San Francisco. But, time marches on and now it's a different city and what is that? It's a blue hellhole. No. Run by a Democrat. A Democrat hellhole. No, that's not true. I haven't been to San Francisco in a few years, actually. I don't really have any desire to go back. I spent almost 10 years. Well, no, I lived there for, I think, like 8 years or something like that. And I like it. I like it where it is in my memory, It's nice and quirky and good, like, ranges of socioeconomic, and now it's just dumb. Now it's just a bunch of dumb shits. It's a bunch of dumb rich people. And then everyone else who's just trying to cling to survive. Tech bros, they completely ruin the vibe. Oh my God. Who knew? Who knew the hoodie and the jeans hid demons? Actually, we knew. I'm not gonna lie. We gotta know. It's so expensive to park there. Oh my God. I remember living in the I don't think I should say all this. I lived in a neighborhood with my new husband at the time. And parking every night, because for some reason, why were we parking? I guess it's because we had a car. I think we had one car. I think it was my car because I moved into San Francisco from another place where I needed a car. It was bohemian when we were there. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I cannot tell you how much I value those days of just walking through North Beach in the middle of the night and hearing live music and getting really fucking shit-faced. And oh my God, there was a sushi place near us where the owner it was just like one of those little 2-stool places. And he loved us as a couple, and he would like just give us all this wonderful free food and just make us really drunk. And oh my God, what a lovely time. It was just such a lovely time. I really I miss that, but that's not the San Francisco that's there anymore. So, you can't go home again. No. Unless you're a homing pigeon. No. Anyway, so yeah, the romanticized version of San Francisco. But yeah, I love that city. Man, that city was awesome. That city was just amazing. Amazing place to live. I loved all the places I've lived, actually. Everything had something special to it. So I always wanted to live, I always really considered where I wanted to live. Yes. Is she safe, though? Is she? She's probably still under a tornado watch. She's taken her phone down there with her, down in the basement, down on the boardwalk. Yeah. So anyway, tech bros ruin everything, pretty much. I think. I know we have other things to read. I'm going to be honest with you. I need a little bit of energy before I read something else. Chatting from under a tree. Under a tree with an umbrella opened. And metal shoes. Have you heard of Persian Zam Room? Wait, where? The street Fairs culture in SF. Oh my God. Off the fucking hook. Off the hook. Off the hook. Oh my God. I loved those. I loved those fairs. I don't remember Persian Zam Zam Room. Where was that? Was it? Oh, give me a landmark, because I feel like yeah. Well, but I was there a long time ago. How in the hell is RFK giving 9%? He's not. Come on, Jim. Come on. He's not. Don't believe. Upper Haight. Wow. I can't say that I remember that name, but I spent a fuckload of time in the Haight, I'll tell you, getting really hammered. There used to be was there a sushi place there or something that was really amazing? No, it was a seafood place that was really amazing. That's right. Damn, now I got to figure out where that is. I wonder if it is still there. I'll look it up. I'm going to be upset if I didn't know about it. That's going to make me mad, because then I'm going to feel like I failed being a California native. Been downgraded to a severe thunderstorm watch. Okay, well, that's still dangerous winds, so you know the drill. Keep us posted. Keep a weather eye out and keep us posted. Let's see what else. Yeah, I haven't heard of that. There was a couple places in the Haight I used to hang out in. Shit, man. God, I can't remember. I just have no memory. It was a long time ago. It was kind of a really long time ago. Very grumpy bartender would throw you out. Okay, wait. Yes, I do remember that one. No, I do remember that place. Oh my God. I do remember that place. I do think I got thrown out once, but I do remember that place. Oh my God. Wasn't it down near the green, like I can't remember what street that is, where the big cross street. Not, I know it's on like Haight or whatever, but that big cross street. Oh my God. How weird Fair was the best street fair. Oh, really? Badge of honor. Well, I mean, but was it at Ashbury or was it farther down? Like one more block, or I'm trying to remember. I thought it was on a corner for some reason, but it might not have been. Then there was like that place across the street, I thought, which was like a restaurant, like a burger joint. It was by Cole. See, I think it was by Cole. It was too long ago, but I do remember that. There was something about soap. Now I can't remember what it was, but there was something about soap. Do you remember Slim's? Oh my God. You have to go do a thing. I hope everyone experiencing storms is safe. Yes, Oren, take care. We're gonna make sure. I'm gonna eat something salty. Thanks for coming. Thanks for stopping in and listening and having us in the background and participating and all the things. Good luck on the rest of your chores and day. But yeah, remember Slim's? Slim's was the little corner bar across from City Lights bookstore. And it was in an alleyway, and it literally was a guy in glasses, Slim. And you also had to kind of almost be a local in order to be accepted, because there wasn't many seats, but everyone tried to kind of like come in. Oh, I think I went to the End Up. That sounds familiar. I used to also, oh my God, this is terrible. I used to go out with friends, like when my husband and I separated, and I went out with girlfriends, and I love City Lights bookstore so much, and Vesuvius right next to it. Oh my God, it's a great bar. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, wait, no. Well, anyway, it doesn't matter. This whole stream of reminisce has been like probably incredibly boring, so I apologize. I apologize for being triggered into like reminiscent days. I don't know. Trouble. Gold Spike. Oh, remember Vic's Red Room? Remember Vic's in the financial district? That fucking place was awesome. It was all red velvet. all of it. And it was like legitimately like from the days of Barbary Coast kind of shit. I would go there on Sunday morning and there would still be people raging from the night before. Fuck yeah. I love Vic's. I used to hang out there quite a lot. I used to hang out at the Stagecoach, which if you didn't take BART, you might not have ever found the Stagecoach, but it was the bar right next to the BART entrance on Montgomery in the financial district. Tadich Grill. Fuck yeah. Sam's. You ever go to Sam's? Oh my God. Woo. Man. We used to go over there and get fucking hammered. Oh, I had such alcoholic bosses. We were all a bunch of alcoholics. Jim, my family is gradually migrating to California. I'm planning a trip with my wife to visit all of them in La Jolla, not San Clemente, Rancho Santa Fe, Santa Barbara, Tiburon. Wow, Jesus Christ! You hit all the glitterati spots, all the high priced neighborhoods. You're not going to come here to East Hollywood, hang out with us? No? Tommy's Joint. Oh my God, we used to go there when I was a kid too. When we would go up to San Francisco, because I grew up in the Bay Area, and we would go to San Francisco and go to Tommy's Joint. God, I love that place. It was like Christmas. It was so great. I thought it was awesome. I thought it was amazing. I thought you could get almost anything you wanted, and the menu looked like cartoons, even though it's just a menu. Oh, we're back. We're back. It's time for me to make my sandwich. Well, we're not really back yet. He hasn't started yet. But let me turn off our campfire. Where is it? There we go. Do. Make sure we're all turned up. Oops, we weren't totally turned up. Well, that's a pain in the fucking ass. Oops. There we go. Okay, we're live. Everything's live. Everything's turned up. Okay. Excellent. Dun, dun, dun. Bum, 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 bum. Have you ever been to the Chestnut Street Grill in the marina? Chestnut Street Grill. They had like amazing. Oh, the sandwiches. They were one of those places that had like really amazing sandwiches that were all themed, you know, like whatever, named after a neighborhood or something like that. And they were fucking fire, like crack, heroin, and cocaine all rolled into one. God, I love that place. Oh my gosh. I could eat anything, anytime, anywhere that came from that place. Crazy. I love a good fresh sandwich, you know, like a really nice, good, yummy yum sandwich. I appreciate people who do the artistry of the sandwich. It's helpful. It's all your food groups in one, except for the fruit. Well, maybe fruit. A little cranberry action. Nothing wrong with that. Cafe Jacqueline for souffle. Oh my gosh. Oh, yes. Yes. Was that in Union Square? Or near Union Square? Am I remembering that right or wrong? I might be remembering it wrong. I liked Sears. Is that a place over there by Union Square? And, yeah, gosh. There was really nothing wrong with San Francisco at that. Well, I mean, there was probably plenty wrong with San Francisco at that point. It's about the bread, too. Fuck yeah. Oh, man, God. Sourdough is just it. I'm sorry. It's the shit. And I love a good grainy, nutty bread, fruity, you know, like all kinds of good stuff in bread. I do love those breads, but my heart is really
I have
with
a few
sourdough.
questions for you,
so
Mr.
there you
Stahl,
go.
and for the benefit of
all right. Speaking of sourdough, I'm about to go make my fucking. It was a great place to have breakfast.
The attorney's questions are, so there may be some questions that I don't ask.
All right, I'll BRB. I'm just going to make myself a quick sandwich. Now that I got everybody all hungry.
Why the question wasn't asked. Mr. Stahl, have you had a client-customer violated contract before? If so, what were the consequences? What actions did you take?
Could you repeat that question?
I sure can. Have you had a customer client violate a contract before? If so, what were the consequences? What actions did you take?
I don't recall any client violating a contract at this time.
Okay. Clear ballot was never mentioned by the defense. Are they your only competitor?
In the state of Colorado, to my understanding, only Dominion voting and clear ballot are certified systems within this jurisdiction.
I don't know who has a phone on or some device on. Turn it off immediately. If you can't turn it off immediately, please go outside. And Deputy, if you could assist me with that effort, please. Thank you. Did you notice a sign outside or inside of the tabulation room that said no cell phones or recording devices?
I don't recall seeing a sign.
Okay. Mr. Shapiro, questions based on those? Actually, yes, questions based on those questions. I'll start with you, sir.
No questions based on those answers.
Very well. Mr. Case, based on our discussion up here, questions?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. At the break, Mr. Stahl, did you have occasion to look up your email, which we now know was August 6, 2021, that you escalated to your team?
I don't recall the date, but I searched through my email, yeah.
And you found it?
Yes, that particular email for escalation.
Right.
Yeah.
And what did you say in that email?
I didn't really get into too much of the contents of the email, just to who it was to. And I notified them that there was a video passed to me by Mr. Romero from the Secretary of State's office, and who was present, both county, state, and Dominion. Again, I didn't read it word for word. I just looked for the escalation email to it.
Can you get us a copy of it, please?
Your Honor, I would object. The court talked, 2 questions, I think, is what the court limited counsel to.
I'm going to sustain the objection. This isn't discovery.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Is Mr. Stahl released from everyone's subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, he is released from the prosecutions, and I appreciate the defense releasing him from the defense subpoena.
All right, Mr. Stahl, you are released from your obligations to the court in this case. So thank you for your testimony. You're free to go. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. People's next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the prosecution will continue with our examination. Kelly Bryant.
Okay.
May I have a moment?
Oh, sure. And while we're waiting, I'll just let the jurors know I was informed that Ms. Bryant may have her cell phone with her. She's not using it. It's not any disrespect. There's a reason why she has it with her that I'm not going to get into the details of. It doesn't matter. Just know that everyone's aware of it, and she has permission to have it. Ms. Bryant? Okay, come on up. There's a white strip of tape on the floor. If you could please just stand right on it or near it. Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of law that the statements and testimony you'll give to the court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please take a seat over here in the black chair. Once you're seated, if you could state your name and then spell your last.
My name is Kelly Bryant, B-R-Y-A-N-T.
Mr. Shapiro, she's your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Bryant, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm okay, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Thank you for asking.
Oh, and if you could just flip over upside down all of those exhibits that are there, that'd be great.
Would Your Honor like me to come retrieve them?
Not right now. Let's just keep plugging along.
Ms. Bryant, I'm going to take you back to May 2021. Back then, were you working?
Yes.
Where did you work at then?
I worked in the Mesa County Clerk and Recorder's office.
And when you were working at that office in May of 2021, what was your job title?
I was the Administrative Support Manager.
Now, as the Administrative Support Manager, did you supervise anybody?
I did. I supervised the recording staff, and there were approximately 5 individuals there. And then I also oversaw the 2 administrative assistants that cross-trained in all 3 divisions of the clerk and recorder's office.
In May of 2021, were both of the administrative assistant positions currently filled and occupied by an employee?
No, one was filled with Amanda Golightly and the other had become vacant.
The one position that had become vacant, when do you believe it became vacant?
Goodness, I would say, I believe it may have become, I don't know. I don't remember, but I know that the individual that did depart did it so effective immediately.
Who's this lady?
But I don't remember when that actually took place.
Okay. How long, if the position was still vacant in May of 2021, how far into 2021 did that position remain vacant, not filled?
From May until I left, which was in August, it remained vacant.
I'm going to move you forward now to Monday, August 9th, 2021. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Were you in the office that Monday, August 9th, 2021?
Yes, I was.
Did it come to your attention that there was some news involving your office, the Mesa County Clerk and Recorder, as well as the Secretary of State, regarding an issue centering on the election side of the clerk's office?
Right, I do remember that day because the entire elections division was out of the office, which I found terribly surprising. There were also, I'm not sure how many county commissioners, but there were county commissioners in our conference room, along with one of our IT men. And you just knew something was going on. And I do recall that something had been filed with the Secretary of State, but those details I didn't really know.
Were you able, or did you have any communications with Brandy Bance, the elections director, on that Monday, August 9th?
I don't believe so. I think August 9th is when
Thank you.
Everyone had been removed from the elections and they were working from home or working remotely. So I don't recall any interaction on that day with her.
Okay, let me ask a different question. Did you have any awareness as to how Ms. Bance was responding to being sent home based on the news that involved the Secretary of State's office and elections within the clerk's office?
Unfounded speculation.
I'm sorry. Can you re-ask the question, please? And I'll sustain the objection at this time.
Did you have any firsthand knowledge as to how Ms. Bance was responding to what was going on?
I remember that her and Stephanie were very, very upset. They were emotional.
How do you know that?
I remember there was a buzz that I maybe have heard. I had heard a third party that they were very upset.
Effect on the listener, non-hearsay.
Can I have counsel approach, please, just very briefly?
He's reminding them that they can't speak over each other. I'm guessing. But there you go. She was an admin supervisor in the clerk's office. Thanks, Kathy. So she didn't observe them being upset? I mean, that's fine. Okay. So she didn't observe it. Whatevs. Is that all she's here to say? By the way, her blouse is really pretty. I really like that fabric. It looks really nice. She looks like she doesn't want to be there, which I can't say that I blame her that much. Oops. My microphone's fucked up. Oh, I know what's fucked up. It's my earphones. Hold on. Hold on. Don't be worried. It's okay. It's going to be okay. You're doing great. Sending her some good vibes. bet you she got that news because she knew she was going to have to testify. I hope she did, and I hope it made her feel really good when she bought it. I don't know. I overthink this stuff too much. I agree with that.
At this
Sorry.
time, I guess I'm going to sustain the objection, but I'm going to give Mr. Shapiro a chance to re-ask it, just so it's clear in my mind where we're at. And if there's another objection, then I'll hear from Ms. Jones about that too. So go ahead, Mr. Shapiro.
Ms. Brown, I'm going to ask a different question. How did you respond to hearing about the news that led to the election staff being sent home?
Yeah, I was very concerned but confused. I didn't know what had happened.
Did you have any awareness as to whether Ms. Bance was confused?
I don't know.
Speculation.
It's a foundational question. Any awareness? So it's a yes or no?
Unknown. I don't know.
Okay.
I can't remember.
Did you have any role with the Mesa County trusted bill that occurred on May 25th and 26th, 2021?
No.
Do you have any awareness of a memorable event that occurred on Thursday, May 27th, Friday, May 27th, 2021, that involved you and Ms. Peters, the 27th of May, 2021?
I believe that was when I was asked to ship a package overnight.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about that, okay?
Sure, yeah.
Ooh.
You talked about shipping a package. What was brought to your attention regarding the need for a package to be shipped?
I was in my cubicle and Tina walked by and asked if I could overnight a package for her. And I said, of course I could. I have a P card, which is a county credit card. So I said, absolutely.
Did you have any other interaction with then Clerk Peters about that request?
She had told me that Sandy Brown would be bringing me a package, and she had moved into her office, and she was on the phone all the while.
Let me stop you there. You're saying she, her. Who is the she or her that you're now talking about?
Sure. So Tina Peters had passed by my cubicle and asked if I could ship a package. I said, of course. And then she proceeded into her office while being on the phone. And so she's telling me I need to ship a package. So I went right to her on the phone and I said, what is the address? And who are we sending it to so I could prepare the labels? And while she was on the phone, she was communicating with someone who had then texted her the address, and I, making sure I get the address correct, I took a screenshot with my phone of the address, and I carried it back to my office or my cubicle, and I prepared those labels.
Okay. So, in addition to what you just described, did you have a notice or an awareness as to who was going to be the recipient? You had an address, but who were you actually sending it to at that address?
Right, and I did ask for that information, which Tina Peters did give to me verbally, and I included that in the address label.
All right. What name did Tina Peters give you as who was going to be the recipient of this package?
Conan Hayes.
Conan
when
Hayes.
Ms. Peters said that to you, was she still
The
on
conduit
phone
between
with
Mike
somebody on the other
Lindell
end?
I believe so, yes.
and
Here at this time, I'm going to show defense
the
counsel what has been
person who
marked
pretended to
for
be,
identifications, People's Exhibits 24 and 25.
can't make this shit up, pretended to be, whatever his name is, Wood, Gerald Wood, so that he could, he's the one. Isn't it a nice shirt? Yeah, this is covering, Conan covered for Gerald Wood, Conan pretended to be Gerald Wood so that he could get into the trusted build. I don't know if Conan Hayes is charged. It's not clear to me from the reading that I've done, and it's been somewhat
This would
limited.
appear to be.
But
That
that's
is
a
my
question we should
screenshot,
answer.
so that I could ensure the address was correct when I labeled the package.
And whose phone did you take the screenshot of?
Oh, it was Tina's phone. And I don't know if it was her work phone or personal. I'm not sure.
And does this photo appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the screenshot or the picture that you took?
Yes, it's identical.
Okay. Let's talk about People's 25. What does that appear to be?
So in my attempt to ship the package, I had prepared labels, return address, and going to Conan Hayes.
I believe
But
Conan
when
works for Mike
I
Flynn, though.
Took it to
He's
the
a
United
surfer.
States Postal Service. They had me fill out this label instead of using my sticker labels. So I filled this out. Tina and the clerk and recorder's address is from, and then the information that Tina had provided with Conan Hayes' name on there is what I transposed onto this form, and that's what they use for the label of the package.
And this particular package that you took to the United States Postal Office, was that at an office in Grand Junction or outside the city?
No, it was downtown Grand Junction.
And what was the weight of this particular package?
I recall it being pretty heavy. Exact weight, it will be noted here by the post office.
And we haven't admitted
This
that.
is Conan
That's
Hayes.
why I like
This
to
is
refer to
Colorado
24
Politics
and 25
article,
Based on the foundation.
November 15th, 2023.
It is so
That's
they are
Belinda.
submitting
She flipped.
24
Belinda
We're
flipped.
going to just publish it in just a moment, which means we're going to project it on the screen. But what was the weight of the package?
Let's see if it's noted on here. You know, I'm not sure if it's 5 pounds, 1 ounce. I'm not sure, but yeah, I believe it felt heavy to me, but it may just have been whatever's noted here on the packaging.
And how much did it cost the county to send that package?
It was about $70, but right here it does say $69.55.
And out of which budget was that $69 and change paid out of?
So when I returned with the receipt and the proof or tracking number, I gave it to Tina, and Tina said, let's bill this to elections. And because it was my credit card, I had to make sure my name was on this receipt so that it would be reconciled with my credit card activity.
Right.
And so that's the reason why there's the label elections and my name.
Hayes was also identified by the Arizona Story as having accepted documents tied to the Mesa County incident and handing them over to Ron Watkins, an Arizona congressional candidate. And he's not architect of QAnon. God damn it.
What's being projected is 24.
Ron Watkins has fuck all to do with QAnon. Jesus Christ. He's a fucking pornographer. And he's a incel.
Sending the package to.
He's not Q. God damn it. No.
Okay, come on up.
Peters had claimed that Gerald Wood was the man who, using a county employee ID, entered a secure room where the trusted build was to take place and helped make copies of the county's election system. Among the indictments handed down to Peters and Deputy Clerk Belinda Knisley, who has flipped, by a Mesa County grand jury is identity theft on Wood, who had allegedly given the employee ID back to Knisley before the trusted build took place and never worked for the Mesa County clerk's office. Okay. Brown was fired from Mesa County. They don't say what happened to him. Oh, man. He lives in Agora Hills. Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah, for real. Yeah. Yeah. He's from Ventura County. Yeah, for real. Okay. Yeah, but he doesn't say what if he got, like, fuck, god damn it, you fucking idiots. Sorry. I searched for something very specific.
Oh, I guess there's more. I guess there's more. Okay.
What? What the hell's going on? What is going on? What's going on now? Okay, let's see if there's anything else. So from the Colorado NPR, the public radio station, there's an article from August 25th, 2022. Basically, prosecutors looking to build their case against Tina Peters have gained an important asset, the cooperation of Peters' deputy clerk, Belinda Knisley. Let's see. All right, Knisley, that's not helpful.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue with the examination here. Mr. Case, I'm sorry. Just he asked me if he could leave. He's got to prepare for stuff for tomorrow, and I said, of course. So he didn't want anyone to think he was just running out. So
What the hell?
he's stepping out for now.
Hayes is the individual in individual 27. Is he really,
Go ahead,
Kathy?
Mr. Shapiro, and
Well, I guess we'll be hearing more about
moment
surfer
ago, you can put
Conan
that back up on
Hayes.
the screen.
I'm not going to put it up. So
This woman worked with the election office and
Ms.
mailed
Bryant,
the package
what was the
to Conan Hayes, which we
city where
don't know
Mr.
what's in the
Hayes
package yet, I
was
don't think.
residing at that you were sending the package to?
Right, so it was Agora Hills, California.
Agora Hills, California is
Mhm.
where you were sending it to.
Yes.
And the package that you mailed to Conan Hayes in Agora Hills, California for $69.55 that weighed 5.1 pounds, who gave you the actual package before you took it to the downtown post office?
So all I remember
And
is
he had
that
printouts
Tina
of paperwork, too, that he gave
Sandy
to Ron
would be bringing
Watkins.
me a package. And I can't remember exactly
Okay,
if
yeah,
she
he is.
left it on my desk,
He's a
it was
Flynn
there,
operative.
or if
He's a
she
Flynn.
physically handed it to me. I can't recall.
He's Flynn.
But I
He's a Flynn
received
person.
the package. It was on my desk. It was wrapped in brown paper and lots of tape.
So you talked about the weight that shows up, at least on the receipt.
Mhm.
Are you able to remember the approximate size or dimensions of the package?
Right up, I would say maybe 15 inches squared, more or less. Mhm.
So your best estimate was the package that was provided to you that was with lots of tape was approximately 15 inches squared?
Mhm.
Is that a
Yes.
yes?
What was
All
it?
right, thank you.
It wasn't, it could have been
Did
the
you
thumb
ever
drive and
meet
papers, I guess.
Someone who was purported to be an administrative assistant working in elections or working in the clerk's office by the name of Gerald Wood.
That position reported under me, and I was not involved with any kind of hiring or discussion on that individual, but I do not.
Sorry, Your Honor, non-responsive. He simply asked if she ever met Gerald Wood.
No.
Right. So
Sorry,
the answer
no.
is- okay.
The answer is no. My apologies.
Given that the purported position reported to you, what role, if any, did you have in the supposed hiring of a Gerald Wood?
None.
Oh, yeah, Allied Security. Oh, we know all about them. I think Kleberg knows a lot about them in particular.
Do you believe you would have had a role
Yes,
in
he was
that
involved
hiring?
in all of it.
Speculation.
Overruled?
It means you can answer the question, Ms. Bryant.
Yes, I would have had a role.
I'm telling you right now,
At some point,
there's
did
only a few key
anyone
players
mention
in
the
this
name
end of the
Gerald Wood
fuckery.
to you amongst
It's going to
the
be
leadership of the
obvious
clerk
what
and
they
recorder's
did.
office?
Objection. Hearsay.
But we need this.
Did who was Belinda Nisley?
Belinda Nisley was my supervisor.
Okay. Did Miss Nisley, your supervisor, ever mention the name Gerald Wood to you?
Objection. Hearsay.
Co-conspirator statement?
I need to have counsel approach about that.
Yeah, but Belinda flipped. Belinda flipped like a pancake, like a burger on the grill. They mix up the data from Michigan and Minnesota. Yeah, exactly. They're fucking ridiculous, Jim. They are fucking ridiculous. And here's the thing. This is why these cases are so important. Because they get down to the detail of all of these fraudulent claims and proving that they're stupid and made up. That's why all of these cases, as boring as they can be, although this one I admit is kind of interesting, although maybe just because I happen to know some of the players more than normal people, but I think that this stuff is like detailed by design, right? Flood the zone was shit. I'm going to say it again. I mean, it really, Bannon's design of, and others who are engaged in election fuckery and sowing distrust among the nation. Those architects of this and kind of those who foment it really hope that they just kind of get away with it because there's so much detail involved and there's so much of a shell game of moving things back and forth. Look at how difficult it's been, even with really diligent judges. Right? Like Chutkan, I feel like, has been a very, very vigilant and diligent judge. And I think she has worked as hard as she can to move it once it's in her power to do so. So it is just so much detail. But how much alcohol abuse is involved? I mean, I can do bad stuff. It can do, yes. I don't really know. I mean, Lisa, I think at the end of the day, this really is just a tale of greed and the closing in of consequences. And the consequences are closing in for a few of the key players, like Donald Trump, like Mike Flynn, like Steve Bannon, Roger Stone. You know, like their misdeeds are really coming home to roost, or at least they may think so. So I think that it is the crazy. It is the crazy. But this is by design. I mean, this is why people like Mike Flynn are so dangerous. And not just Mike Flynn in particular, but the entire ecosystem of mind fucking that goes on every day, all day long on right-wing media. And I say right-wing media only to the fact that it's been a separate wing of the media, and now it's become, a lot of these storylines have become mainstream. So you're so busy debunking the ridiculous over and over again, you never actually really get down to the detail of why John Eastman did what he did. Because you're so busy debunking all the bullshit that he proposed that you exhaust yourself. And that's exactly how people like Steve Bannon and others would like to see that happen. Because the more chaos, the more likely they get an administration in place that will forgive all of their sins and create an administrative state that is authoritarian in the way of the following: privatized education, no public school system, defund public schools, privatize healthcare. Oscar Group, co-founded by Jared Kushner. Have you heard of them? They're a boutique medical firm. And what I believe is the model, the pay by service or whatever? Pay for service. Okay. Privatizing security. Privatizing the police. Militarizing the police. Militarizing the military. And that is Eric Prince. And he talks about it. He has a fucking talk show about it on Patriot TV, which is the new channel started by Mike Flynn on Rumble and locals. So the zone has been flooded, and the people who have been vulnerable to it have drunk it, and they now can't even be bothered with a potential controverting fact, or else they melt down and they will believe the stupidest things, even despite evidence to the contrary. As an example, earlier, Chase, the lawyer for the defense, was arguing about which set of facts are constitute disinformation or whatever. You know, like whose set of facts should be accepted? Well, the facts, you fucking moron. While your truth might be different, the facts remain the same and objective. And it is a hard truth for you to accept. And that's why I wanted to look at the data. When Doug Frank came out and started saying there's an algorithm, there's this, there's that. I am not a mathematician. I'm actually really bad at visualizing math. So I have a real problem with mathematical stuff, but I enjoy some of the challenge of it. So I started looking like, what is he doing? Because Doug Frank has a whole like Rumble channel dedicated to every state and every county or some ridiculous thing where he shows all this bullshit, charts. And they form the basis of his traveling roadshow where he's trying to radicalize people to totally distrust elections and election workers, more importantly, and to demonize those people. So Doug Frank, in my mind, is one of the most dangerous people out on the road right now because he is actively fomenting violent resistance to elections and making people pissed off about stuff that doesn't exist. And one of those idiots is going to decide to take matters into their own hands because they've been propped up by all of the right wing, including the Congress, to think that violence is the only possible way. Right? Lies and civil servants. So, the derp state. So that's why we can't have nice things. No. So that's why it's important, I think, or at least it helps me. So maybe that's what I should stay with. To listen to what they say and listen to the actual adjudication of the facts so that we can get to a place where reasonably you would accept that. And that, I think, was the essence of what the ABA House delegates put out today was we must agree to accept the outcomes of our processes, especially in light of the appropriate legal challenges to those outcomes, right? It's not denying the right of someone to express it. It is requiring us to act honorable in the execution of democracy, which means when you lose, you are gracious and you try again. And that's what we do. And so it's not even that it's like a self-righteous kind of like we're better than you, although I'm sorry, it's starting to look that way. It is a matter of, my God, when are we going to wake the fuck up and stop allowing congressmen especially to stand or sit and lie 24 hours a day?
The objection is overruled.
And scene. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Bryant.
I'm sorry it's been such a TED Talk all
I
day.
was going to ask a question about whether Ms. Knisley ever said anything to you about somebody who might be coming in to work. Do you have a memory of that statement from Ms. Knisley?
Yes. Belinda advised me that they were going to bring in an individual that would be on a temporary basis to try out for that administrative position vacancy.
How did you respond to that?
And she gave him the highest access ever of a badge.
But I was thinking that's very unusual.
Why did you think it was unusual?
Because everyone should be going through that HR process to be hired and brought in any one of the capacities, working either for recording for elections or for vehicle licensing, right? There's a due diligence that I know HR would have had to have accomplished prior to bringing someone in to function in that capacity.
To your knowledge, in your tenure at the Mesa Clerk's office, had you ever seen trial employees before?
Never.
Did you ever get a chance to meet the person Ms. Knisley was referring to?
I don't believe so.
And the last question centers on this, questions I should say. Were you asked to schedule a visit from an out-of-town guest who was known as Dr. Douglas Frank?
I was asked by Belinda to place this particular event on everyone's calendar. Myself, elections management, her and Tina, and also Emily Salas, who was our accountant. Yeah, I was asked to put that on their calendars, yes.
Ms. Bryant, I want to thank you for coming today. I have no further questions for you on direct examination. Defense counsel may have a few questions for you on cross. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Ms. Jones, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Hello.
I'll try to be brief.
Thank you.
I'm Amy Jones, and I represent Clerk Peters. You were hired in 2019, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I think you said your title was Administrative Support Manager in 2021?
Yes, that's right.
You indicated that Belinda Nisley was your direct supervisor?
That's correct.
Okay. And then you left Mesa County in 2021? You
Correct.
work somewhere else now?
Correct.
Okay. Did you regularly interact with Clerk Peters?
Not on a regular basis. However, Belinda was on a leave. And so for, I don't know, maybe a week or, maybe a week, Tina did ask me
What was she on
to,
leave for?
one, ship that package.
I'm so sorry.
Election interfere?
All I asked is if you regularly interacted with
No.
Clerk Peters. Okay. You as an employee never had any complaints or discipline against you, did you?
No.
Fair enough. Would you say that Clerk Peters in your short time there was a fair employer?
Oh, yes, I enjoyed working under her. Mhm.
Did she share with you about her son's accident?
Yeah, I'm going to object.
She
It's
did.
beyond the scope of direct
Sustained.
and relevance.
Sustained as to relevance.
All right, Gerald Wood. I think you said he was never an employee, correct?
I can't say that for sure because
Okay, well,
he
just-
was.
Just answer that, then we can talk about it.
Sure.
You did not work in human resources, correct?
No.
Okay.
Not in this capacity in Mesa County, no.
Right. So you weren't part of the hiring process or the HR process with Gerald Wood, were you?
No, not at all.
You don't know in your position how human resources handles full-time, part-time, or temporary employees, do you?
No.
Somewhere I thought I read that you said that you thought he was a contractor, Gerald Wood.
Not that I know of.
Okay. But never an employee, true?
No.
She doesn't know that. You just said
Conan
she's not
Hayes
part of.
wasn't an employee,
Bitch.
right?
No, not that I know of.
Oh
By
my
the way,
God.
did you ever meet Conan Hayes or Gerald Wood?
No, not that I know of.
Mm.
Did you ever talk to Gerald Wood
Talk
or
to-
Conan Hayes?
No.
Is that a Colorado thing?
I think you said you were not involved
The mystery
in
man
the
was
trusted
hiring
bill,
people.
I was not.
The mystery man was pretending to be the person that was hired. Does that make sense,
Ever
Badger?
hear Clerk Peters express concerns
Yeah.
about needing to save data?
Objection
No.
for relevance, beyond the scope of direct.
Stop answering, honey.
Overruled. And what was the answer?
No.
Take a. It's a
think
bitch
you
thing.
said Sandra
Lisa, that's a
Brown,
good one. You win.
Or Clerk Peters.
She needs to
asked
slow
you
down.
mail that
Take a beat before
package
you
that
answer.
Mr. Shapiro took up several minutes to describe, right?
Tina asked me point blank to ship a package overnight and then provided the address. Yes.
Perfect. To California.
Yes.
All right.
Granny's
didn't know
wearing
the person it
spicy
was being mailed
spaghetti
to?
straps today.
You had no idea what was in it.
No.
And you
I
didn't
know, but
why
the
it was
horse is
being
out of the
mailed.
barn.
No.
Okay, the pig left the
You saved the receipt.
fence.
I have to account for my
Pit.
credit card use.
Mud pit.
Correct.
And now we have that as an exhibit, right?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Ridiculous, useless. Thank you so
Reba?
much for nothing.
And just to clarify, you said you did not know Gerald Wood. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
But the administrative assistant position that was held by the prior person was still vacant. Gerald Wood was or was not an administrative assistant.
No, not that I know of.
Thank
he,
you.
He
No
did
further-
have an email address.
Say again?
There was an email address created for him,
Thank you.
but I never met him and he was never part of my team.
Understood. Thank you.
Sure.
Questions for this witness from the jury? All right, I don't see any. Is Ms. Bryant here under subpoena? If so, she released Mr. Shapiro.
She is definitely on our subpoena, and we are releasing her from our subpoena. I would ask the defense to do the same if she's under theirs.
Yeah, they're all trying to examine the horse.
You're free to go. Thank you so much. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
This is trying to put out a fire with a hair dryer. Okay, that's where I'm going with this one. You did a good job. That was not easy. It's very stressful. We get it. Everything's fine. I know the answers are struck, but really, obviously that's all you can do, right? You can't do everything. They really need to turn those mics off. I don't want a hot mic, frankly.
Ms. Noonan, come on up here to the white strip of tape on the floor. I'll swear you in.
Yeah, I guess I'll do the job that nobody else in my courtroom is going to do for me, whatever.
Please raise your right hand. I got this. Swear or affirm under the penalty of law that the statements and testimony you'll give to the court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
There's
Please
so
take a seat
much
over here in the
gray
black
and
chair.
neutrals on
Once you're
this
seated,
screen.
Please state your name.
Everything
and then
is
spell your
beige and gray. Tan. And the state seal looks a little bit like the Starbucks logo.
She's your witness, Ms. Drake.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's an Eileen Fisher. I like it.
Fine, thank you. Would you please tell the jury how you're employed?
I know.
I'm employed
but
by
you-
Mesa County Finance Division.
Okay.
How long have you held that position?
Okay,
As a finance
okay.
director since March of 2018. What was your title prior to that? I was the senior accountant or county manager.
I love corporate accountants.
How long have you worked in finance for Mesa County? Since March of 1994.
Ms. Noonan, if you could flip those exhibits over, please. Great. Thanks.
No problem, Judge. I got you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Everybody's got a nice water bottle. It's very Colorado. It's very natural, very healthy.
With Mesa County Finance, just
Very
sort of a
hydrated.
historical overview for them. Historical overview, I started as a part-time fixed asset accountant. I have worked in the budget division and I've worked in the
It's here for amortization. Am I right?
Who is the custodian of records?
Oh, sorry. Let's hear it for
Well,
depreciation.
The
Am I
county is
right?
a custodian of records. For
Can I get a
finance
name
division,
in?
it's
Can I
our
get a
department.
FIFO?
And is
Can I
it
get a
you
LIFO?
specifically? It's one of myself or one of our team members, yes. Do you know how long Mesa County retains records? It's based on state statute. How long are the finance records maintained? It depends on the record itself.
There's probably a matrix for that.
Your Honor, I'm going to enter an objection.
Right? What?
Which is?
Relevance.
What's the relevance?
I'll move on, Your Honor.
How she does her job.
Do you have something called a P card in Mesa County?
Yes, I do. And the county has a P card.
Would you describe for the jury what a P card is?
A P card is a purchasing tool, so it's very similar to what people would think of as a credit card. So the recipient can go and purchase items on behalf of the county.
Are there any restrictions on who has access to P card?
Yes, we have a policy and a form that each recipient who wants to hold a P card must complete.
And what sort of restrictions are there on the use of a P card in Mesa County?
Per policy, we have a lot of restrictions, such as you cannot use it to buy alcohol or obtain cash.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay, come on.
Uh-oh. Is it going to get naughty and spicy in here in terms of how Tina used her P card? Did Tina misuse the P card? What's the sticker on there? I can't tell. And then Tina Peters number 5 is stood up, and now she's in the way. God, Tina Peters number 5, sit down. There's a form for that. There's a form for that. You know what I like? What I've learned? What I've learned during this trial is a lot of things, but one of the key takeaways is that the women of Mesa County are fucking fierce, okay? And they are not, on their watch, they are not going to cower down to fascists and bullies, regardless of their political persuasion. And you know what? I couldn't be more in solidarity with these strong women of Mesa County, Colorado. Thank you for your service. I'm sorry you have to go through this because of morons who lie. I mean, women hold local governments together. Amen. Really. I mean, I'm serious. The women have really, to a T, been very passionate about their responsibilities and their integrity. And I'm just like, that means something. It really does. And that's what you want in civil servants, is people who take their job seriously and care about the details. And, yeah, I mean, not necessarily things can be stopped, but my gosh, they're standing up and speaking very full-throatedly about, I knew this was wrong or this is wrong. So I really admire their tenacity and their representation of and the seriousness they take, the responsibility that they have. I think that's really the key. I always felt that, right? Like I always felt good customer service, if you will, is like caring about what happens for the customer, right? Like actually giving a shit about what they are experiencing. And I know that sounds really stupid, but it really, to me, has always been like a guiding star. Like, can I just like think about how this other person, even though I'm really pissed off, and sometimes I can't, and I just yell and I get really shitty. So, that happens. I wish I wouldn't, but every day's a new opportunity. That's why they call it
the objection is
present.
overruled.
Shut up, Lolo. I need that on a soundboard.
I was asking you about P cards and just
Do you think you could record yourself saying "Shut up, Lolo"? Do you think you could do that with a straight face? Well, I mean, I know you could probably do it with a straight face.
I'm going to pivot now and ask you about a man named Gerald Wood. Were you ever asked by anyone to look for financial
Gerald Wood. Could it be a better name?
Yes.
No.
Who made that request of you?
The district attorney's office.
And why were you asked to look for records regarding Gerald Wood?
To ensure that the county.
We need an
paid for
audience
CBI
controlled
track.
one. Like an audience controlled. Shut up, Lolo.
Approximately when that request was made to you?
We should have one TTS for
I
a
do
penny.
not recall exactly, no.
Was it sometime in the summer of 2021?
I think that is roughly correct, yes.
Did you find any records responsive to that request?
We did find that the county paid for a CBI background check, yes.
As to Gerald Wood?
Correct, that was the name that was utilized on the transaction.
Do you recall who?
Because Conan wouldn't pass a background check.
It would have been the clerk's division.
And at that time,
I'm
who was the
guessing.
clerk?
Tina Peters.
Do you know Miss Peters?
I know her through the office, yes.
Do you see her in the courtroom
Your Honor, we'll
today?
stipulate she knows who Miss Peters is and she's properly identified who she's referring to.
Very well. The record will reflect identification.
Do you know whether Gerald Wood was ever hired by Mesa County in 2021?
I personally do not.
Let's talk more about P-card records. If somebody is issued a P-card, do they need other authorizations to use the card?
So the policy requires everyone who has a P card to have their department head sign off on the application. One exception is an elected official would not have to have a signature, but they would still have to complete the form.
And what does the form
I
require?
fucking love
The
that.
form requires
I should probably manipulate the
acknowledgement
voice
for the policy,
so that it's
by all of the policy.
it can't be
within it.
traced.
Were you asked to
That's
look
brilliant.
at
Thank
P-card
you.
records?
I believe so.
I appreciate
Who
that.
made that request?
I believe it was James.
Anti-humor for the win.
Did you find any information in response to your research?
Yes.
What did you find?
We found various transactions from the
Wait,
clerk's
I gotta
division.
download it, right? I gotta keep.
Can you tell the jury, please, what sort of research you did to locate those records?
We use what we call the Eden system. It is a financial software reporting system. And we combed through some
Oh,
different
yeah, that's true. Your voice is out
accounts
there. Yeah,
payable
that's true.
records.
What did you do?
It's
with the information you
perfect.
located?
It's perfect.
I believe I communicated to James what we had found, and I believe provided a physical copy.
Can
through
I play
email
it?
Or through PDF.
It's okay if we play it. I should have pulled that. Yep. Wait, here we go.
Your Honor, may I please approach the witness with what's been previously marked and shared with defense counsel as
I'm waiting to see if you say, don't. Stupid. Don't, stupid. I'm giving you a chance for the delay.
No objections.
No objections.
Okay, it is admitted.
Okay, I'm going to do it. Then you can be mad at me, maybe. You probably won't be.
Please, yes.
Oh, wait. Oh, thank you.
permission to publish.
Yes.
Ms. Noonan, do you recognize what's been admitted as Exhibit 26?
Yes.
We're now looking at the first page of that exhibit. Were those part of the records that you retrieved in your
I absolutely am so honored.
And what does that information show?
It is the receipt.
Art is
that we
everywhere.
attached as a item to the Eden main accounts payable page, indicating that a transaction occurred for the post office.
Let's look at page 2 of the exhibit. And if we could enhance that.
I'm putting it on the board. I'm doing it today.
Would you just please describe?
I'm
for the
doing it
jury
today.
what
It's
that
brilliant.
record shows?
It's brilliant.
So this is the second page of the Eden documentation through accounts payable, which is how we process P cards for payment. The invoice number there, TXN, indicates it's purchased by a P card versus an accounts payable, normal transaction through check. The description is the post office, and that the clerk's division, election specific for the cost center, purchased an item for $69 and
Shut
Can
up,
you tell
Lolo.
when this P card was used?
Shut up, Lolo.
From this
Lolo.
particular items tab,
Shut up.
no. My speculation, it's Kelly Bryant's P card based on the description, but you'd have to look at
That's
the
gotta
main
be a
tabs
song.
to determine that definitively.
I got to put a beat behind that. I got to learn how to make beats. I don't really know how to do that.
In the lower left-hand corner of that document, there is some indication of Kelly Bryant. Do you see that?
Underneath type of CC, yes.
Yes. Does that help connect you to the fact that it was her card?
That's my speculation,
Your
yes.
Honor, we'll stipulate Mr. Bryant's card was used to send the package to Mr. Hayes.
Okay.
Thank you. And finally, can you tell from this receipt
Tina looks
what
upset.
the date of that pay card charge was?
Tina looks very upset.
Well, the date would have
You
been
gotta look at this note.
5/27 with a transaction date of 6/1.
Thank you, Ms. Noonan. I don't have anything further. We can take that exhibit down.
All right. Mr. Hutton, questions?
I have questions about the cards.
New employee
I am sweating.
is
Oh my God.
engaged. Do they fill out financial paperwork? if
Laughing
the
and
county is going to
sweating.
pay them?
They would fill out a W-4, yes.
Would that
At
be
an
forwarded to you?
I-9.
It would be forwarded to the payroll department.
Can you confirm that you have no record of Gerald Wood as an employee?
Correct.
Can you confirm that you have no record of Conan Hayes as an employee?
Connie Hayes, I don't recognize the name.
There was no violation of law or policy in any of your testimony, true?
Objection, lack of foundation beyond the scope, relevance.
If she knows, she knows.
Can you repeat the question?
Let's break it down. Are you aware of any violation of the policy that you indicated that there was signed off for use of a P card?
If you're asking me if we used the P card and made a transaction accurately, yes, we did.
Okay, so there was no violation of policy, true?
I would say I don't know the
Leaders had
policy.
the authority to
I'm doing
grant
social.
to Kelly Bryant to authorize
I mean, a real normal one.
mailing of a package with her authority as an elected official, true?
Correct.
There is no violation of policy, true?
The policy also indicates it has to be used for county authorized activity.
Does not a clerk have the authority to decide whether or not she
Not
has
really.
consultants look at materials?
No, not really.
I believe a third
Where's the
party,
objection?
Use is appropriate.
She's not the policy
So,
expert. She's a
just to be
fucking
clear
accountant.
here, You've indicated it has to be for county.
It's not compliance.
The person who determines if that was for county use is the elected official, true?
Yes.
There was no violation of policy by the use of the P card by Kelly Bryant to mail at the direction of Clerk Peters. True?
Correct.
No further questions.
Redirect.
No, Your
What was I going to look up?
This witness from the jury.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, right.
Maybe not.
All right, I didn't see any hands. Is she released from everyone's subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony today, Ms. Noonan. You're free to go. If you want to grab that exhibit and hand it to Ms. Drake on your way out, she'll know what to do with it.
I mean, I guess, yeah, auditors is a compliance officer and accountant.
We're going to
Compliant officers can earn
We're going to
degrees.
take our mid-afternoon break in a little bit.
Yeah,
unless someone
please
needs a
keep
break
going.
now. All right. Next.
Keep it
witness,
moving.
please.
Holy shit.
All right.
Fuck yeah! Fuck Belinda Knisley, Flipper McFlipperson. I can't fucking wait. Watch the daggers float between these two blondies.
Ms. Knisley, if you can come on up
Oh,
here,
this is fucking awesome. This is our afternoon snack, kids. This is those chocolate chip cookies in the back of the conference room. That's right, babes. Belinda flipped and got a new jumpsuit and said, fuck yeah, I'm not wearing orange. I'm going to wear blue because I'm voting for Kamala Harris.
It'll be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
And I'm just guessing.
The black chair.
I'm spitballing at this point. Oh my God,
Once you're
I'm
seated,
sweating.
you
I'll
can
tell you
state your
that.
name and spell your last.
I don't even want to go outside. Like, I want to go
My
outside,
name
but I
is
don't
Belinda
want to go
Knisley.
outside.
Last name is spelled Knisley.
Okay, she's not having a good day. She's already crying.
Okay.
On second thought, maybe we shouldn't ask her any questions. She looks
And I'll
kind of
just
upset.
let the jury know and the parties know we will go until about 5 o'clock today.
Okay, thanks for that heads up.
So please prepare accordingly.
And just hold your potty until then, until the break. We're on the 5-second clock. Come on. You got to hike the ball. Come on. I'm sorry, you're going to get a penalty and you're going to have to move back 5 yards. Hurry it up. Nothing like making it dramatic. Belinda, hold your shit together, okay, girl? You got this. Don't fuck up.
Thank you. I'm sorry for the delay. Ms. Knisley, how are you doing today?
I'm well, thank you.
Good. I know you've had some medical situations. Are you feeling okay to answer questions in court today?
I am.
All right. If you need a break at any time, will you please let us know? And I believe there's some water there if you need some.
Yes, thank you.
Will you please tell the jury a little bit about yourself? What is your educational background?
My formal education has mostly been through corporate education. High school graduate, some college, cosmetology school, 20 years as Director of Education, Training, and Development for an international manufacturer. My husband
All of it
and I
thrown
have
away
5
for a
daughters. We live
lie.
here in the Grand Valley and have since 1980.
Preserve your legacy, Belinda.
6 granddaughters and a grandson and 4 great-grandchildren.
Are you currently employed?
I am not.
Were you employed in April of 2021?
Was, yes.
What was your job title?
Chief Deputy Clerk to Clerk Tina Peters.
Would you describe for the jury a little bit about what that job involved?
To my understanding, it was to see that the directions of the county clerk were carried out and oversaw the 5 divisions underneath her and reported to her with regards to those divisions.
How many people were you supervising at the time?
I don't remember the number. I know that I had the administrators and directors from recording, motor vehicle, elections, the accounting departments all reporting to me.
When you were originally hired to the Mesa
Hey,
County
how do you not remember
Clerk's
that?
office, do you
It was
recall
only
the
3
date
years ago.
Roughly?
I started January 2nd in 2019.
What was your title then?
Clerk to the Board of the County Commissioners.
What did that job involve?
I was responsible for obtaining and maintaining the minutes from the county commissioners' meetings, posting them, being responsible for that, as well as liquor licensing and working with the taxation department. I can't remember now what it was with regards to the, I'm sorry, my brain's tired. The taxations of property. I can't think now what it's called. I was
That's
responsible
okay.
for all of
But
that.
wait, she's so hiding.
Promoted into a different
I thought she
role
was
towards the
hiding.
end of 2019?
I was.
What was the promotion?
To Chief Deputy Clerk.
Who promoted you?
Tina Peters.
And would you just describe a little bit more your experience with elections work?
I wasn't working directly in the elections department itself, but was overseeing staff and helping support the staff. I took online education for the elections department with Ms. Peters, with Clerk Peters, and helped facilitate any of the events that they had or the needs that they had for feeding the election staff, coordination with offices, and that kind of thing.
You were just the coffee girl?
Did you review any of the statutes or rules that are applicable to the elections department?
I did.
Why did you do that?
Wanting to have understanding and knowledge of the workings of the election department. Every department. I did it for motor vehicles as well as recording.
Who were some of your key employees at that management level in the clerk's office in April?
Yeah,
through
just the
about
coffee
August
girl.
of
That's all.
2021?
In the elections department only?
Yes.
It was Brandy Bantz and Stephanie Winholtz and Sandra Brown.
And was Ms. Peters the clerk?
Yes.
I'm sure you got to know her quite well since you worked directly for her as her chief deputy.
Yes.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Would you describe what she's wearing and where she's seated?
She's sitting at the table to your left, and she's wearing a plaid blue blazer and a tan top.
May the record reflect that this witness identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Too many jalapeno poppers at lunch. Happens.
Ms. Nicely, are you familiar with the security protocols for the tabulation room that were in effect in April through August of 2021?
Yes.
Would you summarize what those security protocols were for the jury?
There was required badge entry and required badge exit. Anytime someone went into it, if they didn't have a badge, they were there for a specific purpose, they had to sign in and sign out. And we as employees had to use our badges to swipe in and swipe out.
Were there any security protocols in the tabulation room regarding internet connectivity?
Yes.
Would you
Reminder.
describe what those were?
She
We were
was the
told that
one
there was to be an air gap. There was to not be
who
any,
flipped. She
internet
worked,
connectivity in that room.
reached out, made all the outreach to get things done. The cameras turned off.
That
And
there
she
were to
recently, or I guess she
only
flipped,
the
not
equipment
recently, maybe
that
last year,
was
but
supposed to be
she is a
there
state's
from the
witness
state
now
for the tabulation purposes.
because she was raided and arrested as well as
Are
Tina.
you familiar with what a trusted build is?
The only familiarity I have with it is to know that it was an upgrade to software equipment. I knew that the equipment that we had received had gone through the trusted build process, and we received it from Denver.
Have you ever participated in a trusted build?
I have not.
To your knowledge, was there a trusted build scheduled in Mesa County in May of 2021?
Yes, there was.
How do you know that?
from the Secretary of State sending the directive that it would take place and the parameters around it with regards to the COVID protocol and who would be allowed to be in that trusted build during the time that it was being conducted.
So based on your memory, the Secretary of State issued a directive because of COVID and set some limitations around the trusted build process?
Correct.
Do you recall what those limitations or parameters were?
Part of it I remember being the COVID protocol to begin with, the masking.
Honey, just
the
pour yourself a
distancing,
little cup of that vodka next to you. You'll be fine.
everything that we were doing to protect people from one another, basically, during COVID, and the limited number of people that could be a part of it.
They got a vodka carafe on the table right there for her. I don't know why she's not drinking it.
Did the defendant, Tina Peters, express any concerns to you about the 2021 trusted bill?
Yes, no ketchup is safe.
concerns did
God damn it. I fucked that up. No ketchup is
The
safe.
concern was that she needed to, per statute, protect the information that was left on the equipment prior to the update of the equipment, and to make sure that that information, which had to be retained for 5 years, was secure and not erased during the trusted build.
Do you know who was allowed to participate in the trusted build in Mesa County in May of 2021?
It was Clerk Peters and 2 election employees, or Mesa County election employees.
Were you asked to take any steps to involve other people in the trusted build process?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I retrieve exhibits 19 and 20?
Here we go. This is where Belinda made a crucial mistake. Don't be like Belinda. Don't comply with illegal acts because your girlfriend tells you to. Don't do it. Belinda regrets it. Look at Belinda. She's full of regret.
Permission to publish exhibit 19?
Yes.
Ms. Nicely, we've put exhibit 19 up on the screen, but you have it in front of you, so that's probably easier for you to refer to the document there in front of you. Is that familiar to you?
It's an email.
Yes.
From Tina.
Would you please give the jury some context about that,
To-
about what you remember in terms of your communication with Lana Jordan and trying
Lana.
to get other people involved
Lana
in the trusted
Jordan.
build?
Clerk Peters asked me to contact the IT department for
God, I just want to
support
clear
during
her
the
throat.
trusted bill due to wanting to protect the information and have oversight, which she did not have the knowledge of during that time. And I was told by IT that they could not be a part of it, that it was state equipment and that they didn't have anything to do with it. And she asked me to go back and ask them again to go from the IT person I originally spoke to, which was Dave, to go back to Lana and ask her if there was a way that they could support her.
Did you actually make those requests?
Yes.
And did IT continue to say they couldn't support because?
Yes, that's correct.
And why, again, did they?
Because they said it was not county equipment, it was state equipment, and that they did not touch it.
Okay. Do you have any personal knowledge about whose equipment it actually was?
Other than the fact Mesa County owned it, but the state had done the trusted build or the security part of it. That's all I know.
And just to be clear, you did not participate in the trusted building.
I think we have the hook for the theme song.
Why was that?
I actually was
I think
not
that's
even
the
here in
hook for the
Grand
theme
Valley.
song.
I had, with our daughter and son-in-law, scheduled
Fucking love that.
a trip to
IT
Capitol
Dave told her
Reef
to F off.
January of that year to be gone during Memorial Day weekend.
Dave
And
said, "Fuck off, Tina.
I did everything I could to
We're not doing
to
it."
support it leading up to leaving for vacation. And when I left that Friday, Sunday, I fell and it ended up triggering a heart attack. And I spent the next week after several ambulance rides in a town outside of Salt Lake in their cardiac care unit. And then I was off the week following the trusted build as well.
What?
I'm sorry to hear that. Have you recovered from that?
Yes.
Well, no, because you don't
Let's go
really,
back
but
to the
okay, thanks.
case and some of the work that was happening before the trusted build while you still were in the office. And I've given you also exhibit number 20, which has previously been admitted. I would like to publish that to the jury also.
You may.
And Ms. Nicely, if you just take a minute to look at that and then let me know if it's familiar to you.
All right, thank you.
You know what this is missing? A Craig. Like, I don't hear a Craig from IT. I
am familiar with it.
Usually there's a Craig. There's no
Would you
Craigs.
describe for the jury,
Craigless.
please, why you were trying to get a new hire access to computer systems?
You're welcome.
Clerk Peters had asked me to do so.
How is this
That
real?
We had a
She
position for
did.
an administrative assistant.
She couldn't have been at the
in
trusted build
elections
because she was too
department
busy
to
having
support
multiple
Sandra
heart
Brown
attacks.
Through in the elections department in the tabulation area and the trusted build. And she had someone that she said knew about computers.
When do
and the workings of it
the tiny
that was
horses
going to come in
and
as a consultant or
and clowns
support
get here?
during that time to get them
When do the
what
tiny
they needed
horses
to
enter
have
the ring?
access to as far as a badge and access to that area.
Did you try and assist with that?
I did.
How did you try and facilitate that?
I contacted the HR department and asked for the badge.
I'm
and
sorry,
sent
this
the
is
person
must
over
see
to get it.
TV.
Do you recall the person coming to go through that badging process?
Yes.
Who was that person to your knowledge?
Gerald Wood.
And did you meet with him personally?
Briefly, he came into my office when he got the badge and gave it to
What
me.
exactly are you flipping on
Do you
then?
recall what he looked like? Could you describe him?
A man of small stature, average size, I guess, build, and gray blonde hair.
Okay. What was your communication
Wait,
with
what?
Mr. Wood?
Very minimal.
Gray
I got his
blonde? What does that
information
mean?
To submit to Sandy or Sandra Brown so that he could get the background
So
check
far, I'm not
through the
happy with this
Secretary of
cooperation.
State, to whatever process Stephanie Winholtz normally went through. She was given that information to get his security or his background check completed and got his information to send him over to HR.
Do you know how it was that Stephanie Winholtz initiated the background check for Mr. Wood?
I believe it was from me to Sandy or Sandra Brown and then her to Stephanie. I don't know the process Stephanie used.
Thank you. And did you initiate that communication because of your communication with someone else?
Because of my communication, my direction from Clerk Peters.
To your knowledge, had the administrative assistant position that the defendant told you this person was being brought in for, had it been posted?
Oh,
like
she
normally
helped with
would
all of
post a
it.
Position through the HR department?
She helped with all of it. Her name has come up in all of this.
I don't remember exactly.
She asked to
how
turn the
that
cameras
process
off.
Was or wasn't completed. I know that the position had been vacated and as such was available to be filled, but I know we did not interview for it. It just was given or said he was going to fill it. We did not interview for it, though.
Okay, there was no interview. Do you know why Mr. Wood came to the office on the day that you met him?
I was told he was directed to do so by, I believe, Sharona Bishop and Clerk Peters.
And just to be clear, Sharona Bishop is not an employee of Mesa County, is she?
Correct.
Do you know who she is?
I know her only through Clerk Tina Peters as being associated with her.
Is that something to really get him with? I don't know. Isn't that just like
Okay.
circumstance?
So that's interesting that Sharona Bishop would have a hand in having Mr. Wood
I haven't heard
come
all
to
of the
office.
report card of him and how he helped or did not help end violence and
I just had to have
bring
his
justice.
ID information or his your right to work information. I don't remember if he took
But I
that
did
over
hear that he
I know he didn't give it to
filed
me, but I
civil
think he took
rights
it over
violations against the Minneapolis PD, so that seems a
would
promising
have been his
position.
driver's license and his social security information.
Okay, was that information being provided or being requested of Mr. Wood so he could get his background check or so he could get his badge?
You're right. It was because of his background check.
And in addition to getting that background check information, did Mr. Wood also go through the badging process?
To my knowledge, yes, he went to HR for that.
Do you recall having any communication with Mr. Wood about getting his badge?
Other than directing him to go get it, no, I don't.
Okay. Let's talk about another event that happened in the office. Were you working on April 23rd, 2021?
I was.
Do you recall being invited into a meeting, into the defendant's office?
Yes.
Who else was present?
Clerk Peters was there. Sharona Bishop was there. I believe an attorney from Aspen was there. And Dr. Frank was there.
While you were in the meeting, was there anyone else present from the clerk's office?
Who's the
Yes.
attorney?
I believe that
Who's the attorney?
the elections department was asked to join us, which would have been Sandra, Stephanie, and Brandy.
At this time, do you recall what was being discussed in the meeting?
An event that was to be held that evening to overview the data that Dr. Frank had gathered in regards to the 2020 election.
Fun fact, he didn't.
And what more specifically, what was the topic around election data?
That it was stupid.
They were talking about the fact that there were people who they believed voted who were not alive or where there were not eligible to vote.
Keyword
I
is
can't remember
believed.
exactly all that was discussed leading up to
I didn't
that
really
event
pay
that
attention.
night. I remember that he asked for a specific data bank of information, of election information. And it was told to him either by Stephanie or by Brandy that that was a form that they could produce or a document they could produce, but had a fee associated with it. And I believe Sharona offered to pay the fee.
At this time, you were the chief deputy of elections. Were you concerned to hear these ideas about phantom voting and voting not being secure or having integrity?
I was very concerned, not having had any other involvement with elections up
Or brain
until
cell.
I had that position, or being in the political realm at all, other than voting. I had none of that knowledge, and it was very concerning to me that there was something going on or something happening but not understanding what.
I think you mentioned that there was an event that same evening. Did you attend the event?
I did.
Were you required to attend?
I was.
Why, if you know?
Clerk Peters asked that all of us be there, that it was a mandatory meeting. And she had asked me to put it on the calendar.
Ouchie.
The election calendar as well as her calendar some weeks ahead of that. And that time would be blocked off. I asked what it was for, and she said it would be discussed later, but that I was to block it off and that there would be a mandatory meeting that evening.
Do you recall who from your election staff attended that meeting?
Other than myself, I believe it was Sandra Brown, Stephanie Winholtz, and Clerk Peters and Brandy Vance.
I thought one of them refused to go or something. Or maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
Let's talk a little bit about surveillance cameras. Were there surveillance cameras in Mesa County in 2021?
Yes.
And
Here we go.
were there surveillance cameras in the tabulation room at the elections office?
Yes.
Do you know what the policy was on running those surveillance cameras?
Per the statutes that Clerk Peters showed me had to do with the timelines post the last election and pre the next election.
Do you remember the rules around that or the statutory requirement?
It was a certain amount of days. I do not remember the days exactly, but it's in the statutes.
In addition to the statutory requirement for running cameras around election time, was there a policy about how they were run in Mesa County that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Did the defendant tell you anything about having the cameras run or not run?
Yes, she did.
What did she tell you?
She told me that I was to contact the IT department. I cannot remember the gentleman's name. It wasn't Dave, but it was another gentleman in the IT department that oversaw the
Josh.
cameras. I was to contact him and give him the timeline to turn it off after the Grand Junction election timeline, the City of Grand Junction timeline, and so many days prior to the election that fall for it to be turned back on. He told me that it wasn't necessary for them to be turned off, that there was plenty.
How do you find a room for $500 a
of
month?
cloud storage or their way that they were stored, but they were not.
There's no way a room goes for $500 a
I went
month.
back to Clerk Peters and gave her that information.
And if it does,
She told me to go back
it's
to
out
him
in
and to
like
tell him
Queens.
that was okay, but she still wanted them turned off during that time period.
Get the fuck out of here.
And he,
Robert
I
F.
believe
Kennedy
I gave him a
Jr.
date that was in August for them to be turned back on according to the next election. And he said, I believe
Take you and your
July
bear killing
30th.
brainworm and get the fuck out of here.
Ms. Drake?
It's not being offered for the truth of the matter, Your Honor. It's just the context of what she did next.
You need to stand when you object.
I can
Stand when you object.
statements
dang it.
made to this witness that she's testifying to now aren't to be considered by you for the truth of the matter asserted. That is, whatever she's repeating someone else told her, other than the defendant, is not offered for the truth, but why she did what she did and what it informed her of in terms of her next steps. So whether it's true or not that they could be turned on or off, or in this time or not, that time frame isn't being offered for the truth, but rather for why she did what she did. Go ahead, you can continue answering this nicely.
So he said to me that he wasn't going to wait till that August date because he was concerned that if something happened in turning them back on, that he wanted to be ahead of it. And I believe he told me it was July 30th was when he was going to turn him back on. And I went back to Miss Peters and let her know that.
What was her response?
That was okay.
Okay. Do you know whether the cameras were actually turned off?
I was told they were.
And did the defendant tell you why she wanted the cameras turned off?
That they weren't needed. that by statute, she didn't have to have them on other than the required time frame.
Your Honor, this might be a good time for a short break if that's okay with you.
It is, because we're right at the time we would take a break anyway. So it's 3:02 p.m. We'll take our mid-afternoon break now for 15 minutes. Please keep in mind the admonishment I gave you. So we'll
All right.
around 3:17 or so
Time
to
for a
continue
potty
the presentation of
break.
people's case.
Potty
I'll ask the
break.
jury.
Potty break. It's time for a potty break.
Yeah, it was a good hearsay tutorial. So that is all of the rage here at RFK Jr. was in court today. They are trying to toss him off the ballot in New York. Oh, right. In Jim's defense, he didn't say New York City. He said New York. That's true. Oh, that's true. I'm sorry. I assumed New York City. Wow. Sorry. Well, that makes sense, actually. That I could definitely see. I just know in none of the 5 boroughs could you find $500 a month for a room.
Ms. Knisley, you're welcome to
I don't even care. During COVID
down.
shit, man. All right. Anyway. Wait, are you leaving? Oh, you got to split? Peace out. Thanks for the audio. See you later, alligator. Yeah, it's been quite the day, hasn't it? This is going to be good testimony, though, so it'd be a good idea to go get a cookie or something if you're going to continue sticking with us through the end of it. Or you can come and visit it back again. It'll probably be another, 2 hours? So it's good. It's long. Yeah, I probably won't go live for Kamala's thing. It's too much for me. Too long a day for me. I'm not the spring chicken I used to be. Well, there's a couple of... here's all the Tina Peters. They're all going to line up at the ladies now. Lining up at the ladies' loo. I'm lining up at the ladies' loo. Lining up at the ladies' loo. Ooh. I ate half my sandwich. I'm really excited. I'm going to eat the other half. Actually, I lied about the provenance of the mustard. It turns out it is a Sprouts product. So I don't know if in your area you have a natural food store called Sprouts. It's kind of like a mini Whole Foods, if you will, if you'll indulge me. And they have good mustard. I don't know. It's just their regular old, like yellow mustard. But boy, is it just so yummy. I don't know what they do. It's probably chemicals. Wait, it can't be because Sprouts is supposed to be natural. It's probably natural chemicals. Anyway, I don't know. Now I'm just rambling. But for those of you, I know it's been a long day. It's 7.5 hours. We'll go for another 2 hours. 9.5 hours. You know what's going to happen around 9 hours. It's going to get all wonky ponk. Honky tonk. Blonky blonk. Whoa. Sexy V-neck. Or was there some kind of like weird little thing? And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to be honest. I don't like to make fun of people's clothes but you need, if you're going to be on TV, you have to make sure your ass looks somewhat decent in your pants. And the guy who was up there before the woman, that guy, his pants are not well tailored, and it just looks like they're up his butt, and that's not good. That's not good. So I'm just saying, it's something to think about when you're thinking about your wardrobe choices. If you are, a lawyer and you're going to be literally would you not peek at the live stream just to see what you look like? Come on now. Who among us would not peek at the live stream to make, just check their look? I think some people would. Don't forget your vape. It's in your lower right-hand drawer. Look at the judge. He's just like, I can't with this anymore. I'm about to go double L. I'm about to go and I'm about to go pound some bourbon in my office. I'm going to drag out that bottle of bourbon that my uncle got me for when I got the judgeship. It's been sitting in my cabinet for 16 years, but it doesn't matter because bourbon ages well. And so I'm going to go there and pound a couple shots of that shit. Try and shake the stink off this. Shake the stink off of me from this ridiculous trial with its ridiculous multiple Tina Peters. Too many Tinas. And I don't mean the good Tina. We have the good Tina. I mean the bad Tinas. These are the bad Tinas. What is it with Colorado and jeans? My God. Wear a fucking pair of slacks. You know what? Get some Sansa-belts. Sansa-belt. Get some Sansa-belt and put some fucking slacks on. Or get some chinos. Go to Costco. Go get yourself some of those Patriot Front chinos. Look, there's Tina Peters number 11. Good to see her. Good to see her still alive. Oh, nice. I like it. That's very Elise, what's her name? Elise Maliatakis, which I always kind of get both those women mixed up, all the New York senators and shit. And Paulina, they all look alike. Oh my God, if you really think about it, like Paulina Luna and Anna Paulina, or maybe that's the same person. And, see, there's Tina Peters number 10. This is great. They're all coming out. They all got to go potty. What's everyone's deal with the florals? What's going on there in Colorado? You guys trend setting over there? Fucking Grand Junction? Oh, ladies, I understand about the shoulder bag, okay? We have to talk about the purses. Okay? I don't think the purses are really helping anybody. If you have, just cross-body it, okay? I'm just asking. I'm just saying cross-body it. Do something a little fucking, shorten the strap a little, I don't know. I mean, well, okay, so that's a Tina Peters number 2. That's what I'm going to say. That's Tina Peters number 2. She's got the coif. This guy, I think, is a law clerk for someone because he's looking confused and lost constantly. So I think he's somebody's son who they had to stick him somewhere for the summer, and he's going to intern with Captain Cornflake and Xena Warrior Princess. Walmart Xena. So he's like, God damn it, I hate being with these Republicans. I just want to go boogaloo. And there's Tina Peters number 17. Sporting the bedazzled bandana. You can't make this up. Is anybody going to use those binders? That's what I want to know. Is anyone going to use those actual binders? I want to see someone crack one of those puppies open. Otherwise, it's not real. See, this is my point. Okay, that's an okay shoulder bag because that's more like a tote kind of thing, like a larger shopper or something like that. So I'm okay with that. I'm not crazy about it. I personally don't carry a purse. I don't know why. I just can't. I need pockets. I don't know. She looks like an FBI agent. Do you think she is? Do you think she's an FBI agent? My God, the low rise, the navy slacks, the brown belt, the little mini, almost quasi semi bolero. I know. I wonder what the adult children of the various Tinas think of them. I think they try not to think of them. I'm going to just go out on a limb here. Although I think that is part of Tina's radicalization. That's a rare brunette Tina Peters that just walked by. Yeah, they're rare. Yeah, the brunettes are more rare, but, Oh, man, I was saying something I think was funny, but no contact relationships. Yeah, I think that I have a feeling there's a lot of estranged children amongst these women. See, that's a Tina Peters, the brunette one. I was saying the rare bird. I think we call her a Tina Peters -B, for brunette. Not like B-list. We don't want to be mean. That's Tina Peters, also brunette. There's two rarities here. Well, it is a special occasion. That's Tina Peters, probably number like 2-B. Something like that. Yeah. And that guy is a Tina Peters. I can't remember who that is. It is somebody. Yeah, the hairdos are they? Are they? Rally crowd is hyped. Oh, really? Let's try and find the rally. Hold on. Well, of course, they're going to come back, but let me see what's going on. What's going on? What's going on? Oh, you say what's going on. Okay. YouTubio. Oh, damn it. Getting down. It's on PBS. Oh, this is Midas Touch. I probably shouldn't watch it off Midas Touch, huh? That's kind of rude. All right, hold on. Let me find it on somewhere else. I'll be a nice person. I'll be a nice lady. What? Okay. Oops. Oh, shit. Shit. PBS. Brian Taylor Cohen. That is not who I want. Ba 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 ba.
I need you to say move. Say what? Get out the way. Get out the way.
Move, bitch. Get out the way. Get out the way. Get out the way. Ooh. 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 Oh, rest in peace, DMX. Get out the way, get out the way, move, bitch. Get out the way, get out the way, get out the way. Get out the way. Get out the way. Oh my God, I love this song. I'll probably get taken down. Oh, baby. Oh, wait. Woo! You just gotta get your dick sucked. That's the best line of the song. You just gotta get your dick sucked. I love that song. Uh-oh. Whoops. Good sound. Oh my God, look at this. It's like a sporting event. It's a movement. Feels like Obama days. Same level of excitement. Oh, yes. Is there a drum line? Please tell me there's a drum line. It is a drum line. Hooray. Sorry it's not louder. I wish they had him up on the stage. I'm wondering where they're from. Oh, darn it. Sorry. It's buffering a bit. I can try and find another better audio quality version. Well done. I mean, that's like a huge audience too. I don't know which group they're from. I can't quite tell from the insignia on the shirts, but yeah, fucking amazing. And they nailed the performance. Hello. Well done. All right, so what we'll do is hang here. I think this is probably the way the sound is for the moment. But of course, I'll keep checking. And then we can always pause Belinda and watch the rally. And then while we may not finish Belinda tonight, I could play the end of Belinda tomorrow morning before we start the next day's trial. Wouldn't that be crazy? We could do that and then, you know, speed up through the boring parts. No, I'm just kidding. There's no boring parts. So maybe we should watch this. Hold on. Let me see if I can improve the quality. Nope, I can't. The quality is the quality. Oh, who's that? Is that anybody? Is that J.D. Vance? What's he doing here? No. Has he flipped? He's going to endorse Kamala? Well done, J.D. Well done. What makes now? Everybody who comes out gets like amazing applause. Or walks back. This crowd is hyped. They're ready. That are motivated. Where is this? Pennsylvania? Is this in Philadelphia? Is it Philadelphia or is it Pittsburgh? No? I'm just being honest. Oh, good. I know. Hopefully the mics will be well mic'd. But, Temple U, same venue as Trump rally. Thank you. Well, of course, it must be the Temple, one of the Temple drum lines then. So they're probably used to crowds this large. Well, they did a fantastic job. Way to represent. Uh-oh, we're going back on Belinda. Belinda Knisley, I take it. Hold on. I'm just going to stop you, Belinda. Right there. Just relax. No. And then, oops. And then we'll come back. I think this is the one that's, yeah. This is my sound. Anyway, we'll come, we can, I'll pause us where Belinda starts, and then we can watch that tomorrow morning. Sounds good to me. And we'll end our day together with the amazing soon-to-be President of the United States, Madam Vice President Kamala Harris, and her running mate, soon-to-be Vice President Timothy Walz. Not Waltz. Walz, I think. I don't know. Build those walls. Lucky. Philadelphia, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Max, Lisa, Easily. Josh Shapiro. Oh, look at the tennis shoes. You gotta love that. Yes, of the coastal elite. That's for Max. Sorry you didn't make it, Josh. Sorry it wasn't you, buddy. It's on YouTube.
I love you, Philly!
That man can wear a suit.
And you know what else I love? I love being your governor. Thank you very much. Y'all fill my heart. And I love you so much. And I want you to know, every single day, I go to work for you. I put my shoulder to the wheel, and I focus on
three simple letters in our alphabet. GSD. I focus on getting shit done for all of you.
I know Midas Touch has it on, if that's helpful, Lisa.
And I want you to know, I am going to continue to pour my heart and soul into serving you every single day as your governor. And I'm going to be working my tail off to make sure we make Kamala Harris and Tim Walz the next leaders of the United States of America. That's right. Let me tell you about my friend Kamala Harris, someone I've been friends with for 2 decades. She is courtroom tough. She has a big heart. And she is battle tested and ready to go. Whether in a courtroom, whether fighting as Attorney General.
I'm on AP. I'm on Associated Press, Max. Thank you for that. So PBS has a sharper video than Midas.
Something blue. Whoops.
She has served with honesty.
Hold on just a minute.
She has served with dignity. And every step of the way, she's broken barriers to serve all of us.
My soundboard just blew.
Now, Billy, hear me on this. That's a hell of a stark contrast from the guy running on the other side. Oh, y'all know who I'm talking about, I guess. You see, we remember here in Philly what it was like when Donald Trump was our president. We remember when he was president, it was more chaos, fewer jobs, and less freedom. You see, Billy, I know y'all, we walk around with a little bit of a chip on our shoulder because we remember, right? And we remember that it was Donald Trump that ripped away the freedom of millions of American women to make decisions over their own bodies. We remember that. We remember that. We're not going back. We are not going back. Here's the thing. We don't want to go back, but let's go back for a second. Just remember. Let's just remember, because I think there's some folks out there that still have a little bit of brain fog, having a hard time remembering what it was like. Now listen, he brought all that chaos and limited our freedoms back when he was president, and let's be honest, didn't know what the hell he was doing. He didn't. But this is serious, gang. He knows what he's doing now. He does. And the Supreme Court that he packed, the Supreme Court that he has packed, has ruled that he is above the law. He is outside of the law. And now, to use the Justice Department to go against our enemies. They got a clear plan to isolate us in the world. And let me tell you something, I ain't going back. I am not going back. I'm not. And neither do you want to go back. We are not going back. We're not going back. No. We're not. And not only are we not going back, we're not going into the future with Donald Trump, not going in the future with him. A guy who has made clear, he's told us what he wants to do, more chaos, less freedom. And yo, friends, it was Maya Angelou who said it, when they tell you who they are.
So sorry. I blew a power strip. Power strip shorted out. God damn. That was fucked up. Sorry about that, everyone.
He's not exactly off to a good start. I think we can all agree. But I think part of the reason why he's not off to a good start is this, and it's serious. He doesn't know who he is. And he's not being honest with himself, so he can't be honest with the American people. He can't. Now, so if I hear you right, and I think I do, you're chanting, he's a weirdo.
I don't know about that. PBS showing but a tighter shot. Oh.
If you're chanting, he's a weirdo, then you heard of my good friend and our next vice president, Tim Walz. Because Tim Walz, in his beautiful Midwestern plain-spoken way, he summed up J.D. Vance the best. He's a weirdo. And I want to talk about Tim Walz, because Philly, in a minute, he's going to come out here, and I want you to give him a whole lot of love. Tim Walz is a great man. Tim Walz is an outstanding governor.
The winds are kicking up here.
Teacher. Tim Walz is a guardsman. Tim Walz is a great patriot. And I'll tell you what else. Tim Walz is a dear friend. And I want you to know, Lori and I feel blessed to have Tim and Gwen in our lives. They are outstanding public servants. And I can't wait for you, Philly, the rest of this Commonwealth, and our entire country to get the chance to know the Walzes, the next Vice President and Second Lady of this nation.
Oh, soggy, dreary day.
That Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have chosen to launch their campaign right here in Philadelphia, in the city of brotherly love. And importantly, they chose to launch their campaign right here in the birthplace of real freedom. freedom to say you can go to work, but you can't join a union. That's not freedom. It's not freedom to tell women what they're allowed to do with their bodies. That's not freedom. It's not. No, it's not. And it won't be that way when Kamala Harris is our president. And it sure as hell isn't freedom to say you can go vote, but he's going to pick the winner. That is not freedom. That's not what patriots have fought for over the years. It is not. You know what we are for? You know what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are for? They are for real freedom. They are. The kind of real freedom that comes when we look that young girl in North Philly in the eye and we invest in her public school because we believe in her. We believe in real freedom, the kind of freedom that comes when we invest in our police and we invest in our communities because we believe that young girl should walk to and from school safely and back to her mama at the end of the night. We believe in real freedom where the young girl can grow up and be whatever she wants. She can be a welder. She can go to college. She can be who she is. That is real freedom, and that is what we are fighting for. We believe in the kind of real freedom where she grows up in a community where she can breathe clean air and drink clean water and know that she will leave an environment to the next generation that is great for her kids and her grandkids. And Kamala Harris and Tim Walz believe in a real freedom where you can marry who you love and be who you are. Freedom is on the ballot. And our fundamental freedoms are at risk. And I know when it's at risk, it's easy to feel uneasy. And it's easy to get down. But let me tell you something, Philly. Let me tell you something, Pennsylvania. Let me tell you something, America. I am more optimistic than ever before. And the reason I'm more optimistic than ever before is because of all of you. And because of what a band of patriots
I do love Philadelphia. It's a beautiful city.
in our town squares and at Independence Hall, just a couple miles from here.
It's nice to see Democrats be passionate about the values. I know it's not perfect, but it sure is nice.
They came together to declare our independence from a king, and we're not going back to a king. And we're not going back.
They're taking back the freedom word, if you notice. They're going all the way back to freedom. And that's taking it back.
And when they declared that independence from a king, they came together and they said, we are going to form a union. And over the last 248 years, the reason why I'm optimistic, the reason why I'm hopeful, is because as we've written this American story over the last 2.5 centuries, it's been ordinary Americans taking up the baton from those patriots and saying we're going to do extraordinary things. Octavius Catto understood.
Yes, Oren. Yes. I hope you get one.
Gen Z, when they're organizing on TikTok,
Possibility. Yeah. Positivity, normality, earnestness. Kind of return to talking about the things that can matter. Oh, lovely. I love it, Oren. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do.
Now hear me. I'm not here to preach at y'all, but I want to tell you what my faith teaches me. My faith teaches me.
It's got a pretty strong following, it sounds like.
But neither are we free to refrain from it. That means that each of us has a responsibility to get off the sidelines, to get.
It's so boring. That's a boring hat.
Are you ready to do your part? Are you ready to form a more perfect union? Are you ready
Yes!
to build an America where no matter what you look like, where you come from, who you
Yes!
love or who you pray to, that this will be a place for you?
Yes.
And
Are you ready, Josh?
to look the next president of the United States in the eye and say, "Hello, Madam President." I am too, so let's get to work.
Well, I've never heard him speak that long, actually, to be honest with you. I only remember him from the post-election commentary that he made that was really appreciated in the name of, election, anti-election denial bullshit. So I haven't heard him speak like that before. That's awesome. He sounds like he has a really big following in Pennsylvania. I know he's a popular, or it sounds like he's a popular governor. Uh-oh. Wait, who are you? Get out of there. Get out of there, duck. What are you doing? Stop stepping out there. You don't have any. What are you doing? Get out of there. Get out of there. Get off this. You're ruining the optics. No. Wave is rising. Gosh, I hope so. And I hope that, the work's not done, obviously, after the election's over and after the inauguration happens and all that. And I hope Joe's able to do some of the bold moves that he needs to do in order to kind of preserve things. I really like what the ABA came out with today in terms of their recommendations that we focus on. Oh, here. Looks like the lights are going down. It's going to get exciting. Oh, that's so nice, Oren. I love it. Oh, I think Trump is fucking apoplectic right now. JD Vance is going shit. Shit. I also listened to a very brief moment of an interview with Usha Vance, who is JD Vance's wife. And she's from Orange County. And I believe her parents immigrated from India, although it might have been their parents, but I'm not sure. It might have been them. Nonetheless, she grew up in relative wealth. You know, Orange County is the area she grew up, I guess, is relatively wealthy. So, but I heard her speak at length in an interview today that she did, I think with Fox News, I think. And what struck me is, first of all, she has rather a fundy voice, even though she's a Yale-trained lawyer. Like, she's had extensive education. She's very independent. You know, she's not a traditional, like, I wouldn't have pinned her as, like, a traditional, like, Christian fundy wife. But she does have a tendency of the fundy voice. And she was addressing the cat lady comment. And she actually addressed it really calmly and not, you know, flippantly at all, which I really appreciated and I think was evidence of her thoughtfulness. And she said, you know, I wish people would look beyond the words and just think about the ideas behind the words. And that it's just about recognizing how hard it is to be a family these days, kind of thing, you know? That's kind of the way she was approaching it. And it sounded very thoughtful and very serious. And I just thought, are you listening to what you're saying right now, Yale-trained lawyer? Are you listening to what you're saying right now? You're making excuses for a mansplainer who believes that childless families are the problem in this country and that parents don't have enough rights over their children to do whatever they want, I guess. Which seems like a weird flex, but here we are. Anyway, so I think it's kind of interesting. I have to hear more from her. Maybe I don't. Maybe I don't really care. Just think about the eyeliner. I mean, I'm not really care. Isn't that just his eyes? I don't even think that's a thing, right? He's not wearing eyeliner. I don't even care if he does. Ours ran a total Christo-fascist whack job. I know. Mastriano, my God. If ever there was a centrally cast corrupt politician, he's among them. Him and Rob Blagojevich. I always thought of Rob Blagojevich as like the quintessential corrupt politician. I'm sorry, the wind is really blowing, so my curtain like blows in and out, so it changes the lighting. And I blew this light out as part of the thing, and I'm afraid to turn it back on again. Anyway, long story. But nonetheless, I think of Rob Blagojevich in Chicago, right? He went to jail for corruption in Chicago. And I always thought that is like the quintessential central casting of a, you know, bloated politician that just took bribe after bribe after bribe. And I guess now he's fine. I mean, or not fine, but you know what I mean? Like out and not in jail, I think. I don't know. I think I've seen him on Rumble once in a while. Mastriano paid the woman who organized the convoy to make them go to Harrisburg when he was having a rally. Oh, that's fucking right. And it was the stupidest rally. Wasn't that the one that Brian Brazzi spoke at from the top of the building or some rando place? Or some Juliet balcony? Wasn't Brian Brazzi standing on a Juliet balcony somewhere in that? And nobody got inside to the rally or something. I don't even think Mastriano showed up to their part of the event. Like it was on the other side of the building, or I don't even know. Maybe that was a different one. Yeah, didn't Trump pardon Blagojevich? I think so. Wasn't that Soup Mama? I mean, I don't know. Oh, I know who you mean. Do you mean Nicole? Not Nicole. What the fuck was that bitch's name? Oh my God. I'm sorry. I don't mean to call her a bitch, but I'm just saying you have to know about these people in order to know that what I'm saying is actually just objectively true. JD's just going for the Kim Guilfoyle look. He might be. I don't know. I just think that's probably his eyes and his lashes. He has an extraordinary amount of lashes. Maybe he has that disorder where your lashes grow like, uncontrollably. I don't know. Maybe that's what he's got. I don't know. I hope it's all right. But so, wait, what was I saying? God dang. Mastriano. But anyway, Mastriano kind of reminds me of a Rob. I put him in the Rod Blagojevich category of like corrupt, like Chris Christie. Chris Christie's like the poster boy of corrupt politicians, actually. Bridgegate. Ryan was worse. Sold driver's license for bribes. Really? I did not know that. Wikipedia. Sentence commuted on February 18, 2020. That's right. That's right. That's right. Can we look at the pardons again? Can we go back to the pardons, please? I know sentence commuted is different, but can we go back to those pardons? Can we go to Roger Stone's pardon? Can we hear more from Joel Greenberg, who's sitting in a prison in Miami? The same one that Smeagol was sitting in, Peter Navarro recently released from. Can we hear more directly? I want the 60 minutes series on hearing from I better turn this music all the way down here. I'd love to see the documents. Yeah, I would really like to see. I want to understand, because I understand that pardons can also be illegal, and I'm hoping that we find out if those pardons were illegal. Because something tells me that they might have been. I sat there and listened to Mike Flynn in the flesh tell me and about 300 other people how he was completely innocent and he didn't even know what money was. No, that's an old joke. But that he had never... Did you know... Oh my God, this was one of my favorite Mike Flynn moments. Mike Flynn stood up at the... before his movie. And he was telling us, all about... Or no, it was in the movie. God, what am I thinking? I'm mixing it up. Anyway, he was there, but he did talk before the movie. But he didn't talk about this. Anyway, the point is, in the Flynn movie, the revisionist history called the Flynn movie, the fantasy documentary, the never-ending story of bullshit, Mike Flynn paints himself as someone who is so innocent that he was fired by Obama, but he never even met Obama. And I shit you not, the lady next to me at this viewing in Santa Barbara turned to me and she was just like, oh, oh my God, can you believe it? He didn't even meet the man. Right? So I tell you right now, warning. Where is it? Where's my warning?
Warning.
I'm telling you right now, Mike Flynn is on a personal mission, as well as his little minions, to paint himself as some kind of American hero, Captain America, JFK Democrat, those are his words, not mine. So I'm just telling you right now, we've got a problem, Houston, and its name is Mike Flynn. And he's not stopping. He's a little quiet right at the moment, I think. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he blocked me. I don't know. It could have... His brother blocked me. Joe Flynn. By the way, Joe Flynn, you can suck my big D. It's an inside joke between Joe and I. And Joe does block me frequently. Unless he's actually removed himself from Twitter, which Joe Flynn is notorious for removing himself from Twitter. Because he's a pussy. And yeah, I was kind of wishing he was at the premiere, but he wasn't. Beyonce will get us taken down. And I love Beyonce, and I'm so delighted that she's sharing this music with the campaign. And it is one of the best recordings of this song. So we'll go a little bit and try and be naughty.
Philadelphia, please welcome the
Here we go.
President and Vice President of
Oh my God, we get them both. And SCOTUS is a big problem, and it's going to fuck us all. So a little bit of fantasy, a little bit of conversation, a little less... Wait, what? Oh, this is a great song. Oh, fucking hell. Nice. Woo! Is she wearing temple colors? That's adorable. I know, light up wristbands. He's funny.
Good evening, Philadelphia. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening, everyone.
Sounds overwhelmed.
Good evening. Oh, it is good to be back in Pennsylvania. So let me say, on behalf of myself and the first, second gentleman of the United States, my husband, Doug Emhoff, thank you for the warm welcome. And let me just say, it's good to be here with all of the friends, all of the leaders who are here. I want to thank former Governor Ed Rendell, Senator Bob Casey, who we will re-elect this November, Senator John Fetterman, Mayor Sherelle Parker, and Chairman Jamie Harrison. And it is so good to be here with your incredible Governor, Josh Shapiro. And I will say, Josh is a dear, dear friend and an extraordinary leader. He and I have been spending a lot of time together over the years. And I told Josh, look, I am so invested in our friendship in doing this together because together with Josh Shapiro, we will win Pennsylvania.
Don't freeze.
And I thank you, Josh. I thank you.
There we go. It's coming back.
So Philadelphia, I launched my campaign for the President of the United States a mere 2 weeks ago. And it's been a bit of a whirlwind. And just last night, the delegates to the Democratic National Convention finished voting. And so I stand before you today to proudly announce I am now officially the Democratic nominee for President of the United States. And so now we got some work to do. We need to move to the general election and win that. And to all the friends, listen, we also need to level set. We are the underdogs in this race. But we have the momentum, and I know exactly what we are up against. Now, many of you know, before I was elected vice president or elected a United States senator, I was an elected attorney general, and before that, elected district attorney. And before that, I was a courtroom prosecutor. So in those roles, I took on perpetrators of all kinds. Predators who abused women. Fraudsters who scammed consumers. Cheaters who broke the rules for their own gain. So hear me when I say, I know Donald Trump's type.
I do. Give it the sass. Give it max sass. That's what I say. Where's the lie? Where's the fucking lie? No, the system will lock him up.
Let me say, hold on. This campaign, our campaign, is not just a fight against Donald Trump. Our campaign, this campaign, is a fight for the future. It's a fight for the future. In Pennsylvania, we fight for a future with affordable housing, affordable health care, affordable child care, paid leave. We fight for a future where we build a broad-based economy, where every American has the opportunity to own a home, to start a business, and to build wealth. We fight for a future where we bring down prices that are still too high and lower the cost of living for America's families.
Well, you still don't control prices, but okay.
Not just to get by, but to get ahead.
But make it harder for corporations to fleece consumers, especially during pandemics.
We fight for a future where we defend our most fundamental freedoms. The freedom to vote. The freedom to be safe from gun violence. The freedom to love who you love openly and with pride. And the freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body, not having her government tell her what to do. So here's the thing. Since the day that I announced my candidacy, I set out to find a partner who can help build this brighter future. A leader who will help unite our nation and move us forward. A fighter for the middle class. A patriot who believes, as I do, in the extraordinary promise of America. A promise.
That's a great idea, Lisa.
Opportunity and justice, not just for some, but for all. So Pennsylvania, I'm here today because I found such a leader. Governor Tim Walz of the great state of Minnesota. To those who know him best, Tim is more than a governor. To his wife, Gwen, he is a husband. To his kids, Hope and Gus, he is a dad. To his fellow veterans, he is Sergeant Major Walls. To the people of southern Minnesota, for 12 years, he was congressman.
All right, take care, Easily. Have a great night.
Mr. Walls. And to his former high school football players, he was coach. And in 91 days, the nation will know Coach Waltz by another name, Vice President of the United States.
He's pretty cute. Kind of goofy. I like Goofy. Goofy and smart is a great combo.
They're just getting to know Coach Waltz's story. And I'll tell you, he is the proud product of a middle-class family in rural Nebraska. He is a veteran who served our nation in uniform for more than 2 decades as a member of the Army National Guard, and he went to college on the GI Bill. He is someone who, long before he entered politics, worked as a teacher. When Coach Walls and his wife Gwen moved from his native Nebraska to Minnesota nearly 30 years ago, they both took jobs at the local high school. Coach Walls taught social studies, Gwen taught English.
Absolutely. I agree, Scott. A fine cut of a suit. Great dark blue tie.
Where I've heard the stories about he had a knack for using the game of football to teach life lessons. He saw the potential in kids who sometimes didn't even see it in themselves. Under those Friday night lights, Coach Walls motivated his players to believe they could achieve anything. And together, they defied the odds, hear this out, going from a winless record to the school's first ever state championship.
That's impressive. Oh boy.
And I'll say and I'll add, Tim wasn't only a role model on the football field. Around that same time, Coach Walls was approached by a student in his social studies class. The young man was one of the first openly gay students at the school and was hoping to start a gay-straight alliance. At a time when acceptance was difficult to find for LGBTQ students, Tim knew the signal that it would send to have a football coach get involved. he signed up to be the group's faculty advisor.
One caring adult. It's a thing.
For everybody. In the high school yearbook, the students voted Coach Walls the, quote, most inspiring faculty member. And as I think everyone here can see, Tim Walls was the kind of teacher and mentor that every child in America dreams of having, and that every kid deserves. The kind of coach, because he's the kind of person who makes people feel like they belong and then inspires them to dream big. And that's the kind of vice president he will be. And that's the kind of vice president America deserves. So it was Coach Walls' students who actually helped him decide to run for office. And he served 12 years in Congress, representing a purple district as he reached across the aisle to get things done. He was the highest ranking enlisted man to ever serve in the United States Congress. And the top Democrat on the Veterans Committee. And he was known as one of Capitol Hill's best marksmen, winning a bipartisan sharpshooting contest year after year.
Why are they having a bipartisan sharpshooting contest? That's my question. Is that part of their job?
In Washington, Tim worked to raise the minimum wage, to protect the freedom of workers to join a union, and he cast one of the critical votes to pass the Affordable Care Act.
That's called making moves.
To tens of millions of Americans. I'm going to tell you, when we win, Tim and I will continue to make the Affordable Care Act even stronger.
Yes. When we win, I think.
Let's talk about what we're dealing with on the other side. So on that last topic, if Donald Trump gets the chance, he will end the Affordable Care Act. And take us back to a time when insurance companies had the power to deny people with pre-existing conditions. You remember what that was like?
He's pretty good. I mean, he's got issues, but got some good shit.
Survivors, grandparents with diabetes. Well, Governor Walz and I will not let that happen. Because we believe health care should be a right and not just a privilege for those who can afford it. As governor, Tim has continued to fight for working families. He secured paid leave for workers in Minnesota. And he refused as governor to allow any student in their public schools to go hungry So he made school breakfast and lunch free for every child. And Tim Walz and we agree about many things, including when our middle class is strong, America is strong. And strengthening the middle class will be my defining goal as I am President of the United States. So Pennsylvania, ours is a fight for the future of the middle class, and it is a fight for freedom. In this moment, we are witnessing a full-on attack against hard-fought, hard-won freedoms and rights. Take reproductive freedom. Now think about this. Donald Trump said he wants to punish women. And as a result of his actions, today in America, 1 out of 3 women live in a state with a Trump abortion ban. 1 out of 3. Some of these bans go back to the 1800s, even before women had a right to vote. Think about that. Well, Tim and I have a message for Trump and others who want to turn back the clock on our fundamental freedoms. We're not going back.
I love the oldies in the audience behind them. I can say that because I'm an oldie too, but they're cute.
He has shown up to stand against these attacks long before he stood on the stage with me. After Roe was overturned, he was the first governor in the country to sign a new law that enshrined reproductive freedom as a fundamental right.
Yes, he did. We read about it this morning at about 7 a.m. Pacific time. Almost not 8 hours ago. Just scroll back 8 hours and you'll see we read about it.
I am President of the United States, and we win majorities in the United States Congress. We will pass a bill to restore reproductive freedom, and I will proudly sign it into law.
Fuck yeah.
Certified badass.
Love that. We're going to codify all kinds of shit.
Certified badass.
Has also defended the sacred freedom to vote. As governor,
Yes.
he signed the most significant expansion of voting rights in Minnesota in over 50 years. And with Governor Wallace's help, when I am president, we are going to finally pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. So Tim is a hunter and a gun owner who believes, as the majority of gun owners do, that we need reasonable gun safety laws in America.
It's the legal guns. It's not the illegal guns. It's the legal guns. Well, it's all of them.
Expanded background checks and increased penalties for illegal firearm sales. And together, when we win in November, we are finally going to pass universal background checks, red flag laws,
Certified badass.
weapons ban. Through his work,
That's good stuff.
Tim, the way I think about it, he really does shine a light can build together. In his state, he has been a model chief executive, and with his experience, I'm telling you, Tim Walz will be ready on day one. In fact, when you compare his resume shall we? To Trump's running mate. Well, some might say it's like a matchup between the varsity team and the JV squad.
I didn't think that was going to be the mic drop, but okay.
So, Pennsylvania, ultimately in this election, we each face a question. What kind of country do we want to live in? A country of freedom,
The ketchup is flying.
passion, and rule of law, or a country of chaos, fear, and hate. And here's the beauty of our democracy. We each have the power to answer that question. We each have the power to answer that question. The power is with the people. We love our country, and I believe it is the highest form of patriotism to fight for the ideals of our country. That is how we preserve the promise of America. And after all, you know, the promise of America is what makes it possible for two middle-class kids, one a daughter of Oakland, California, who was raised
Bay Area.
by a working mother, the other a son of the Nebraska plains who grew up working on a farm.
Just two crazy kids running the world.
Of America, because only in America is it possible for them together to make it all the way to the White House.
That's good.
But our values are the same. And we both believe in lifting people up, not knocking them down. He and I, we both know
I love that.
majority of people
Nicely.
so much more
Nice.
in common than what separates them. When we look at folks, we see in our fellow Americans neighbors, not enemies. Not enemies. And so my promise to you is this. Our campaign will reach out to everyone, from red states to blue states, from the heartland to the coast, in rural, urban, suburban, and tribal
That's the right message. Because we lift all boats. And then that changes attitudes. Results change attitudes.
Let us fight for the promise of our future. And with that, I ask Pennsylvania, are you ready to make your voices heard? Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in opportunity? Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it? And when we fight, we win. And now, welcome the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz.
Wow.
I know. It's up as high as it'll go.
Thank you. Wow. Thank you, Philadelphia. Thank you, Madam Vice President, for the trust you put in
And
me.
no snake poem.
More so, thank you for bringing back the joy. I'm thrilled to be on this journey with you and Doug, this incredible journey. And Pennsylvania, I know you know this, but my God, what a treasure you have in Josh Shapiro.
Doesn't he look like a coach? I was kind of worried about his look, but he's a little more active.
He can bring the
Holy
fire.
Lord.
Visionary leader. Also, I have to tell you, everybody in America knows when you need a bridge fixed, call that guy. And I think sometimes we forget and you see people a little one-dimensional, but seeing a guy who cares so deeply about his family, a man with compassion, vision, and I'll have to tell you this, I know this from experience. There is no one you would rather go to a Springsteen concert in Jersey with than him.
Oh, oopsie. Or is it an anti-Jersey sentiment? I don't know.
I can't wait for all of you and America to get to know my incredible wife, Gwen, a 29-year public school educator. Don't ever underestimate teachers. And our two beautiful kids, Hope and Gus. I couldn't be prouder to be on this ticket and to help Vice President Harris become what we all know is very, very good for us to think about. Next President of the United States of America. From her first day as a prosecutor, as a district attorney, Attorney General of the great state of California, a United States Senator, and Vice President of the United States. Vice President Harris has fought on the side of the American people. She took on the predators, she took on the fraudsters, she took down the transnational gangs, she stood up against powerful corporate interests, and she never hesitated to reach across the aisle if it meant improving people's lives.
And she wouldn't take any bullshit. Thank you, and your descendants or your predecessors, Max. Oh, Jim, kindergarten teachers, what love.
about that commitment to people. I was born in West Point, Nebraska. I lived in Butte, a small town of 400, where community was a way of life. Growing up, I spent the summers working on the family farm. My mom and dad taught us, show generosity towards your neighbors and work for a common good.
That's in Nebraska, where the girls are the fairest and the boys are the squarest. That's what my dad always said.
At 17, I joined the Army National Guard. For 24 years, I proudly wore the uniform of this nation. The National Guard gave me purpose. It gave me the strength of a shared commitment.
Kind of reminds me of a young Joe Biden in his style.
Just as it did for my dad and millions of others, the GI Bill gave me a shot at a college education.
My dad, too.
My dad was a teacher. My brothers and sisters and I followed in their footsteps. 3 out of 4 of us married teachers. What we do. For nearly 20 years, I had the privilege of teaching high school social studies and coaching football.
Oh my gosh, Jim, that's amazing.
Including winning that state championship. Don't ever close the yearbook. But it was my students. They encouraged me to run for office. They saw in me what I was hoping to instill in them, a commitment of common good, a belief that one person can make a difference.
It's very bad sound.
2006, I took a leap and I ran for Congress. And because high school teachers are super optimistic, I was running in a district that had one Democrat since 1892.
Lisa, you're going to make me cry.
Well, my neighbors graced me.
Because I'm a sap.
To represent them in the United States House of Representatives. I'm proud of the work we did there together. I worked across the aisle on veterans issues, on agriculture, and on ways to grow rural economies. I learned the art of compromise without compromising my values. And now, as governor of the great state of Minnesota, I bring those experiences to
I didn't want you to have to listen to any of those. Lee says, my grandmother was a widow at 37 and raised 6 kids on a teacher's salary. Fuck. She was a gem. Oh my gosh. Max, my grandmother had 11 subjects on her teaching credentials. That's fucking... I don't know if I've ever seen that. That's like 3 times what I think I've ever seen. Or more. That's legitimate.
Now, Donald Trump sees the world a little differently than us. First of all, he doesn't know the first thing about service.
Hell no. He does not know anything about service. Except for how to yell at it. Wait.
Again and again and again. Weakens our economy to strengthen his own hand.
I think this all needs a rim shot.
He sows chaos and division. And that's to say nothing of his record as president.
Actually, that worked.
He froze in the face of the COVID crisis. He drove our economy into the ground. And make no mistake, violent crime was up under Donald Trump.
I cannot wait to see these debates. I'm sorry. Now I'm looking forward to them.
The crimes he committed.
Oh! Oh! Good one. Good one, Tim. Tim? Mike. Tim. Tim. Tim Walls. God. No, no, no. No. No, no. He needs to go through the justice system.
Are old enough to remember. I see you down there. I see those old white guys. Some of us are old enough to remember when it was Republicans who were talking about freedom. It turns out now what they meant was the government should be free to invade your doctor's office. In Minnesota, we respect our neighbors and their personal choices that they make. Even if we wouldn't make the same choice for ourselves, there's a golden rule. Mind your own damn business.
I love that. You don't even need the extra clapping. He's got enough.
These guys are after my heart chanting, mind your own damn business. That feels good, so thank you. Look, that includes IVF, and this gets personal for me and my family. When my wife and I decided to have children, we spent years going through infertility treatments. And I remember praying every night for a call for good news. The pit in my stomach when the phone rang, and the agony when we heard that the treatments hadn't worked. So it wasn't by chance that when we welcomed our daughter into the world, we named her Hope.
Wow. That's amazing. I'm surprised I've never really heard about him. I think I've seen him when he was in Congress.
We mean the freedom to make your own healthcare decisions.
Maybe because Minnesota wasn't really on my radar, I guess, but I don't know why.
Free to go to school without worrying they'll be shot dead in their classrooms. By the way, as you heard, I was
I mean, the guy's hitting a lot of really good sentiments.
gun violence laws.
I just love the plain speaking. I think it's really
Vice President Harris
positive.
is a ticket for education to be that ticket to the middle class, not crippling debt. Air that's clean, water that's pure, communities that are safe. A place where we settle our political differences not through violence.
If he puts on overalls, I'm going to lose it, though.
And that's what this election's about. What direction will this country go in? He's not going back. Well, Donald Trump would damn sure take us backwards. Let's be clear about that. And don't believe
I know, that's what I mean.
He knows exactly
I'm going to be like, wait a minute. Dig that hayseed out of your mouth.
To rig the economy to help the super rich.
Yeah, it's like,
If
take a
Trump gets a
bait.
chance to
Okay.
return, he's going to pick up exactly where he left off 4 years ago. Only this time, it will be much, much worse. Raising
I agree
costs
with
on
that.
middle-class
And no, he's not saying anything wrong.
He will repeal the Affordable Care Act, no doubt about it. He'll gut Social Security and Medicare. And when somebody tells you are, they believe him. He said he'd ban abortion across this country, and he'll do it, whether or not Congress is there or not. Donald Trump's not fighting for you or your family. He never said at that kitchen table like
Who's that guy? He's awesome.
we're going to pay the bills. He said his country club in Mar-a-Lago wondering how he can cut taxes for his rich friends.
He promised the oil companies pay for play. Play for pay. Pay for play. I don't know.
J.D. Vance literally wrote the foreword for the architect of the Project 2025 agenda.
Hello. They just have these pesky trails.
J.D. studied at Yale, had his career funded by Silicon Valley billionaires, and then wrote a bestseller trashing that community. Come on. That's not what middle America is. And I got to tell you, I can't wait to debate the guy.
Fuck yeah. I can't wait either, Tim. I cannot wait either. Bring it on. Always due process. Always.
That is, if he's willing to get off the couch and show up. So,
oh! 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 Holy fuck! Naughty Tim! Oh! Oh, but did you die? But did you die?
I gotta tell you, pointing out just an observation.
And he did it at her birthday party.
You know it, you feel it. These guys are creepy, and yes, just weird as hell. That's what you see.
Holy fuck! I do. I think I am in love. Smart, funny.
So you know what's out there, so say it with me. We aren't going back. We aren't going back. We are not going back. So we got 91 days. My God, that's easy. We'll sleep when we're dead.
Ah! Oh, yeah. Fucking love this guy.
Over those next 91 days and every day in the White House, I'll have Vice President Harris's back. Every single day. And we'll have yours. You know how this works. We can't do it alone. We need you, each and every one of you. Go over to KamalaHarris.com, get on board, because we need you. Freedom to make our own choices. This leader, this compassionate, careful, joyous leader believes in each and every one of you. My God, you came here tonight to sit at the very top because you love this country and you're not going back. She believes in the opportunity for every single person to join the middle class. She believes in the promise of America. We just got to fight. We just got to fight. Because as soon-to-be President Harris says, when we fight, we win! Thank you, Philadelphia. Thank you, Vice President. God bless America.
Do not scream like Howard Dean. How the fuck is this even close? It's not even the same. No. Ketchup is everywhere. Yes, let's go get a hamburger. Make mine a vegan. Oh, I love all the blue. Thank you, Beyonce. You are a queen. This is the quintessential, or a quintessential version, I guess. There's probably some amazing versions. Mahalia Jackson, did she sing this ever? Did somebody leave something on the podium? Uh-oh. Oh boy. Why are we doing this? Just go backstage. It doesn't matter. Go backstage. I don't care. Don't do this. Please don't do this. Doug. What? Doug, get her off of there. Doug, get her out of there. Oh my God. Look at Tim Walls. There's a lot of bald heads there. I haven't felt this encouraged in years either, frankly. I don't believe it will be close. I gotta be honest. I haven't really felt this since like 2007, 2008. I mean, I think he brought energy that just hadn't been there ever, really, in my memory. But this is a nightmare right now. Thank you very much. But it does feel historic. I remember my father crying when Obama was inaugurated. My father cried. He was so happy that he had lived to see it. He died later that year, a few months later, actually. But he was so happy to have been able to witness it in his lifetime. And I'm like I've never seen him like that about a politician. So it's like you felt like, wow, this is across the landscape, right? It's the way my dad talked about JFK or something. Just like, I don't know. So it's just all very interesting. Yeah, so this is great. I don't know. And it's always good. The more kids that see themselves in our leaders, the more kids are able to feel confident to achieve what they can achieve. You know what I mean? And are inspired to do something for other people. That's a real impact that having a woman of South Asian and Jamaican Black heritage, never mind who she is as an individual and how qualified she is. I mean, the millions and billions of people who see themselves in her, I just think you can't discount the power of representation. It fucking matters. And it's a great thing to see, and a really so long overdue. Never should have been the exception. It's time to get back to the spirit of the civil rights time of that we're not going to go back, and we need to move forward quickly and stop all the bigotry and the hate and shove it back under whatever fucking rock it came out from under. That's what we do. Uh-oh. I feel like my equipment starts to lose its moxie. We're almost at 9.5 hours for today. I hope everything holds. Oh, yeah. Oh, keep on living, and it won't be too long. Oh, 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 oh. We'll keep on loving. Ooh. Keep on believing. It has been fun. Thank you so much for joining us, everyone. I'll be live tomorrow morning. Don't miss out. But it won't be too long. Oh, 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 oh. Mm, oh, oh. Oh, oh, and it keeps on rising till I reach the higher ground. Oh, till I reach the higher ground. Thank you, butterflies. Hope you all have a really good night. Get some good rest. Sit outside on a warm summer night. Hold the hand of your sweetie. Drink some iced tea. And have you a really wonderful night. And get some good sleep and have sweet dreams. And don't worry, it's all going to be okay. And we're going to make it. And it's 91 days. And it's basically 90 days. 90 Days Fiancé. What are we going to do about it? Yes. I don't know. I kind of don't want to go, but I should go. Okay, I'm going to go because I'm going to eat the rest of this sandwich. All right. Thanks for joining me. See you tomorrow morning, bright and girly. Rise and grind, girls. We got miles to go before we sleep. So, I will see you tomorrow. Ciao, Bella.